invested. I don't think they're going to get in, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers.
Yeah.
Spencer Torkelson. Can I get your take on this? They're going to put him in the outfield a little bit.
A position flexibility. That's what we're looking at. We got Javi at third, Spencer Torkelson taking reps in the outfield. Only right field, though, right?
I think that's what I saw, yeah.
Yeah, because that's where you put the guy that can't play in the outfield, right? We're going Little League baseball here?
A little bit. Look, if he can hit, they have to find a home for him. I don't know that he's going to hit, but they need right-handed power.
He is currently hitting in spring training.
Yeah.
And then it goes to what AJ said. Is it a guy that you have high hopes for and you think that, oh, yeah, okay, he's hitting? Or if he's not, well, it's just spring training.
Spring training.
Yeah. That's the gymnastics that we're running through for Spencer Torkelson.
The one thing, though, when Cole Keith moved to first, they should have immediately started repping Torque in the outfield to help him have versatility. Now it feels like they're playing
him. He should have said, "Hey, if I can get my bat going, and you're going to be you brought in Torres, so you know Cole Keith isn't going back to second,
right?"
And he's okay. Cole Keith does have a little third base in his background, but they've moved him to first. They are taking a guy that they gave a big-time contract to as a minor leaguer. I mean, read the tea leaves.
Yes, because now it just feels reactionary. Like, scrambling. We got to find something.
Yeah. I got to break in a new glove?
Yeah, again, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, that would have made more sense if he came in going, yeah, I can play first. I know I could DH. The bat's going to be what gets me on the team, but I may have to play a little outfield like I did back in college briefly. And like you said, like it's not out of the question. Teams will stick a guy in a corner, and you don't get great defense out of him, but if he can hit, you find a way to play him. This team needs right-handed power. So That was my read on it. I think it's interesting, though. Javi Baez hasn't really played third since 2018. Torkelson really hasn't played the outfield since 2018. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but
figure it out. They're kind of winging it right now.
There's the bats aside, just talking about defense, there is a progression and a history of shortstops that can no longer play shortstop go into third.
Yep.
Once you can no longer play third, you go to second. And I mean, so there is a progression there. And that to me defensively is not as big of an issue as Torque going from first base where, he has exclusively been to now playing outfield.
Expectations for the Wolverines and the Spartans at 7:35. They're in the same region. I like it. Some of you don't like it. We'll talk about that. And if Michigan, do they have a real bracket beef with being placed as the 5 seed? I know some Wolverine fans unhappy about that. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, California delivery driver won big after being seriously burned by a Starbucks drink. So this guy, Michael Garcia, had to undergo some skin grafts and other procedures to his groin area after this large hot tea drink spilled on him moments after he collected it through a drive-thru.
Yeah.
His lawyer says that he suffered permanent and life-changing disfigurement. Yikes. So when I say won big, he didn't win big there. Like that's horrendous.
But he got paid a lot.
He got paid big time for his injuries. A jury awarded him $50 million.
Okay. So this is when I saw this story, I was hanging out with a buddy. We were by the grill.
Yeah.
And it's one of those questions that you just ask. You're like, I'll ask all the dudes here.
Would you?
Is it worth $50 million?
Greg says no.
Negative.
$50 million is a lot of money. What was the consensus at this grill?
It's not enough. No.
I figured most of the answers would
actually,
be no.
my buddy said that he took a little while, and he originally said, yeah, I mean, I've already got kids.
But then you got to go through the pain of all of, like, do you have to undergo the skin grafts and the surgeries, the procedures to get that 50? Like,
it sounds very uncomfortable. And then moving forward, it sounds, I don't know what the outcome is. It sounds like your opportunities are very limited at that point.
Yeah,
a burnt penis sounds terrible.
It really does.
What are you living for at that point,
So anyway, no, he's got a lot of money in the bank now. However, Starbucks, they did say, you know what, we sympathize with you, but we do plan to appeal. So we'll see what happens moving forward. So staff at a Northern Michigan motel were quite shocked when they discovered an alligator while they were cleaning one of the rooms. So it took place at the Pine River Motel in Sheboygan last week. Turns out there was a man that stayed overnight with several exotic animals, but according to, the hotel staff and police, he just forgot Wally. Wally is a 3-foot alligator, left him behind. And again, you think of that, you're like, how do you just leave an alligator behind?
How?
The man, this exotic animal handler, said that he knew he didn't have Wally, but
Right.
he thought Wally had gotten out into the wild.
How is that any better, though? Go
And
find Wally.
he said he searched for Wally, but couldn't find him hiding underneath the bed because that's where he was.
I can only imagine the cleaning crew going in there, vacuuming around, and then, hey, let's just see if anybody left anything under the bed. Whoa!
Heart attack. The owner of the motel says Wally was very friendly, let the police hold him, so he didn't feel threatened, apparently, but
A respectful gator.
But still said, whoa, we were quite shocked. This is the craziest thing we've ever found left behind.
Just don't point your
Thankfully,
finger at him.
Nobody was injured, and Wally has officially checked out of the motel.
Well,
His
it's all
owner
that.
came to
It's
get
all
him.
that time working with Doug. He's treating people with respect.
Yes, yes, he is.
You guys, the body of a 19-year-old was found in the Detroit River Saturday morning after officials say the teen drowned when he accidentally fell into the water. Such a tragic story. The boy was hanging out with some friends right around 1 a.m. when he fell over this rail into the Detroit River. He was hanging out at the Detroit Riverwalk. He apparently went over the railing on purpose to go sit on the edge. That was fine, but it was when he was trying to get back over onto the other side, he slipped and fell in. And I mean, we've heard stories about the Detroit River. It's not a place you want to go in. It's not a place you want to swim, right? It's very dangerous. The search team found the teen's body nearly 9 hours after he fell in. Police do say that this was accidental. Gosh, did you hear about the man set on fire in Times Square?
Yeah.
This is horrendous as well. It was a horrifying attack. Police are still searching for the suspect who apparently knew the victim, grabbed something containing like a flammable liquid from a food cart, tossed it on the victim, 45-year-old man. This was right before 4 a.m. Sunday morning. According to police, the victim and his attacker had been like engaged in conversation at this food cart before the incident. The victim then went to a local club. When he came back out, that's when he was attacked. So incredibly sad. The victim suffered burns to his face, his arms. He was taken to a local hospital, is expected to survive, but they're still searching for the person responsible.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, you saw the brackets. Expectations for the Wolverines and the Spartans next, 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. You can bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you're going to win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you don't have to be upset about. And a lot of people love the 12-5 matchups. If you think that's the lowest seed, you got Colorado State, Memphis, you got McNeese and Tennessee, you've got Liberty, Oregon, or UC San Diego, Michigan. McNeese and Clemson. Got some options there. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tournament. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals and so much more. They got a lot of specials going on. So visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. Because in March, as we know, anything and almost everything can and will happen. Must be 21 or over in present Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy Monday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John has said he won't be drinking green beer when we get off the air at 10 o'clock.
No.
A Guinness?
It grosses you out. We have a Guinness?
No, beer is beer. Like no matter what color it is. Okay, there are different kinds of beer, but if you're
Is it
just
'cause you
if you
hate
have
MSU?
if you have a beer and you color it, but you normally drink, you color it green. It does nothing to the beer. It's only the export that changes.
Depending on how much you drink.
And today's not a day where you only
I mean,
have
if
one
you're
or two.
drinking a
Right.
ton of green beer, sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like
It's going to...
a green beer, you're fine.
Well, then Heather shames us when we come in. No one's wearing green today.
I put on the only green thing I own.
Which is barely green.
You just said earlier, you said any green
I know.
is St. Patty's Day green.
So
So I am
fine.
in my St. Patty's Day green.
You're festive. You're
Yes.
celebrating. I am bummed for everybody that St. Patrick's Day's today and not last Friday.
Oh my gosh.
Because Friday it was like 70 degrees out.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
It's like 29 degrees when you wake up today.
Bundle up.
Do you own anything green?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
I actually looked in the closet this morning. I'm like, maybe there's something that has like a green trim.
Mm-hmm.
I don't own a thing green.
Nothing.
Really?
Nothing.
Not even like a dark hunter green.
I could have wore camo. I guess I do have green.
Yeah,
Yes.
there you go.
I could have wore my camo today.
Where's John? I can't see
Yes.
him. I can't find him.
Yes, the camo. It's not studio camo, so you would be able to see me. So yes, I guess I lied. I do have
Something
green. Yes.
Okay, let's talk a little hoops. You got the brackets out. What's the expectation now that we know Michigan and Michigan State, what the draw is and who they're playing?
I think the expectation will be interesting to hear from Spartan fans. What do you expect from this team? I think they have Final Four potential. And once you get to the Final Four, honestly, anything can happen. Am I predicting they get there? I don't know. I haven't filled out my bracket yet. I don't necessarily know that I'm going to choose them to be a Final Four team, but I think they're in a region that they can be a Final Four team. Michigan, I think the ceiling is Sweet 16. I'm not going to sit here and predict that that's where they get. Again, I haven't filled out my bracket, but I think that's the ceiling.
Yeah, we just want your first blush if you're listening right now. Like, you see it, you have a reaction. What do you expect?
And some of it goes to, okay, what I saw in the Big Ten tournament. What I saw there was what we saw at times throughout the regular season. And there was a stretch where they were starting to get decent, I'm not going to say great guard play, but decent guard play. And you look at them, against, since that Purdue debacle down at Mackey, they got a little bit better guard play. They got some shooting. And then it felt like, hey, when they played Michigan State, it all vanished. It all went away. They couldn't find it, even against Nebraska and Rutgers. Nebraska was one of the most painful games I've watched in college basketball in maybe a decade. But they won. That's the whole point of the game, is to play to win. And then they play Rutgers, and it was the same thing. It's sometimes a painful watch because of the amount of turnovers, and then it was a debacle against Illinois, a loss against Maryland, and just an embarrassment against Michigan State. And you're thinking, and I said this at the time, I don't know that they win another game. Then they go to the Big Ten tournament, and maybe it was the rest, right? They had 4 or 5 days. The big guys got a little bit of their legs back. I don't know. But they looked much better against Purdue, Maryland, and Wisconsin. Wisconsin was still kind of a painful watch.
Yeah, that was
But they won.
And they won.
And so how much do you believe they have confidence? Because it doesn't matter how much confidence we have. Do they have confidence that they can go into the tournament and win 2 games? And if they play against UC San Diego, and it's a mismatch, right? On both sides. Mm-hmm. You get some guards, and they like to force turnovers. Michigan likes to give the ball away. Is that the storyline of the game? Is that the outcome of the game?
It's going to be one of the big trendy 12-5 upsets.
Or is it Michigan because of Area 51, 2 7-footers, one that can handle the ball? Like, are they just going to outsize UC San Diego? Both of those could be the storylines. I think you pick one, and then what happens in the second round against either Texas A&M or Yale? I'm not going to sit there and say that, I don't think they can win, but I'm also kind of in that mindset of, well, I'm not sure they can lose or win. Like, I think I said win first. That's why I had to go with the lose. I don't think they can lose. I don't think they can win.
But they are a hard team.
Somebody will.
They are a puzzling team, an infuriating team, Michigan. I'm going to go back for a second and start with Spartans. 2 seed in a region where they start in Cleveland, Ohio. That's a favorable draw.
Good for them.
Their region features Auburn. Scary Auburn. They've lost 3 of the last 4. Vulnerable. I'm not telling you Auburn's a bad team all of a sudden, but that team is mortal. That's your 1 seed who's not playing well going into the tournament. The 3 seed is Iowa State, and they had a big injury early in the year, and they got another injury right now to Gilbert. They're clearly not at their best. They're not 100%. The 4 seed is Texas A&M, who likes to crash the glass. MSU's a good rebounding team. I think if it comes to that, they match up well with the Aggies. The 5 seed in the region's Michigan, who they've beaten twice by double digits. So if I'm an MSU fan, I feel like I got a really favorable draw. That doesn't mean anything if you don't go out and deliver, right? You can't have a cold shooting night. The other team can still have a point guard go off for 30, hello, Wisconsin, and your whole season can come crashing down. But I like the draw for MSU. I think the expectation should be Final Four for this group. They're deep. They're not relying on any one player. They defend, which is huge in the tournament, shutting the other team's water off. So I really like what happened with MSU in their draw. I actually like that they're in the same region as Michigan. They've never met in the tournament. So for people who want to extend this rivalry out, there's a better chance that they'll actually see one another. But I don't think Michigan's getting very far. I think they're losing in the opening weekend.
Okay.
And I think they're going to be a trendy upset pick in round 1 because of what you laid out. Michigan has some flaws. They're a deeply flawed team. Turnovers, rebounding, if they were to advance, they'd face likely Texas A&M, which could really get them beat. It could be that Illinois game all over again if they face Texas A&M. I think they get bounced in the opening weekend. And it's kind of a damn shame because I think they have a real legitimate beef with where they were seated in this tournament. For all their flaws, they do have 11 quad 1 wins, 4th most in America. They're somehow seated lower than Purdue, who they beat twice.
Wisconsin, who they beat twice.
And by the way, better in the Big Ten regular season than those teams. I think Michigan was a victim of something that happens every year. The committee sets the bracket before the Big Ten tournament's over. And it's not right. It's not right when it happens to Michigan State. It's not right when it happens to Michigan. We're keeping score. We're playing games. It's on TV. You can have placeholders and swap them out. Like if they had swapped Purdue and Michigan, what harm does that do? If they had swapped Michigan and Wisconsin, what harm does that do? You don't have to redo the whole bracket. I think there's a legitimate beef if you're a Wolverine fan with being seeded 5th. I think knowing what your flaws are and then getting this pot of teams too, you may feel like they did you dirty.
But in picking Michigan, and trying to pick Michigan, which I probably will to get through the opening weekend.
Surprise.
There will be great agony. What happened in that Wisconsin game yesterday? I looked away for a few minutes, and all of a sudden they're up 14. And what happens? They come back, and they give away the lead.
Yeah.
This is what this team has been, even in the games and the moments that they've played well. I don't know that there's been a game where you can look at it and say, well, that was 40 minutes of really good basketball. They just dominated that game.
Nope.
Because they get up, and then it could be a 14-point lead, and then it's gone before you even know it. And then you start playing the games, well, maybe I shouldn't watch. Maybe it's me.
It's all your fault.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We want your instant reactions. You know the seeding. They're in the same region. How far do you expect the Spartans to go? And for Michigan, it's a complicated question. They've won 3 in a row. Maybe they're starting to heat up, or you're just not buying it. They're not going very far. Let us know. It's 97.1.
Hey, are you one of those individuals that you don't like being in pictures? You don't like seeing yourself in a still frame? And you want to make a change? Do what I did and call the experts in weight loss. That is Ideal You. You could be down 40 pounds in 40 days and be excited about being pictures again. You don't have to be in the back row. You don't have to be hiding. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. I know this program works, and I know it really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days. And when you're as fat as I was, the first 30 come off like nothing. Book today, and Ideal You will give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. Here's what you're going to find out. You got to set your goals. How much fat do you have? How much muscle mass? How much bone mass? Water weight? All of those different things you're going to find out. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again. Summer right around the corner. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free.
Brian Bush on the call. Michigan winning the Big Ten tournament title. John, will you put a pin in this? I've seen the online trolling. Michigan fans are trying to get under Spartan fans' skin going,
How?
we win the Big Ten tournament title. We're better. The regular season is the more impressive accomplishment. Yes?
Yeah, it's a regular season and head-to-head.
Thank you. Okay.
I think both teams can be very proud of what they've accomplished in their respective championships.
No question, they should be very proud. But if you're, if you've got a measuring contest, the regular season title, because it goes over a longer period of time, it's not just, a couple of games, is a bigger accomplishment.
We asked you guys expectations for the Spartans and the Wolverines now that we know the seeding. Greg, you had a thought?
I've got one on Michigan State. Okay. I think it's national title or bust for this team. How many times have Michigan State fans clamored for Izzo's second national title? We're talking about 15 years now. And Tom's actually used the magic phrase earlier, which I had forgotten about, and now we have again. Izzo's last best chance, right? He's got 8 Final Fours. What's another Final Four run?
Yeah, it doesn't do
right,
much for
to get
you.
to the semifinal. Yeah. And look, Final Fours are cool, banners are cool, we like it. But
how many times are you going to come so close and not get it done?
Exactly. I think that if you were to like, College Game Day actually did this a couple of weeks ago. They did a take it or leave it segment where they said, okay, the team goes this far. Do you make a deal to lock that in now, or would you play out the tournament?
Yeah.
So they did one for Duke, which was make the national title game. And the panel, to a man, said, no, I wouldn't take that. And Jay Billis said, the only teams that would not, everybody else in the country would take this deal except for the teams that actually turned out to be the 4-1 seeds now. And I thought about it as, I think you add Michigan State to that list because of what we've added. Look, Michigan State fans are they can prove me wrong. They can call in and dispute this. But they've been clamoring so much for this second national title that they'll make believe that they won the 2020 tournament.
Well, what happened? We don't know. And you're right. You can't have so many woulda, coulda, shouldas. Eventually, you got to do it. This is a great shot for them. I think their region is favorable. The team has been strong for most of the season. It's one of these now or never moments. Some ticket texters. This one says, as a Sparty, Michigan definitely got kind of hosed being a 5 seed. They should have been at least a 4, but I still think they're fake. If Wisconsin doesn't shoot 4% from the field, they get whooped. I think Michigan State has a pretty good shot at a Final Four. Texter says, I personally don't expect either of our teams to make it out of the opening weekend. I don't think Michigan makes it out of Thursday. Both teams aren't very good and lack star power and the shooting it takes to go on a sustained run, and that's coming from a Spartan fan.
If Michigan didn't make it out of the opening weekend, I don't think there's a shock factor. I don't know that anybody would sit there and gasp at that. If Michigan State doesn't make it out of the opening weekend, I think there's an audible gasp.
Oh, that would be a failure.
Yeah.
That'd probably be the worst tournament performance by them, considering expectations, since they lost to Syracuse at Little Caesars Arena. I mean,
yeah,
that game's legendary.
The Ben Carter game?
Yes, exactly. When it has a name after it,
it's infamous.
I think Michigan State should minimally make the Elite Eight. After that, is Auburn there? Is that who they're facing?
Right.
That Auburn has not been playing well, but if they get back the way they were playing, how can you expect State to beat them? Because I do still think we talked about the core 4 for the 1 seeds last week, and if State could potentially, break down that wall, well, they would have had to win the Big Ten. But there's just been a difference this year, especially with Auburn, Florida, and Duke. That's why I wouldn't go to where Greg says. I get what Greg's saying in terms of history and what's going to be said about Michigan State basketball under Tom Izzo. And look, I think the bigger flaw in Izzo's resume, if you want to pick it apart, because I think he's been outstanding for them. He's a great coach. He's a legend, but his championship game appearances. He's only been to 2 championship games.
Yeah, the one here in Detroit they lost, and then the one they won with the Flintstones.
It's once you get to the Final Four, they always. What if that's 8? That's 8 Final Fours he's been to?
And there's a million
What's
schools that
their
would say
Final Four
we'd
record?
love to have gone to all those Final Fours. But for MSU, they pride themselves on being that next tier. And Izzo has talked about it. I'm not going to be happy unless we accomplish what I think this school's capable of. Well, that's being the last team standing at the end of the
tournament. There's no
tournament.
reason to think Michigan State won't play well in the NCAA tournament, because I thought they played well against Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of the regular season game at Breslin against Wisconsin a few weeks ago. And Wisconsin just had that look against Michigan State like they just presented matchup problems for them.
Ticket texters with some of their thoughts and expectations, but also a reminder and a heads up for the show. It says, don't forget, guys, Costa will be calling in sick at the end of the week. Tim at work. Was it Thursday or Friday last year?
I believe it was Friday because I think it was after the show Thursday. I was headed down to Elizabethtown and may have had somebody holding the iPad so I could watch Oakland.
The opening, yeah.
They'll play in that round. And then I think I got the message, hey, guys, I'm not feeling good. Not going well. By the way, if that happens,
Yeah.
do we have a location on Stoney?
Where's he at?
Is he going to be at UAD on Wednesday as who is it? I think it's the Mountaineers of Mount St. Mary's taking on the Eagles of American University, 6:40.
He'll be there. His American Eagles.
Cheering on his alma mater, just as long as he's back, because we know Costa is going to have a illness.
Already starting to feel it,
Oh,
John.
man, I tell you what. On Thursday, if you start feeling sick, you better take all the medicine in the world,
Vitamin
because if
C
you don't show up on Friday, it will be confirmed.
I'll have no leg to
Yes.
stand on. You mentioned earlier, John, that you have not filled out your bracket yet. Just came out yesterday. Totally understood. It's funny you bring up Stoney.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like brackets are for boomers.
Wow.
I know he sent his bracket email out. Hey, get signed up, join the pool. And I know he's done it for years and years and years.
Yeah, he's the company guy that does that.
But I feel like brackets are for boomers.
So your generation, we're going to talk generations here. I'm not even sure what generation I'm in.
I think you're Gen X.
Gen X?
Yeah.
All right, what are you?
Millennial.
Millennial?
Yeah. And the Gen Z are
And
completely.
me too. I'm a millennial too.
You're on the fringe, right?
So is he. Just
On
opposite
the
ends.
But like the headline, one of the headlines on the Free Press today when I wake up is, here's how you can print the bracket out. What year are we in? Here's how you can print the bracket out so you can walk it in.
Well, okay. I do like, for broadcast purposes, and thank you to the Gov for printing out our brackets, because it doesn't always fit on the computer screen. I don't want to be scrolling up and down. So I have one now. The problem is,
Can you read it?
I got to
John?
put my glasses on
I knew it.
to read it. It's in such small print.
Just because I printed this for you guys, by the way, doesn't mean I intend for you to fill it out manually.
Oh, no. Nobody's going to fill it out manually, because there's not going to be a bracket in the world that takes them manually.
I will fill mine out manually. I do like the feeling of holding the paper in my hand, the script of writing it out.
Okay.
I do enjoy that.
Do you submit the handwritten bracket?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's my point. Is yes, I will fill it out as well once I do it online, because we'll have one, the Jansen family bracket.
God bless Stoney. He still accepts printed brackets, and then he puts them in for that person.
He does?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
What does Stoney do the rest of the day?
Yeah, well. But I'm watching games over the weekend, and they're talking about, and Raftery's joking about still printing out boarding passes. And now I'm looking at the Free Press, and we're printing out brackets. And I just
Can you
wonder,
still do that?
print out your boarding pass?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's still an option?
Again, most people will just scan it on their phone, but there's always someone fumbling around at the gate trying to.
Yeah.
Here's a
It's,
receipt for
"Where's
my coffee, and here's it's here. Why do you think it takes so
I
long
wrote
to board
a
the
check
plane?
for my coffee. I've got the carbon copy here.
But let us know, because I've experienced this with me, and maybe it is a generational thing. Now that we can bet on the games, who are we kidding? Your bracket's going to be ruined by Friday when you get off
Maybe
work
yours is.
anyway. And everybody's.
Yours.
You're not winning your pool. Upsets are going to happen.
Others won't. I mean, let's
Who
just
says
play the odds.
You're
Yeah.
not winning. You're not winning, maybe.
The worst thing that's happened is we let her into the picks. Let us know. Our brackets for boomers. Are you guys still filling out these brackets? Are you printing out your bracket and filling it out? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The NCAA tournament brackets are set. Both Michigan and Michigan State will play late night 10 p.m. games to begin their runs. U of M is a 5 seed on Thursday against UC San Diego. MSU will get Bryant at 10 p.m. on Friday as a 2 seed. Now, both are in the same region. Michigan starts in Denver. MSU will tip in Cleveland. Now, U of M is going to the big dance, having won the Big Ten tournament for the first time in 7 years. Here's how it sounded on WWJ with Brian Bush. 59-53, Dusty May, the first Michigan coach to capture the conference tourney in his first season. The ladies of Michigan and MSU also scheduled on their side. The Michigan women's 6 seeds will play on Friday against an opponent that is to be determined. Michigan State, a 7 seed, they get Harvard on Saturday. Red Wings earning a couple of points with a shutout of Vegas at home, 3-0. The shutout for new goalie Peter Mrazek, Johansson, Raymond, and Kasper all scoring to keep Detroit within 2 points of a wild card spot. And the Tigers prospects, they beat the Braves 6-3 in their spring breakout game. Top hitting Max Clark with an RBI double, and shortstop Bryce Rayner had the big game with 3 RBIs on 2 hits. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We got open lines. You want to talk about the Spartans and the Wolverines and the draw and how far you think they're going to go? We've got room for that. JB Bickerstaff pounding the podium. We'll get to that later in the hour. 8:35. The Pistons coach has had enough with the way this team is officiated. And good for him. We also brought up the brackets and whether they're for boomers. You're not going to be perfect. Your bracket's going to get ruined. The way to do it is just to bet on the games. But I'm looking at the Free Press telling you, here's how you can print your bracket like it's 2005.
There is occasion to print your bracket. I don't think anybody submitting one is going to submit a printed bracket unless you have Stoney running your
Of course.
your bracket. Most people who will fill them out, and some by obligation, some by tradition. But I'm curious as to where that obligation, that tradition ends. Like, what age are you when, the up and comers, the kneecappers, yes. Where are your friends?
Yeah.
Are you going to fill out a bracket?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I did one last year. Maybe I did one out of obligation where you enter one of those just big pools, throw a dart, and see what happens. But
Says the guy who has 75 fantasy football teams.
I'm going to bet the games. I'm going to be invested financially in college basketball this month, but it's going to be the new way, which is money lines and parlays and putting together what you want to do on a game-by-game basis. And you know what? If you're wrong on Thursday, you're not dead. There's a new day on Friday.
You can do both.
You can.
Yeah.
One's better than the other.
I'm not going to argue which one is better.
Because you know I'm right.
I don't necessarily think you're right, but I think there are a lot of people that don't want to bet the individual games. They're not gamblers, or they don't have an issue like you have where you've got to bet on every single thing.
Now it's an issue.
Well, there might be a gambling issue. I mean, yeah, maybe there are some who just simply don't want to go down that rabbit hole. They don't want to be a degenerate.
Texter here. Okay, I'm just going to move past that. Texter here says bracket free for 10 years. Another person says, I'm a millennial and Costa's way off on this. I'm a bracket purist. Costa probably likes downloading new parking apps instead of paying with coins, too. I do. Who's got
Who
coins?
likes to pay with coins?
Thank you, Heather.
Well, I mean, I have
The
change
apps
that
are
I would like to
awesome.
use. When else are you going to use your coins?
You have to run back out from your restaurant or bar to go hit the meter when your coins run up. With an app, you just renew.
Easy.
Yeah, but a lot of the apps you can't renew because they say there's a 3-hour time limit. When you go out there and you put more coins in, then you can actually do it because there's no time limit. They'll just take your coins.
I'm not paying for the full 3 hours. I'm waiting to see how my night goes. That's why.
There you go.
Yeah. Says every dude ever.
You guys are talking about using coins? I use them for car washes.
Okay. See how the night
You
goes.
do?
Like,
Why?
no, not like a good car wash. Just when because down in Tecumseh where I live, it's almost all dirt roads.
Right.
So my car
Free
gets-
parking.
Yeah. So if I just need to spray the car quick, I'll use the quarters that I.
Yeah.
I never pay with cash, so I never have coins.
Same.
Like I don't have coins.
Same.
So I actually have a bag of coins in my desk that I found when we, went through the whole process of the remodel, and it was in my red bin, and now it's back in my desk because we used to have a foosball table here that the employees had to pay to you.
Only the best for us.
And so when I bring the kids, I'd be like, I need quarters.
248-539-9797. Texter says brackets are for boomers. Money lines, parlays, the only thing that matters this weekend. Brackets are like squares for the Super Bowl. It's the same guy at work. Hey, in the bracket, you in the squares pool? Bet the game. Bet the props.
You can do both.
We have a new way of doing it. Don't drive the horse and buggy to work.
Unless you just want to have about a month worth of entertainment by just filling out the bracket, you don't have to have the agony of, well, now I lost this one, so I got to chase it with this bet. Got to chase it with this bet.
But that's a
and
misnomer.
then you go down that rabbit hole, and then you're instead of being out $20 that got you in the bracket, now you're down $1,000.
But can we be honest? It's not a month of entertainment when you fill out a bracket. Most of us, if we can be honest, and I know everybody listening always fills out the perfect bracket, most of us are dead within the opening weekend, if not the opening day.
If you're
be
dead,
honest.
if most of us are dead, then that means everybody else in your bracket that has filled it out is dead as well. And then eventually you get down there and people have picked a couple of winners that might still be in it, and your bracket is alive.
You know what it might be, John, is I've never won one of these stupid bracket pools. So maybe that's what it is. You haven't either. Who's won one of these things?
Heather.
I don't think I came close one time to almost winning the whole thing. But
You know what is
mascots
so
and colors.
irritating to me is, okay, Heather did a great job during the picks, and
Thank
she
you.
won the picks, right? But it's grandma is usually in the finals for the bracket.
She's like, I like the Creighton Blue Jays. And
Right,
they go to the
yeah,
Elite
yeah.
Eight. And you go,
But that's the oddity of the bracket. Like you could pick whatever you want, and chances are you're going to be in it just as well as anybody else because somebody's going to get bombed and somebody's going to win.
That's what makes it great.
Right.
Jim, not everybody hosts a gambling podcast.
Fair.
And gambling is gambling on a game individually and putting money on it and having a ticket, so
Yeah.
to speak, on your phone.
Yeah.
I think that is a small, like hardcore group of fans that do that. I think brackets are for the lay people. It's not for
Right.
boomers. It's for the lay people. Heather, you're going to be filling out a bracket. My wife's going to fill out a bracket. She loves filling out the brackets.
It's for
She's
those
not going
that
to be
want to
betting on the
be
games.
marginally invested. They don't want to miss out on everything. So they're going to fill out a bracket, but they're not going to sit there and download the gambling app and then look at all the odds, the money lines, the first basket score, the last basket score, and see how can I win in this moment.
Get your free bets.
Yeah.
let's get the phones. We got ticket text. Larry in Kalamazoo, good morning.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
So I just looking at the seeding, it just quad one wins used to be like the gold standards
Yep.
that they looked at, but now it's clearly not. You know, Michigan had 11, 12 quad one wins. They're 4-1 versus Purdue and Wisconsin, and they're a 5 seed. You look at North Carolina, they're 1-12 in quad one games, and somehow they got in over Indiana.
No, makes no sense.
So I guess I just don't understand how they're putting these teams in, you know.
Yeah, I think a lot of Michigan fans are kind of scratching their head today going, how are we on the same line as Oregon? How is Purdue a higher seed, or a better seed than us? Wisconsin a better seed than us? Michigan, it's like their Big Ten tournament didn't happen. Completely.
Or the regular season.
Well, you're right, because the regular season, they still had
You
a bunch
beat
of notable
Wisconsin,
wins.
and you beat Purdue. You split with Purdue.
Okay, I'm going to push back a little bit here, and like I love Michigan as much as everybody here, but
Except for the days you wear your Notre Dame shirts.
it's the quad system is a tool.
Yeah.
When you put a house together, do you use a hammer? Yes. Do you use only a hammer? No. There are other elements that are put together that compose your tournament resume.
So what's the case for Wisconsin being 2 full seed lines higher than Michigan?
Yeah, because there are
Wisconsin's 13th
certain
in Ken
things
Pom.
when you build in the house that you have support beams. And the quad one wins used to be some of those load-bearing walls.
I'm a subscriber of Ken Pom. Wisconsin's 13th, Michigan's 25th. An example, right? It's not just who you are in these two head-to-head. It's the totality of your resume, metrics, who you've played, who you've beat, quad one wins, all of this.
Right. So, but the argument would be Michigan had a better regular season in the Big Ten than Wisconsin did. Yes. As evidenced by their seeding in the conference tournament, Wisconsin had to play an extra game because they were seeded lower. Michigan anyway, we can split hairs.
So they had an extra data point?
Sure.
Expanded tournaments or expanded conferences. You're not playing the same teams in these conferences. They have a non-conference schedule that's different. So the season as a whole is different for Wisconsin and Michigan.
Ticket texter. I love when Tom comes in and he points at one. This one's going to make fun of you. This one. Costa, if you're that bad at brackets, why not fill out a bracket and bet the opposite? Tim in a truck. If only it was that easy.
It'd be fascinating. So basically, you could do that.
The opposite bracket.
But it'd be money lines.
Yeah, you'd have to. Has Jim been disassociated from the bracket? Am I a disassociated person? Jim sounds like a gambling guy. Tells us what to bet, but never. But he wins and never the L's. No, we're super transparent on Cash the Ticket. I mean, that's the gambling world. You're not going to always win, but I think it's a rush. I think it's more fun than just handing in a bracket and having it bust in the first 48 hours.
Sure, it's a rush. When you lose and that money goes gone.
You do a haters watch. You root for everybody else's bracket to bust.
How do you even get coins in 2024? If you're paying cash, you're not accruing credit card points. You're doing it all wrong. I agree with this person. Ticket Texter says, stop being the fun police. Brackets are fun. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Mr. Costa. Brackets are fun for everyone.
It says call the 800 number. Okay.
1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm 32. Doing a bracket is better only because it's one bet that lasts the whole tournament. One big parlay. Betting every single game can get expensive really quick. Yeah, you can get yourself in trouble. Gamble responsibly. Don't put yourself out of house and home. There's a reason there's legalese at the end of those reads. We'll get more of your thoughts. Our brackets for boomers, reactions to Michigan and Michigan State's draw. It's 97-1.
Hey, you got to find out what's going on at Planet Fitness this month. It's Black Card Month, and for right now, you can put $1 down, get your Black Card membership, and then you have access to 2,600 locations nationwide, 50 here at just Metro Detroit. And if you don't like working out alone, you can always go with someone because you have unlimited guest privileges. You got access to the Black Card Spa. There's so much to offer. And again, it's $1 down. And then you figure out, okay, what is it that I'm working out for? And I'll just share what I work out for. I've got 5 kids. When you got 5 kids, there's a big spread. 16 years from where Lucy is at 19 to where Teddy is at 3. They're all doing something different. And I want to make sure that I'm healthy enough. I'm physically able to be able to play with them and do everything that they're doing. So find your nearest Planet Fitness. Go in there, explore. You're going to find out that when you walk in the door, they welcome you. They're very nice. It's a clean facility, not just the weight room, not just the aerobic area, but also the locker room. Everything that you want in a club is there. And right now you can find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Phone calls and ticket texts on the Wolverines and the Spartans, the expectations, reactions to where they are going to be for the NCAA tournament. Michigan State, 2 seed, starting Cleveland. Not bad. Michigan.
How is Cleveland in the South?
John, I don't know.
How is Milwaukee in the South?
It's about where the regions end. Like Atlanta is where the South region ends.
That makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Michigan as a 5 also doesn't make sense either. But anyway, people have reactions. I also brought up.
It's like Seattle. They're playing games in Seattle, and guess which region they're in? The East.
Right, but this is the pod system that was incorporated, 15 years ago or so? Maybe 20, yeah. And
it's so stupid.
But no, I think you can correlate this with what I would deem the slow death of the sport. The reason the pod system was created was to keep teams closer to home in the first and second round because people were traveling less with their team. And that is a sign that people aren't as quite into it.
So we've got that conversation. Big part of the show today. Also noticed, we come in, we want to make sure we didn't miss anything. I'm on the Free Press before the show, and I see, here's how to print your bracket. I'm thinking, what year are we in? Who's even filling out brackets anymore? You can just bet the games. And I said,
I guess it's only people with kids.
And I said brackets are for boomers, to which we've gotten a ton of response.
Hate printed anything and hate kids.
Well, they were joking about printing boarding passes on one of the broadcasts over the weekend. And
I'm with you on that.
And a texter says you should actually always print your boarding pass in case your phone dies or there's other problems with it, John.
If the phone dies, chances are, you're going to have, if the whole cell network goes down, you're going to have more issues than just your boarding pass.
My phone always dies. And typically if you check, it does.
Do you not just charge it in?
It's a really bad battery. But when you
They
check
offer
a
new
bag,
ones.
they normally always just print your boarding pass for you if you check a bag.
Yes.
So you always have one.
But I'm still going to go through with it on my phone.
I will too, but if my phone's
If you
dead, like it
pre-check.
always is.
You walk up and you just type your name in, and it prints you a couple of
Bag
luggage
tags?
tags. No,
Yeah.
luggage bag tags.
Yeah.
It normally can print your boarding pass right there, though, too.
It gives you the
It
option,
can.
but if you have it on your phone, you'd be
I was
like,
just
it's just
saying
one more thing to
no.
carry
But why
around.
not just say
Exactly.
print? Just say,
Just
what's
don't.
wrong with printing it?
Ticket
You
texter
have
says
pockets. Stick it in there.
if you fill out a bracket, you probably still have a landline. Says people who fill out brackets are the same people who order pizza over the phone instead of just using the app.
They're the ones that still dial, 411 or 0. What's the time?
How do I get the scores from the night before?
Can I get movie times over the phone still?
Printing brackets require owning printers. Printing anything is a boomer thing.
Oh, I have a printer. I print a lot of stuff.
You
Yeah.
know, sitting in front of me.
Come on,
Heather
guys.
has
Yeah,
a stack
yeah.
of papers.
That's job dependent.
I could do it just from a computer. There's something about, I enjoy the physical, I like having paper
Sure.
in my hand.
I've gone through, when you have a contract, right,
Yes.
for anything, even if it's a lease vehicle or it's an insurance contract or it's a contract for a job, I always print it and put it in a file so that I have it, because trying to search for it on email or with so many things on your computer these days, it can be challenging to find it.
Filling out my bracket every year with my girlfriend. She watches zero basketball and wins almost every time. LMAO.
That's the beauty of the bracket. It's a frustrating part of the bracket.
Chad in the truck says, thinking back to the NFL picks, I'd like to request Heather to help me with my bracket.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll get Heather's tips
Small
into the
fee?
week.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
What else? 248-539-9797. I said it's a rush, right? You can bet every game when your bracket's dead. You're not dead. Texter says, I hear meth is a rush as well, Jimmy. Be careful.
Yeah. Could be a rush. So I hear.
So you hear. Tom has more ticket text making fun of
Heather,
me.
have
What
you
is
Yeah.
have you looked at the bracket?
Just this morning when Tom handed
okay,
it to
so
me.
High Point versus Purdue. Where are you going?
Oh my God. I haven't thought that. I mean, I don't know yet.
What's the initial
Don't-
reaction?
I don't know yet,
High
John. I
Point?
need to look. No, I'm not giving any. I don't know
HP?
yet.
High Point?
Just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, yeah,
Purdue still
maybe.
has that
Heather
kid from
Park. Yeah.
Clarkston.
Oh, they got my initials. I'm going with High
Oh,
Point.
that's true. I've never heard of High Point, so
That's
I don't
the
know.
beauty of this.
The rest of America today saying the same thing.
So,
Yes.
Heather, to get into the tournament, High Point beat Longwood.
okay.
All right. Yeah. SIUE.
Doesn't change. I don't know yet.
All
I
right.
have to.
They're playing
I
Houston.
sit and I look and I think, and
Oh, I like the initials.
I do like the initial.
Let's say something about this real quick. I do think, brackets were used to be fun in offices. The office environment has changed too.
Yep.
I
That's
wonder
part of it.
because look, we're not we're not shaming either side. I think you took some unnecessary strays here, Jim. But I do think
just an opportunity.
Potentially the pandemic affected it because
Yep.
I do know filling out brackets is down compared to the way it used to be 10, 20 years ago.
Don't get me wrong. Like I remember when I was in like middle school, you'd bring in a bracket and you'd hand it, with $20 to a kid, and they'd put the pool together. I remember doing it. I enjoyed it, but
So you were gambling as a child.
yes, John. But I've since grown up, and now I'm a gambling man, and I do it on an app on my phone, not in a dated bracket pool at the office.
Like I remember in high school, 10th grade, our one of our teachers ran a bracket, and kids were in it. Think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. It's
Yeah,
old
sure.
school.
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
but that would get like attacked now by the PC world
I don't know. Like at a high school.
with money.
Well, I mean, I don't know that you would put money on it.
Well, they did.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think that's the
Zero
difference.
Michigan won it. 89.
Yeah,
So I gotta
go back.
More than a few years ago. All right, we're going to get into JB Bickerstaff pounding the podium, talking about disrespect. But first, Heather with the news.
Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. A pair of astronauts, those ones that have been stranded for more than 9 months at the International Space Station, they're finally going to be returning to Earth tomorrow night. Can you imagine that? These guys, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, they thought they were going to be gone for just a week. That's what was originally planned, right? Was that we're going to go up, the whole round trip, we'll be home in a week. Nope, there was an issue with the spacecraft that they were on. The spacecraft was forced to fly back empty, and they've been there ever since. They went in June. They've been there for over 9 months. Holy cow.
Yep.
On Sunday, a SpaceX crew capsule arrived, delivering like the replacements for them. So they're the goal is to come home tomorrow or
for them.
Wednesday. But oh my God, I guess. Is it? I don't know.
Well, good that
you
they're
wanna-
coming
Oh,
home.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's good, but good for them to be stuck. I don't
No.
know about that. Good for this guy too, then I guess. Listen to this. This Peruvian fisherman was found alive after spending 95 days lost in the Pacific Ocean.
Was he lost or did he just want some time alone?
No, I think he was really lost because this guy, he
Sometimes where I'd
set
be like,
sail
95 days, I'd take it.
on a fishing trip on December 7th. He had enough food to last him 2 weeks.
Was he
and
going
that
fishing?
Was it. 10 days into his trip, this guy, 61 years old, straight off course. There was really bad weather, and he just got lost at sea, floating there. Family reported him missing, and he was searched for, but they could never find him. Months later, this fishing patrol boat spotted him about 680 miles off the coastline, rescued him. He survived on rainwater that he collected, insects, birds, and sea turtles.
Good for him. Good for him.
He was
Survival
heavily
Very
skills, yeah.
resourceful man.
dehydrated,
Yeah.
critical condition when he was found, but he's already
sure.
been released from the hospital, returned to his family. A person in Oakland County has become Michigan's first known measles case of 2025. So the case was first reported last Friday in an adult who recently traveled home from international travel. Healthcare officials say they likely exposed people in 3 instances from March 3rd through the 10th at a restaurant and hospital in Rochester. So if you were at Cruz and Muir on Main Street,
Oh, that's
it's my jam.
yeah.
That's like my favorite restaurant. From 5:30 to 9:30 on March 3rd, may have been exposed. Then this person also used the ER at Henry Ford Rochester Hospital, was also admitted to the hospital March 8th, 9th, and 10th. So if you were exposed or could have been exposed, watch for symptoms, right? Fever, cough, red, watery eyes, then maybe that rash that can form, white spots in the mouth, things like that. Awful. As you know, measles is one of the most infectious diseases in the world. So speaking of measles, just 3 months into 2025, and the U.S. has surpassed the total number of measles cases in the country for all of last year, which is startling. So in 2024, there were 285 total measles cases reported in the U.S. So far this year, there have been at least 320 cases. Yikes.
Take care of your family, people.
Yes. Okay. There's a guy in California who was just awarded on Friday $50 million in damages
Oh, yeah?
from Starbucks after he was burned by a hot drink.
Where was he burned, Heather?
His genitals, Jim. Yeah, he was a delivery guy picking up an order from Starbucks. They handed him the coffee and the tea and whatever drinks were ordered through the drive-thru. Actually, probably not.
No.
So there had to be skin grafting?
Yeah, he
Where
had
did
to have.
they take the skin from?
I don't have all of the details. I'm sure the jury heard it all. He had to have skin grafts. He had to have other procedures done. His attorneys say that he suffered permanent and life-changing disfigurement from this burn. He alleges that Starbucks is to blame, and obviously the jury agreed for not, you know how they give you the cups in the little to-go thing?
Yeah. Right.
That it wasn't in the container properly, and I think it's something to do with the lid
Well, the
as well.
tops always pop off.
Yeah. So anyway, Starbucks says, I'm sorry, but we do plan to appeal.
Oh, boy.
Heather with the news.
Question then is it worth it?
For $50 million? Would you?
It's a lot of money.
No.
Would it matter how old you were?
Yes,
Sure.
of course.
Yeah.
How much use?
What type of prospects you have? Yeah, if your prospects are low,
I don't know.
maybe they go up if you got $50 million.
That's another way of looking at it anyway. JB Bickerstaff, good for him, sounding off after Saturday night. We'll play the audio next. It's 97.1. All right, guys, if you're injured in a car accident, you deserve someone who actually cares about you. I've been telling you about KG Law because I don't want you getting the runaround. You see ads for all these different personal injury attorneys, but you want someone who's not giving you the runaround and not checking in with you or giving you updates. That's not how they do it at KG Law. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He built his business on the idea that you're not just a number, and he saw how other people do it wrong on his way up. He's built a team that's going to look after you. They're going to check in with you. You're not going to be left in the dark. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com, KAJY, kgcares.com. Lot of bracket talk today. It's also
Gambling man.
St. Patrick's Day. Happy
Come on,
St.
sing
Patrick's
along.
Day.
You know this one.
Do I know this one?
You're the gambling man.
I am the gambling man. But I just, for some transparency
Come on,
here.
you just completely gloss over all the good stuff we do behind the scenes.
You know what? And you just said something. Should I know this? It's not necessary. That's offensive in Detroit. That's Bob Seger.
Do I need to do a formal apology before
I
the
mean, the
show's
song was
done?
for another reason, but
Yeah.
itself. But then he said, "Should I know this?"
Yeah. What is Bronner's? Mew. Like, can we go through all of them right now? Literally, how do you not know that one?
Wow.
The conversation was about brackets and are they for boomers?
And you brought up the fact that, no, it should only be for gamblers.
No, I said it's the better way to do it because people claim they have action on every game if they fill out a bracket, but we all have done this. Who are we kidding? You're going to get 48 hours in. You're going to have lost 3 or 4 games. You're going to lose an Elite 8 team. You're not going to have action on all the games moving forward.
So does everyone else in your bracket.
Right?
All right, some a little more than others.
Right.
But by the time it comes down to it, unless you have all 4 of your final 4 teams eliminated, you're still in the game. Still something to root for, and versus the $10 that you put on, some
High
random
Point.
school. High Point versus Purdue.
Heather's, High Point,
Yes.
whatever they are.
Yes.
We do need to get your picks at some point this week because, well,
Yeah, people want to copy them.
yeah.
Mainly,
Basically.
Yeah, mainly the rest of us.
We'll get specific with Michigan and Michigan State at 9:02. Let's talk a little bit about JB Bickerstaff.
Okay.
The audio is incredible. I love that he did it. He's got his team's back. They lost Saturday night to OKC. And to him, it wasn't about the battle. It's about the war. It's a point of pride, and it's about respect. Here's JB Bickerstaff. And he walks away.
Well done. He's spot on. They get no respect. They get no calls. And when it comes to, the quick tease that Cade got, Sasser, like you go down the list of guys. No, it wasn't Sasser.
Schroeder.
Schroeder, yeah. And it's unbelievable the amount of disrespect they get. And I think it's just simply because they're not a cookie cutter team. They're not what the NBA is used to. They're different. They play defense. They play defense for 4 quarters, not just the final 2 minutes of the first half or the final 3 minutes of the game. They play, just like JB said there, an aggressive, on the edge style of play. It's fun to watch. It's exciting. There's energy. It's not boring like watching almost every other NBA team.
You said you saw some ESPN people talking about this afterwards,
yeah.
kind of mocking him.
A couple of talking heads on Sunday morning, and yeah, they were laughing at JB, talking about, if you pound the table, that means you really mean it. Take a listen to what he's actually saying, and actually look at the film. It was just annoying. And then they brought up the fact that this time last year, they were a 12-win team. That's last year. And you should take notice that this is a team that's won 37 games.
Yeah, here's the thing. You would think winning would lead to respect, and I think that's what's getting JB Bickerstaff all worked up, is it's not. You know, for everybody that complains about the product in the NBA, guys that go through the motions, guys that don't play defense, guys that take nights off for load management, you know who doesn't do any of that? The Pistons. They win, they defend, they play with effort, they don't sit there, guys. John, he's right. They deserve respect. It'll keep coming if they keep winning, but if he's looking around going, when? You can't say we don't have a star. We have an all-star. We have a guy who's playing like one of the 12 best players in the game in Cade Cunningham. What more do we need to get a level of respect? The sequence that really got him going and really got the crowd going is the end of the third quarter, when they review Isaiah Stewart for a hostile act on Lou Dort. Now, Stewart's got a reputation, and Dort's on the ground, but it's clear the official had no idea what happened. Get your head screwed on and watch the game, because Lou Dort stepped on his teammate's foot, and when they reviewed it, they realized, oops.
Oh, we called him on it?
Now, they still got Stewart because he's battling for the rebound, and it's your common foul there. But then Cade Cunningham's point is, then let us line up at the free throw line. You guys don't know what you're doing. And he used, some potty mouth words, and the officials had a short leash, and they made it about themselves. They were insecure because they were screwing things up, and someone dared call them out for it, and they get him 1-2 real quick and toss him from the game. I love that Bickerstaff stood up for his guys. I love that he's got their back. It's one game in 82, and for him, the point's bigger than one game. Great coaches do this from time to time, because it's about the next game. It's about the postseason. It's about demanding a little more respect for a team that's legitimately playing the way the NBA should celebrate. But, John, here's the backstory. The history of the Pistons, they're never given respect by this league. They're always the ugly outcast.
Yeah, the bad boys.
The bad boys ruined the Celtics and delayed Jordan. And only after the fact were they celebrated for the style of basketball they played. The 04 Pistons were getting in the way of Shaq and Kobe. They played a boring, low-scoring game. We're always the outcast. We never get the credit here in Detroit for doing it, quote, the right way with effort and passion. And good for JB for saying, I haven't been here for 10 years. I've been here 10 months. And this is a bunch of baloney is what it is.
It's a completely different team. It's a completely different franchise than it was last year. I mean, from top to bottom, it is same owner, but it's an owner that said, hey, you know what? I'm willing to eat the money on a bad coaching contract and a bad decision. Bring in JB, bring in Trajan Langdon, and they're going to be the guys that bring in Malik Beasley and Hardaway Jr. and guys that will space the floor so that we can actually win games. And then JB is the one that puts in, hey, how about this concept? How about we play 4 quarters of defense? It's going to help win us games.
Trust me, it'll work.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, no, the NBA is literally fighting back on an aggressive style that people would like to watch, to see. And we are enjoying it here in Detroit, but because it's different, because they're not LA, they're not Boston, they're not New York. They don't have an MVP candidate at the time.
And I'll say this about Gilgeous-Alexander. It's a little like Harden in that great player doesn't need debate for fouls, but does. That's infuriating. And when you're on the other side and it's, hey, how come our guy's not getting the benefit of the doubt on that? And it's not just about that night. It's about this season. Our guy doesn't get the benefit of the doubt on that stuff. I thought the best thing that JB Bickerstaff said was, we deserve a level of respect because we're competing our tails off. We bring something positive to this league. He wasn't asking for special preferential treatment. He was saying, treat us like everybody else because we put in the effort. And I think the implication there is not everybody does. What's a guy got to do? Mm-hmm. And I think it spilled over. No, he's pounding the table. That's real. That's not performative. That's real. Anyway, if you guys have a reaction to that, 248-539-9797. If you watched Saturday night, John, I know that was a spotlight game for you. Wanted to see how the Pistons looked against the Thunder.
Yeah.
Get some of your thoughts on that next. It's 97.1.
There's a lot of people that aren't comfortable with how they feel, how they look, and then somebody wants to start taking pictures. You're at a family event. Maybe you're at a company event. Maybe it's something you're getting ready for Memorial Day, summer, and you just don't want to be in the pictures because you're not comfortable. You need to give IdealU a call. IdealU.us is where you can find them. And they're a different type of weight loss company. You get results, and you get them quickly. You could be down 40 pounds in 40 days, and could be excited about being in pictures again. I know this program works because I went through it. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. Since the program began to this date, I am now down 70 pounds. So it's one that you can stick with. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. And you're going to find out everything that you need to know. Not only will you, but your weight loss coach. And your weight loss coach is going to design a plan and stick with you every step of the way to give you the best chance, the opportunity to lose weight. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U's different than other weight loss companies. I mentioned that. It works, and it works fast. You see results. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
Get him, JB. Let him know. Piston head coach JB Bickerstaff not mincing words after they lost Saturday night. Look, Thunder a great team, even shorthanded. Losing that game, it's going to happen. But he doesn't feel like his team gets the benefit of the doubt at all. And he's right. And it's not enough that they're winning. They're still not getting the benefit of the doubt. And then it does get to that DNA where we're always outcasts here. The Pistons are always outcasts. When we're good, we're an annoyance. And the Pistons, they defend, they run, they play hard, they don't rest starters, and they still don't get calls. They still don't get respect. So good for JB Bickerstaff.
And the question is, like, how big of a star do you need to have to get calls, to get respect? What style of play do you have to have? How many wins do you have to have? And that's where the Pistons are right now, is trying to figure out what is it that we actually have to do to gain respect. Do you want us to conform? Is that what it is?
Look, you want to say they haven't been good for 15 years. Fine. That's not this team's problem.
Right.
Come on.
It's not this team's problem. It's not this team's identity.
And if they're going to get treated that way, their coach should say something about it. So, Ticket Texter says, I love that he cares. Could you imagine Monty doing that last season? No.
No, not at all.
Texter says, I love what Bickerstaff did. You guys are spot on about the bad boys, and the going-to-work Pistons will always be the outcast of the league, but I ride with my Pistons forever. That's Darius just getting to work. Bickerstaff press conference was spot on. His anger and passion was respected. Well expressed. Cedric in Clinton Township. He loves what he's hearing.
Mm-hmm.
It says the Pistons, the Rodney Dangerfield of basketball. There's a boomer reference for you, Mike and Jackson.
Going way back.
It says, I'm not happy about the disrespect. However, that's our moniker. Detroit versus everybody. Let's bring back that style of basketball.
How much does it motivate this team to be that? How much will they play just with a chip on their shoulder moving forward?
Well, how much of that is coaching, right? As much as we talk X's and O's, and I think JB's, good coach with that, it's also motivating. Being a coach, you have to motivate your group. The storyline is Cade gets ejected, you lose, you sulk. Now there's a rallying cry.
Yeah. So you got 3 games on the road, at New Orleans, at Miami, and maybe you play the game at Dallas. Maybe you don't. They might have to forfeit that one.
I saw that.
But it's how much does it propel this team from this moment forward, where you're down 1 to one of the best teams in the NBA, on the heels, and I know it's a couple of weeks ago, of beating Boston at home. How much does it motivate and propel this team to play with that chip that you just heard JB Bickerstaff voice and put a definition to?
You tell me. You were the one that really wanted to put a premium on that game Saturday night. What did you take out of it?
I think that this is a Detroit Pistons team that, even though they lost that game, and they lost by, 6? And maybe it wasn't that close in the fourth quarter, but this is a team that is playing they're such a different basketball team than even if you go back to January, than what they were playing in January. February, they have really come into their own. They've developed. It's Cade that has led the charge, but it's all the other pieces along with it. And it's Schroeder. It's the addition at the trade deadline. It wasn't a earth-shattering addition, but we've seen him and his experience added to this team make a difference. And now you have all of these guys playing with a certain fire, and they see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's, what you got 3.5, 4 weeks left of the regular season. This is a team that sees that they're going to be playing in postseason basketball. And now it's the same teams. It's Milwaukee, it's New York, and it's Indiana. Who do you want, and who do you think you can beat? Now, I still think it's a stretch to sit there and say, okay, you win in a 7-game series against Milwaukee, but I 100% think that they can do it. Not that they will, but that they can do it against either the Knicks or the Pacers.
It's important to point out that OKC was missing like 3 of their 5 leading scorers in the game. So I'm not...
Sure, and Boston was down a guy.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown didn't play. But what I'm seeing from the Pistons is the fight that you're going to need in a playoff series. And it just makes me more excited to see what this team does in a 7-game series. I don't think they're making some run to the Eastern Conference Finals or anything, but it does make me excited to see how the battles will unfold when you see the same team repeatedly over and over, and this team doesn't back down, and you got another chance the next night and the next night, and just seeing how they stack up. I'm excited.
The next one that you got to highlight is Cleveland. at home.
Are they still
Again,
on like a 16-game win streak?
It's the measuring stick. How do you measure against Boston? How do you measure against Oklahoma City? How do you measure up against Cleveland?
Look, we're going to talk about the brackets coming up at 9:02. Specifics with Michigan and Michigan State, the expectations now that you see the draw. Quick update on the Tigers as they try to trim the roster here.
Oh, yeah, they make a move?
They sent down Sean Gunther
Okay.
and Jace Young.
Ooh, I thought that was their third baseman. I guess we got Javi.
I'm going to try to avoid the smarm alarm here and just take a second. This is why it was always a stupid exercise to talk about blocking guys. Young players are going to have hiccups. Jace Young struggled in the spring. He may need to start in AAA. The idea that you abandoned third base for 2 years because Jace Young is some can't-miss guy was always a silly justification not to make a move. And he still may pan out, but this is what happens to young players.
Sure, this is
Why is
what
Scott
happens
Harris
to young
blocking him?
players. He could be down in AAA, find his mojo, and be back up within
Weeks.
Yeah, or a month.
But why Scott Harris blocking him? That's what I want to know. 248. No, we'll talk. I walked into that one.
Yes.
I walked into that one. All right. We'll talk Michigan and Michigan State and where we think they're going now that we know how the bracket lays out. It's 97-1.
Michigan and Michigan State could potentially clash in the Elite Eight if both teams can make a run in the Big Dance this month. MSU, the 2 seed in the South, and U of M is the 5 seed. Tom Izzo getting ready for his 27th straight trip to the dance. Well, they don't have to play their opener until Friday night against Bryant. The Wolverines have momentum now after their conference tournament title. They'll have a quick turnaround fly to Denver, play UC San Diego on Thursday, and both teams will play 10 o'clock night games. Top overall seed Auburn is the number 1 in that South region. Michigan would have to face them in the Sweet 16. Duke, Florida, and Houston are the other ones. The first 4 games officially begin tomorrow. Earning their first shutout win since January 25th, the Red Wings looked pretty good against the Vegas Golden Knights yesterday. They won 3-0. This weekend, we learned that Tiger center fielder Parker Meadows will indeed miss the start of the regular season due to the nerve issue in his arm. No timetable for his return. The team also optioned Jace Young and Sean Gunther to AAA Toledo this morning as the spring trimming continues. And a fun end to the 5th major coming up momentarily. Rory McIlroy and J.J. Spawn will play a 3-hole aggregate playoff at TPC Sawgrass. The lowest score will win the 2025 Players Championship and $4.5 million. They're set to tee off now and will play holes 16, 17, and 18. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. You had Chris Villar on the update. Govin Greg behind the glass. The brackets, John.
Yeah.
Michigan State. What'd you make of the draw? How far
Hold
do you
on,
think
let
they're...
me pull mine back out.
Oh, your physical copy or Mr. Printed Bracket.
Oh, you're the one that likes to tear the paper.
The pages just...
Yeah.
Here's what I think of your bracket.
Uh-huh.
No, I know most of you guys are going to fill one out. But anyway, how far do you have Michigan and Michigan State going?
Well, I have to do a deeper dive
Okay, then
before
just
I
give me your-
actually fill out my bracket.
Guys, I'm going to take the pressure off, John. Fine. I'm not pinning
Michigan
you
State,
down.
I think, should be a
Just
Final Four team.
first impression, you see Final Four.
I see Final Four for Michigan State. I see, and that's not a ceiling. I think if they get to the Final Four, I think they're a team that could win it all. Michigan, the highest I see them getting is out of the opening weekend and being a Sweet 16 team.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan's so hard to figure out, though. I don't know what to trust.
So you don't buy this like Big Ten tourney now they're getting right.
I don't know that I don't know that I can't buy it, but I don't know that I should buy
You
it.
don't know if you can trust it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the thing is they're still a team, even in wins, that can't hit some of the most critical free throws that they need to hit, the front ends of one-on-ones, And there are times where Wolf is, he makes some great moves, and he's a 7-footer that can handle the ball. Great. You get to the ball, you get to the rim, and then you brick a layup. Like some of those, they're frustrating. And then at the turnovers, whether it's Wolf or it's the guard play, I just don't know what to trust. And so I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know that much about UC San Diego yet, or Texas A&M Yale, who would be the next matchup to get to the Sweet 16. Can they win those games? Sure. Will they? I have no idea. But in terms of Michigan State, do I think they beat Bryant? Yep.
Yeah.
Do I think the next one, Marquette or New Mexico, do I think they win that one? Yeah. And I think part of it is when you watch them play, they just want it more than other teams. They play with a certain want to, a certain fire, a certain, and I know they lost in the Big Ten tournament. They won the regular season, and rightfully so. They played the best basketball all season long. And then I think about is it Iowa? Iowa State or possibly an Ole Miss team that they would play in the Sweet 16. And again, none of those teams, and you heard Izzo, like there's nothing that surprises me, but I'm also not afraid of anything. There's nothing that says you should be afraid of anything, and maybe they play Auburn in the Elite Eight.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Auburn's lost 3 of the last 4, and I don't say that to suggest they're a bad team, but it shows they're mortal, and this is a single elimination tournament. I really liked MSU's draw because your 1 seed's shown some vulnerability. The 3 seed is injured in Iowa State. A couple key guys are out, including Gilbert. The 4 seed Texas A&M, they crashed the glass, but MSU's a team that'll bang on the boards. They're not afraid. I don't think that's a bad matchup for them at all. The 5 seed's Michigan, who they've beaten twice. The 6 seed's undersized Ole Miss. Yeah, the path to the Final Four is right there for Michigan State. And then you start doing the deal of, well, if you're there, is this the team that can do it? Right? We've been waiting for that follow-up act from Tom Izzo, all the runs to the Final Four, but still just the one title. They're going to be in the thick of it. Absolutely. If you think they can make the Final Four, and I do, then they've got a shot to win it all this season. With Michigan, that's the harder one to figure out here because
what do you trust? What do you know?
I don't want to underreact to a team that, quote, is getting hot at the right time, winning these 3 games in the Big Ten tournament. But, Greg, you hate the getting hot at the right time. Is that the look I got?
Well,
no.
You could play with confidence at the right time.
Well, I think what we see in college basketball, and we've seen it with Michigan, momentum and carrying it from game to game can change like that.
It can.
Instantly.
And Michigan does a few things
game to game, minute to minute.
Yeah. Well, because Michigan does things that really disrupt their own momentum. Like, I would say they are a deeply flawed team. They have 11 quad 1 wins. I think the 5 seed was an odd choice. But at the same time, they're a deeply flawed team, and the things that get them beat are, you've already mentioned it,
turnovers.
Free throws against everybody. Turnovers specifically, when you start digging into the opening round matchup, that's a trendy 12 that everybody likes. UC San Diego, 5th in the nation in steals. Look, we can say Danny Wolf handles the basketball. He also leads Michigan in turnovers, and they're going to get after you. They're going to take the ball away. That's a tough matchup for Michigan. And then the other issue, and John, you remember this, the Illinois game. Teams can crash the boards on Michigan. They're 276th in opposing offensive rebounds. Texas A&M is number 1. If they get out of the first round, they got to deal with another one of their demons in the second round. I don't think Michigan gets out of the opening weekend. So I don't want to overreact to what they did this weekend. I don't think they're somehow fixed and they're going to, go on some run here.
Well, and here's one of the more frustrating things. Even in that Wisconsin game, they're up, with 12. At one point, or you look at the Maryland game, it was the same thing.
Yep, they're up big,
and they just find ways to dwindle their own lead. And it's turnovers here. Have a couple of easy baskets. Yeah, we'll cut a couple of possessions short by not being able to hit free throws, and we'll just let you back in the game. And then it takes late game heroics, whether it's a buzzer beater to win a game. It just that's why it's frustrating. That's why I have no idea what to do when I pick the bracket with Michigan. Now, when you're picking the bracket, there's a lot of teams like you've never even heard of or you've never seen play, and you're not going to do any research on it. So sometimes you're obviously picking by heart. And there are games like UConn, Oklahoma. I will pick Oklahoma just because I want to see the 2-time defending champs go out on the first round.
You soured on Hurley.
Oh yeah, I hate some of his comments, some of his antics on the sidelines or courtside, whatever you want to call it. He annoys me. So to see him get an early exit would be fun. But that's not going to be based on basketball. That's going to be based on just a bias.
Yeah.
Heart bias, whatever you want to say. Michigan, if I pick them, it's really just going to be based on a bias and heart. Do I think that they can beat UC San Diego? Sure. Do I think they can lose? Yeah, but I'm going to have to pick them in that game. So but I think the ceiling, that's why I'm trying to give the ceiling for Michigan basketball would be Sweet 16.
Okay.
I think the ceiling for Michigan State is a national championship.
Yeah.
I think that's it's clearly an obvious difference between the two programs.
And everybody knows single elimination. Michigan State could run into, like they did on Saturday against Wisconsin, a guard who goes off, right?
Sure.
Tanji goes for 32. I think Sneaky, Marquette, and New Mexico each have like a big-time scorer. You could always get upset. Like, that's the tournament. But Michigan State does so many of the little things well. They defend, they rebound, they're led by senior guards. I mean, all the cliches. Like, this is supposed to be a team that can go on a run.
It seems like they do all the little things. Like, we're talking about the turnovers for Michigan, the free throws for Michigan. Those are the little things that you do to lose games.
And State does both those things well.
Michigan State does those things to keep themselves in games. And even if the shooting's not there, they're playing good enough defense. They're rebounding. They're giving the effort and doing all the little things that if the shot's not there, you could still hustle. You could play defense. You could rebound. You can give yourself more bites at the apple. They seem to do that, so they're in every single game.
When it comes to Michigan State winning a national championship, I do think they need a little help.
Sure.
They need, like let's say this. They get to the Final Four, great accomplishment, overachieved this year, and Florida and Duke are both there. Like, I don't think they could beat Florida then Duke in 3 days. And I think that's not saying anything wrong about them. They're just not quite on the level of those teams. And I think that would be it would remind me almost of when the Final Four was here, where they had to play UConn and then North Carolina. And while neither of those teams are probably as good as North Carolina, it just that would be, I don't know if this team's capable of doing that. They would have to shoot out of the gym at 3 in one of those games, I think, to win. But look, I'm picking the two favorites in the tournament,
right?
So that's pretty high. I'm complimenting them.
Yes,
that's why I can't go national title or bust for them this year.
So, do you say the ceiling would be the national title game? Because if they beat Florida, they couldn't beat Duke?
Well, no, I think they can win it. They got to avoid that. They need some luck. Every team needs luck. I think most years you can pull the champion. You can go back and look, wow, they caught a break when somebody got eliminated here. They've already gotten their break with Iowa State as the 3 in the region. Their second-best player's hurt. Yeah. He's not going to play. I think Ole Miss could potentially now advance. It depends on how things play out. But you're going against Chris Beard, and he's got 4 days of prayer for you. There's a little revenge factor there with – wasn't it 2019?
Texas Tech.
Yeah. So it's just that's why it's so complicated to predict this thing. I just have very low expectations for Michigan. I could see them losing the first round, and I could see them get to the Sweet 16. I don't think they're capable of probably beating Auburn.
I don't think so either.
But we've seen crazier upsets.
Sure.
I mean, I go back through the years, and you can find a 4 or 5 beating a 1 that you never ever would have thought. But most of the times, it doesn't happen.
Only takes one.
248-539-9797. Spartan fans, Wolverine fans, what do you make of the draw? They're in the same region, by the way, which I like. They've never played in the NCAA tournament head-to-head. This gives you a good chance. Well, I still think there's a high chance of it because I don't think Michigan gets out of their little pod. But I like this better because some people say, well, I want them on opposite ends because what if they ever met in the national title? That's not going to happen.
Right. It's yeah.
This proximity
you do it long enough, and maybe it will at one point. But I think if you're a Spartan fan and you're looking for the path of least resistance, would you rather play Michigan or Auburn? I mean, you could go down the tough guy road of, well, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Auburn is clearly a better team than Michigan, but hey, they've handled their business against Michigan both times without much difficulty.
Does Michigan have a beef at all with where they're seated? Because that's the other thing a lot of people were complaining about last night.
Well, if you just look at the teams that they beat, the quad 1 wins, and the fact that they did win the Big Ten tournament, it feels like that one was completely decided before the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
You could say, yeah. But just take the conversation we're having right here about what do you trust about Michigan? What do you feel about Michigan? These are humans that are picking and putting these seeds together. I don't know that. Sure, could they have been a 4 seed? Yeah. Could they have been a 3 seed like Wisconsin? Yeah. I kind of think they earned their 5.
I think more than one thing can be true. I think that they have a legitimate beef being seated where they are. And I think at the same time, you should only cry so long, because if you're good, you're good. And if you're not, you're not. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, well, if you're really that good, you'll win these games. I think the issue is the matchups are really bad for them. And I think they had a real case to be higher than a 5 seed. But they don't count these late tournament games. We've seen it for years. It's a disservice that they don't factor in that Michigan did beat Wisconsin twice, including in that Big Ten tournament final, did beat Purdue twice, including in the Big Ten tournament, that those games seemingly didn't matter. That Purdue, how is Purdue a 4 seed? I don't understand how Purdue's a 4 seed and Michigan's a 5 seed. They absolutely have a legitimate beef with how they were seeded.
Okay, well, then the easy solution is if you're Michigan and you feel like you've been disrespected by putting in the 5 seed, can they? We talk about the chip on their shoulder for the Pistons moving forward. Can they play with the chip on their shoulder? Can they come through? They just go out there and win. Prove them wrong.
Michigan fans, you let us know. I think the team's hard to figure out. Do you have a beef with how they were seeded, the bracket, and the expectations for both the schools? It's 97-1. Guys, nobody likes going to the dentist. I know a lot of you guys have that dental anxiety. It's what if I have a cavity? I just went through that. With Brightside Dental, there's no judgment, just care. And if you have an issue with the tooth, they're going to make sure it's painless. It's in the number, 1-800-PAINLESS. Give them a call. When I got the cavity filled, there's a slight pinch while they numb it, and then you're cruising, communicating every step of the way. I went and saw Dr. Adam in Southfield. They've got a $35 new patient special, covers exams and x-rays, 9 Metro Detroit locations. Check them out, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Lucas Raymond, tough on the puck, snaps a 10-game goalless drought. Wings pick up a win, John. They're hanging in. 2 points out.
Just doing enough to keep you on the edge of your seat and let down at some point. Just not yet.
Yeah, Vegas was playing third game in 4 nights, and Wings did what you're supposed to do. You know? Workmanlike win. Hang in. A lot of work to do. Long way to go. They got a 4-game road trip coming up.
Yeah, against not easy teams.
Nope, none of these games are going to be easy the rest of the way. It's why you and I are kind of viewing it's like they're going to be on the outside looking in when the season's over. But hey, just keep dragging it out. Give yourself a chance. Ticket text on the bracket. I have State losing in the Elite Eight and Michigan losing in the opening round. They're playing a team that creates a ton of turnovers. A trendy 12 seed, John. These UC
Tritons,
Tritons.
like the king in Little Mermaid.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
They're new. This is their first time ever making the NCAA tournament. First year eligible, I believe. 30-win team.
You know, I understand why this is a trendy pick. I mean, Mike was highlighting this last week on his show. Either Thursday or Friday, I heard him bring them up. And I just think that the other thing, okay, yeah, well, the turnover thing is alarming when you compare the two teams.
Yeah.
That it falls right into a trap for Michigan. But then you got to take into account Michigan's size here. And they play 4 guards. It's like Michigan should get a lot of easy points. I see this being like the perfect, like this game will show Michigan's greatness this year at times that they showed when their offense was like working on all cylinders, but then it'll show the worst of it too, the warts. Because I think this game will be very fragmented.
Did you see the spread?
What, Michigan like 2.5?
2.5.
Wow.
Actually opened 4.5 and immediately was all the way down to 2.5.
This pick has become such a chic pick that a lot of times these don't often pan out.
Right.
Like that. You know what this has written all over is Michigan stealing a game late and winning by 1.5.
Sure.
So that it hurts the old people, the bracket people, but the young people like you will make
bank.
Like as Chapman calls generational wealth.
We'll get to me disrespecting my elders at 9:35. All right, more ticket texters says, I hate that they're in the same bracket, Michigan and Michigan State. I can't imagine anybody who likes it disrespectful towards the entire state. I don't get that text, John.
I don't either. I mean, it's...
If anything, it makes it more likely they would play, which would be good for the state.
Yeah,
I don't think it's disrespectful.
Would be, what, they meet in the Sweet 16? No,
Elite
the Elite Eight.
Yeah,
Elite Eight,
a spot in the Final Four at stake. It's when the committee showed us what I've often thought. The Big Ten tournament doesn't matter. It's just an exhibition. Yeah, that's a damn shame. Another person says it's a joke. They beat Wisconsin twice, one in Madison. We should be a higher seed than the Badgers. Talk about disrespect. Again, only 3 teams had more quad 1 wins. It's not the whole formula, but it's a huge pillar of how good are you? Did you stack up against the best of the best
teams? Yeah,
and they did. And while they're incredibly flawed and have some big red flags for the tournament, their resume is better than Purdue. It's crazy. They're on the same seed line as Oregon, for example. I was surprised that Michigan was a 5. I would have thought winning would have got them at least up to the 4. And then you see Wisconsin at the 3, and you're left kind of puzzled. Then the other weird things the committee did, like UNC's 1-12 in quad 1 games in a bad ACC. They didn't really beat anybody, and they're in. Texas is the 14th SEC team in. Do we need 14 SEC teams, including a team that lost 15 basketball games? The committee did some weird things.
Well, yeah. I mean, I can only imagine the disgust that you had last night when you saw 14 SEC. I mean, somebody didn't get a gold star. Somebody, was left out that should have been left. Put in.
Yeah, because they gave it to Texas.
Right.
And I think,
but again, you're going to be putting in teams that probably. I mean, are you just looking at brand at that point?
Well, they are, and I think the team that maybe has a gripe is Boise State, but they're the little guy, and I know John's not going to shed a tear for the little guy.
Nope.
Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. We've got Jim in Canton. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen, and happy St. Patrick's Day. So, to me, the biggest question is how are these 2 mega conferences going to do? And I hope the SEC gets absolutely trounced. I mean, I know they won't, but that's what I want. 14 out of 16 teams is nuts, and the Big Ten got dissed. I mean, Michigan got a bad seed. They were not, respected, and the whole league did. So, of course, I want Michigan to win and Sparty to lose, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, Big Ten a little bit. Come on.
Well, the Big Ten got 8 teams, second most. But to your point about the Super Conference, is 22 teams from 2 conferences, the Big Ten and the SEC.
It's much like football.
I was going to say, sensing a theme here. Let's get to Heather with the news.
You guys, it's happened again. Armed robbers posing as utility workers were welcomed into an elderly woman's home in Grosse Pointe Farms, where they were able to steal multiple items. Authorities say that this woman does suffer from dementia, right? So they took advantage of her. She was distracted by one of the men when the other 2 went to her bedroom and stole several items. It wasn't discovered until later. Family members were over and realized things were missing, right? And that's when it was reported. So officials are reminding residents to always check for identification before allowing anyone into your home.
Yeah.
Or, be like me and just never answer your door. I don't know.
Close the blind.
There's a couple ways to go about it.
It's like the doorbell rings and I just freeze.
Hide.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
Check
if I
the cameras.
don't move, they can't see me. And I just stay still. They're like, dogs don't bark. Dogs don't bark. I hate answering the door.
Dogs can bark.
No, but then it's like, because the babies
You
are
just can't
sleeping,
hush
and I'm like, yeah, you can't scream at them, right? Because you're not home. Do you answer the door when it rings?
Yeah, sure.
Oh gosh, I never do.
I do. I know Lisa doesn't. So
I just don't. It's just if it's really that important, I'll know you're on your way over. It's like answering the
because
phone
they
call. Do you
obviously
answer the
text ahead of
phone
time.
when you don't know a number?
Could be a good friend that just stopped by.
They would tell me they were stopping by though.
What if it's a package you have to sign for?
I would know about it.
Okay.
If I ordered something I had to sign for, I would know it's on its way.
Have you had the awkward moment when the DoorDash person, they don't just drop it off, they stand at the door and they're waiting for you?
Yeah.
I've never used. I know. You know what? That's a lie. I've used DoorDash once when I was just had a baby. It's the only time I've ever used it.
Extreme circumstances.
Yeah, extreme. You guys, one person was injured after being involved in a crash with an Amtrak train in Southwest Detroit on Saturday night. The driver, who was the only occupant in the vehicle, suffered some severe injuries. She was quickly transported to a hospital in critical condition. Officials haven't released details about what caused the accident. They are going to investigate. Obviously, they're going to look into possible signal malfunctions, whether there was a driver error or track obstructions, whatever it may be. No other injuries were reported. Aaron Rodgers may choose to retire from the NFL if he doesn't get his way in free agency.
Promise?
That's what they say. According to The Athletic, Rodgers is considering offers from the New York Giants and Pittsburgh Steelers, but he would prefer to sign with the Minnesota Vikings. And if he doesn't get an offer from Minnesota, he will just call it quits.
Why is it mirroring Brett Favre so much? Like, I don't get it.
I heard he got some advice from him.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you want to go to, if you want to go to a good team and win, I mean, you might go to Minnesota, but he could also just completely blow it up.
What would your reaction be if he rejoined the NFC North?
Great, we could beat him again.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of him.
No.
The world's biggest Big Mac fan. You know this guy that's like the Big Mac guy?
No.
Yes, you do. You do know this guy. He's won like Guinness World Records for eating the most Big Macs. Like this is all the guy eats, right?
I've heard about him before,
He's
yes.
71 years old. Don
Big Macs is
Groski.
the key to longevity, eh?
He's been eating 2 a day for 53 years.
Jeez.
And he just hit a new milestone. He ate his 35,000th Big Mac.
Big Mac. That's disgusting.
He had his first Big Mac in 1972. He said he loved it so much, he ate 2 more. Then later, he went back the same day, had 6 more, and he's never stopped.
Wow.
Yeah, so he does say, he knows he's got to stay in shape, so he walks 6 miles every day to kind of counteract it.
To and from McDonald's.
He's a little OCD, admits to that this is part of his kind of like compulsion. But yeah, so he's I
will say this.
He's still alive.
It's very judgmental for me to say that, because I would have the same meal multiple times a day for the rest of my life. If it's something that you like, and it makes you feel good, then you do you.
He's clearly doing all right. He might need to contact this inventor, though, because there's an inventor that created a pill that can make his farts smell better, because he might have some digestive issues, right? So there's this guy. This is actually a while ago. I'm surprised we haven't heard of this.
I know.
He invented these pills back in like 2006. They're pills you can take to make your farts smell like roses.
Or chocolate.
Which sounds kind of gross. Or violets, it says. You can get. I looked them up online. They're on back order right now. So You'll have to wait. They're about $20.
Oh, if they're on back order, they must work.
They must. They must work.
Very scientific. If you had to choose, what other, what is the
the
scent
chocolate?
you would go with?
What's the top seller?
I think roses. The chocolate was like a limited edition, I think.
Okay.
So what you'd pick roses because you don't like roses.
I don't love, but I like flowers, like the scent of.
You go
floral
violets. I think they have
scents.
violets.
They do have violets. Yeah.
Yes.
That's only 3 choices. I'd probably pick the violet.
Okay. Costa,
I don't know. I can pick one of the flowers.
scented farts. Oh, but you got to pick one. Just
Roses.
pick. Okay.
Yeah.
I would pick roses as well.
The chocolate sounds. I don't know.
I don't know
about
if I
that
want
one.
my fart smelling like chocolate.
Let us know. 248. We're talking brackets next, 97.1. How about that for guard play?
Got to have it when you got to have it.
Yep, Michigan had it. Won the Big Ten tournament over the weekend, and the reward was the committee acting like it never happened. A 5 seed for the Wolverines, and they have a trendy 5-12 opponent. I'll spend more time on that as we gear up for this week. If you guys want to call in and talk Michigan or Michigan State, expectations, the draw, what you make of it all, we got spots for you. When we come in the morning, we always look to see, do we miss anything? And I got a chuckle out of the Free Press, one of the first headlines they had. Here's how to print your bracket. And I'm going, what year is it? Print your bracket? Who's even filling out brackets anymore? And then I get an eye roll from you. I know you guys are still filling out brackets. But I've noticed, and maybe it's a younger person thing, I trend towards just betting the games because I know how the bracket's going to go. And you know how the bracket's going to go. You're going to spend your time, you're going to fill it out, and it's going to be in the garbage within 48 hours. You bet the games, and if you're wrong, you move on to the next one. You're wrong with your bracket, it was all for naught. It's like the biggest parlay. We all know how parlays end. We don't win.
Yeah, but once there's a big upset in a bracket,
Yeah.
most people, their quote-unquote bracket is busted.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody else in your bracket, their bracket is busted the same as yours. So it's not really busted. It may be as busted as you filled it out, but you're still in it.
But we all get to that point where it's busted beyond. Like, have you ever won one of these bracket pools? I've never won one of these bracket pools.
No, I've been close a couple times.
Tom, you've been doing these. Have you ever win one of these things?
I won a smaller one, not a huge, like about 30 people. So
Okay.
that wasn't the challenge like somebody like Stoney's, which has 700 or whatever.
Well, I wonder because as work pools have changed, some people don't go into the office anymore. Legalized gambling. This has been in effect now for a few years now. Are you seeing less of the brackets? Or brackets for boomers
I think so.
is what I said before
I
the
think
show.
the office environment's changed for a lot of reasons over the last 5 to 10 years, and that's taken away from it. It used to be a water cooler thing that, and people would make fun of people, and I just think that like some of it's gone away. It's much like I sense the same thing with Super Bowl squares.
Yep.
They're just not as popular as they used to be. Fantasy football isn't, and I equate all these three things to being the same thing. They're very casual involvement, fringe fans to was geeky fans at one time, but now
I get
geeky
it.
fans are pivoting to other things. I think the state of the sport is hurting the sport to a degree. A lot of
Sure,
factors, but I do think it is an older thing in terms of actually printing out a bracket and filling it out. Like,
Well, yes, printing it out and handing in a printed bracket. Yes, nobody does that anymore
but
because
people do it.
you don't. Very, very rare, I would anticipate, that people would be filling out a bracket and handing in a paper bracket because everything is automatically scored and it's so easy to do online, whether you do it on a website or on an app.
From my experience, pre-pandemic, it was group text, 4 or 5 different brackets, buddies, get in this one, the family one, the group one, the office one. None for me.
It's because you're a dork. I mean, what's it take to just be a part of the office pool and fill out a bracket?
It doesn't hurt to do one, but I just kind of feel like it's dated.
So you won't get into Stoney has the one around here.
I did his a few years ago, yeah.
Will you do it this year?
And I didn't last year. I don't think I did last year, and I don't plan on doing it this year.
Wow. Are you? I actually don't think I'm doing it either. To be honest,
Look, I get it
my
'cause
lack
why?
of interest. Like I'll pick one. I'll fill one out for fun. What Jim said
You wanna
earlier.
drop one
I'll do some
in,
national
sure.
contest and see if I can get lucky. But
Set it and forget it.
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
You guys don't do one as a family?
We'll fool around and have one something like with that. But I mean, we don't play for anything.
Well, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's we have the Jansen family bracket. Matt and his family, my parents, me and all the kids. We all
Are these online?
They're on the ESPN app.
Yeah. You don't do the paper one anymore, print it out.
No, but that's why I said. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nobody that hands in a paper bracket because whoever is running the bracket doesn't want to sit there and go through all of the games on the first day
It's a pain in
all
the
of the
ass.
games. Yeah,
Yeah.
because everything can be done automatically. It's so much easier. Which I think you mentioned fringe. It does bring in a lot of fringe fans.
Yeah.
Those that have no idea what's going on in college basketball all year long, and now all of a sudden they get a chance to participate.
What's going to happen on our show? It happened last year on our show. Heather won the whole thing. We did a little challenge. We all drafted teams, and guess who won going away?
Well, the closest person to me that ever won a lot it was in Stoney's bracket was my wife. It was girlfriend at the time. We were getting married later that year. Kelly won it, and we got an iPod.
One of
I
those
almost
big,
couldn't
big,
say
big
that right.
iPods.
Yeah, like for
Yeah,
music only.
yeah.
Before phones, you could actually have
Yeah, one of
music.
the
like a
big white
brick.
ones, yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like getting a Blu-ray right before everything went digital. VC
yeah.
beta tapes.
And Tom, you've played brackets basically every year.
Tried to put all your
since.
music from Napster on there, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's my point, though. You probably play brackets 30, 40, 50 years. You're never winning these things. So just bet a couple games. That's the better way to do it. We evolve.
Yeah, sure. You could bet those games and just, have a party by yourself instead of being a part of the community and just being a member of the community that just likes to have a little conversation here and there. Maybe it's fringe. Maybe you get a chance to rib somebody or they get a chance to rib you. Maybe you're just afraid of it.
I'm afraid of it? I just told you I've lost. I'm not afraid to share that. I mean, that's how this thing goes.
So you just quit.
No, I think if you go into March with delusions of grandeur, you get humbled really quick. I'd rather just bet the games.
Why do people buy lottery tickets? Delusions of grandeur.
Well, you've heard what they say about lottery tickets.
You can't win if you don't play.
No, it's a stupid tax.
So you don't play that either.
Only when it shows up in Heather's
You
News for a
gambling,
big enough
gambling is
number.
much smarter to do.
248-539-9797. Feel a little more in control betting one game as opposed to,
Yes.
trying to get a perfect bracket.
Man, I think at this point the number is going to call Costa.
I think so as well, yes. Hey, what's that? Caller ID. Oh, 1-800-GAMBLER. Why are they calling me?
248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, I'm printing my bracket today for my wife and kids. Yes, I fill them out. And yes, I mark off everything with red and black marker. 42 years old for reference. Signed, Anthony.
The red marker. It feels like teachers grading papers.
Texter says, I see what Jim's saying. People don't fill out brackets the same anymore because they're just betting on the games. That's signed Whitmer on the text. This one calls me a tool. It's an observation I've noticed. I don't think brackets are as big a deal as they were. I think post-pandemic, post-work from home, post-legalized gambling, feel free to let me know if it's the same luster or if it's lost luster. But to me, I've noticed it's lost a little luster.
Yes, ticket texters. I'll read these for us. My God, Costa, is still going off about the freaking brackets. I leave for a little bit, come back, and you're still talking about it.
We got Odyssey Rewind. We talked about other stuff.
If your family doesn't play for anything when it comes to the brackets, I would suggest whoever wins the bracket gets to pick what's for dinner. I might lose just on purpose, so I don't have to pick what's for dinner.
Pretty low stakes, but sure, whatever gets you going.
Pretty low stakes. It could actually be steaks. That raises the ante right there. If your family doesn't play for anything when it comes to the brackets, I would suggest whoever wins. You printed that one twice, and I read it.
Yeah. See, he does that to me too.
Hi, I'm Ron Burgundy. Squares that run the whole tournament is a pretty good way to go.
So how does that work? Squares
I
for
don't
the
know.
wole
It's-
tournament.
Ask the texter.
Follow up. Let us
reply.
know. Yeah. How does it squares for the whole tournament?
Yeah.
Curious. Okay, so we got some of your thoughts. We'll keep taking phone calls. Of course, talking Michigan and Michigan State, the draw for both teams. I do want to know, we kind of glossed over it. We got a few minutes at the end of the show here. Jace Young sent down.
Yeah.
Who is playing third base for the Tigers?
Who's on third? Who's on first? What's on second?
I
I don't know who's on third.
I don't know.
Yeah, that might be the way to go. I don't know who's on third.
We'll try to answer that briefly next. 97.1.
Hey, it is that time of the year where we get a little bit of sunshine, we get a little bit of rain, a little more sunshine. You know what's going to happen? Sooner or later, your lawn is going to start growing. It's going to start greening up. None of us can wait. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. You got to give them a call right now. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN. That's where you can find them on the phone. On the web, it's naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, got a couple of things going on right now. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket. And they also have the early bird special. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. And all you have to do is call by the end of the month for that early bird discount. Here's what you get. It's the Natural Way difference. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to assign your lawn its own specialist, and then certified applicators and arborists are going to create a custom tailored solution specifically for your yard and your home. They've been locally owned and operated for over 35 years, so keep your money local. Give Natural Way a call, 888-GET-GREEN. They also offer 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Workmanlike win for the Red Wings, 2 points back of a playoff spot. We mixed some of that in today. Odyssey Rewind if you missed anything. Some great JB Bickerstaff audio, sounding off on the officiating, sticking up for his guys, saying what? We're playing a brand of basketball that should be celebrated. We should get at least the baseline respect to officiate the game properly. The sequence at the end of the third quarter on Saturday night, some of you were there, some of you watched, you know what I'm talking about. The refs don't even watch what's going on.
Nope.
Just completely oblivious. Lou Dort's on the ground, had to be Isaiah Stewart. Review, oops, no it wasn't. They're not in the bonus, but here they are shooting bonus free throws. Very bizarre, and JB Bickerstaff had every right to sound off. So we got into that. Jace Young sent down to AAA. I ask you the impossible question. Yeah, not ready yet. Who is the Tigers' third baseman?
Well, and here's what I like about it is they're not going to you have vets that you've signed to contracts and you kind of got to force the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Jace Young is not one that you have to force. If he's not hitting, he's clearly not hitting.
Yep.
Then let him go down to AAA. Don't force it. Don't allow basically what happened to Spencer Torkelson at the beginning of his career to fester and become a much worse situation. Let him go down there, find his mojo, and then you can bring him back whenever you want. But it does bring the question of who's going to be playing third base.
Hey, I'm not mad that they sent him down. He's not ready. He's not ready. Like baseball is a game of failure, and he's had issues defensively. He's profiles as a good hitter, but he hasn't hit well in the spring. Yeah, give him a chance to get his feet under him
take some pressure off.
in Toledo. Yeah, I have no issue with that. The problem is when a full year ago we were talking, hey, Scott, don't you need to add a third baseman? And it's, well, we can't block guys. We're 2 years later, and he's still not the third baseman. He may get there eventually, but this was the point. You add guys, create competition. Well, they tried this summer,
right,
or this winter, excuse me.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, they didn't land Bregman. They didn't have a backup plan. I can't imagine Javi's playing every day at third.
No, it'll probably be a combination of McKinstry, Ibanez.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Cole Keith if Spencer Torkelson's going to be on the roster, and Javi. You got four guys that you're probably going to rotate through over there.
Maybe Ryan Kreidler makes the team. It's kind of a Frankenstein's monster over at third base. And with Javi, I don't want him against righties, right? Because that's when they throw it to the other batter's box. Those pitches breaking away. He was okay against lefties, but that's only a small sliver of matchups. That's the thing. Jace was a lefty. You'd figure he'd play mostly against righties. He'd be the majority.
That's probably when you're going to get more McKinstry.
Yeah. Well, fire up chips.
But it does raise the question of, where is this roster? It feels like it's razor thin because you're down a couple of injuries and one guy didn't develop the way you had hoped, and now all of a sudden you're trying to figure out, well, do we put Colt Keith at third and Torque at first? And on the days where we have Javi or McKinstry over there, do we put Torque at right field? And
what do you
got
make
Colt
of that?
Keith.
Him playing some right field.
It's not as big of a stretch as, as I kind of believe maybe Colt Keith playing third base is at this point. Is it ideal? No. But it's going to have to be a situation where Spencer Torkelson's bat is going to have to be exactly what it's been in spring training. He's going to have to hitting close to 300, and that might be a bit of a stretch in the regular season, but 275, 280 to get the value of him being a DH first and outfield.
There's a bit of a crunch because Jahan's doing a good job as a solid bat, right? Owns the zone, a little power, good bat. But he's a DH, and he can play a little first, and he can play a little outfield. And if Torkelson's going to be on the team, he needs a little more versatility. I'm a little surprised that this wasn't discussed when Colt Keith initially was moving over to first because it was going to displace Torque. You would have thought, well, yeah, get him in the outfield a little more just to give him a chance. Because if he hits, you'll find a way to get him in the lineup. They need right-handed power. If he hits, you need to find a way to get him in the lineup.
Mm-hmm. Torque's still at 286. Yeah. He's got 4 home runs. And, I mean, that feels like it's more of a hope.
Yeah.
And as we all know, hope is not necessarily a strategy.
It's not. But you've seen you can throw a guy in the outfield, right? I mean, corner outfield teams have gotten away with just sticking a guy out there.
I mean, I think you can at any level except for Major League Baseball.
Well, here's what people tell you. Torque played a little outfield. Yeah, like 7 years ago at Arizona State. I mean, They're adding this to his plate right before the season.
Baseball's so situational that, yeah, you can mask this and get away with it as long as you do it in the right situations. I think putting Torque out there in a left-handed heavy lineup is asking for a lot of trouble.
Sure.
You got a right-handed one, the ball's not going out there as much, so it's a lot. It'll be circumstantial. I mean, this thing's looking right now like it's lineup chaos.
Yeah.
Defense chaos.
A little bit.
Yeah. Better hope your pitching staff is as good as advertised.
Yeah.
They're going
It's
to.
just disappointing that. Look, I think there's a chance Torque could reemerge here as an important
so.
piece.
Yeah.
I think he's been doing it consistently all spring. That should translate over, but if he just starts off bad, does that just ruin him? I don't know where his mental makeup is. That
Right.
bothered me a little bit last season.
I don't think there's the animosity to Torque. I think a lot of people are hopeful. They're not counting on him, but they're hopeful versus Javi, where there is obviously animosity because of the contract, because he's just been so bad since he's been here. And I think there's a lot of people that just simply want him to continue to fail. For Torque, people want him to succeed.
Well, Torque more recently has been a quality major league bat. I mean, he had the 30 home runs. He ended the season a couple years ago looking the part. He's younger, so in theory,
Maybe he's just been out of place, out of position.
I don't know. In theory, there's more upside there. With Javi, yeah, there's all kinds of animosity.
Well, if he could come and hit 20 home runs, and even if he still hits 230 again,
Yeah.
seventh in the lineup, that's a nice pop down there.
Yeah.
Gator, we've been trying to figure out who's going to play third. Jay Young sent down. Not surprising, but still a question. Who's going to get the majority of the time at third base?
I hope Javi.
Okay. You being serious, or are you?
Yeah, well, why wouldn't I be? I don't understand why people want him to continue to be a crappy ball
I don't
player.
want him to be a crappy ball player, but if he's playing the majority of the time against right-handed pitching,
Well,
I think it's going to be pretty rough.
I think it's going to be a platoon position. I think you have to find your at-bats for Andy Ibanez because he kills.
So here's the problem. He'll play against lefties.
Yeah.
So who's Javi playing against?
Well, I mean, he's going to have to play somewhere at some point because he's actually hit this spring, so give him a chance to hit in the
Regular season.
in the regular season. And, he has hit righties before in his career. It wasn't like he had crazy splits in other directions. But give him a chance. I'm not poo-pooing Javi Baez yet. The situation sucks,
Yeah.
and that we can be upset about. I mean, when your options are McKinstry, or Ibanez at this point,
He's going through it.
it's painful.
It does kind of feel like we're living in the dumbest timeline because at the end of the season, we all thought, boy, if they could get a right-handed bat to play the left side of the infield, it'd make a monster of a difference. And here we are less than 2 weeks away from the start of the season, and I'm not mad at you, Gator, but the answer most people are going to give is Javi's the guy who's going to play in the left side of the infield as that right-handed bat. We are in the dumbest timeline.
For the last 18 years, we've been trying to solve this problem. Like the Tigers traded for Miguel Cabrera, who was a third baseman, and immediately said, you're going to go over to first, right? And then they go ahead and they put Brandon Inge at third base, and whatever, he had his moments where he looked spectacular as a third baseman, and the others where he didn't. And then they go out and get Prince Fielder, put Miguel over to third, and Miguel takes a ground ball off of his glasses in spring training. He has a permanent scar that is a massive scar in his chin and his cheek, and he plays like a handful of games. And they're like, no. You're never going to play third base again. And they've been trying to figure it out since. I said to Doug, wasn't Torkelson a third baseman in college? Didn't they draft him as a third baseman? They did. They're never going to play him over there. And they got all these guys that they've drafted that seem like they're third baseman. They end up switching over to second base. Colt Keith was supposed to be a third baseman, and now he's over at second. And they just can't solve the third base problem. Then the solution was right there in their face in this offseason.
Turned us down.
And he gets shot down by it. It's just it's kind of laughable what a failure it's been to find a third baseman over the last 20 years.
I imagine you guys are talking a bunch of tournament today.
That is correct. We'll have some fun. Got a surprise for Gator mixed in.
Oh.
Talk a lot about Michigan and Michigan State, their draws. Let's go.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, happy St. Bracket Day. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello. How are you, Scott the Gator Anderson?
I'm doing just fine, Doug. Thank you.
That is good. Good to hear. Did you have a good weekend?
It was all right.
Yeah.
Nothing too special. The rain was a little bit of a damper, but outside of that, no pun intended. Outside of that was good.
Yeah.
So glad the Red Wings won yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And doing it in a shutout fashion with a 3-0 win over Vegas, that was great. Saturday night you had the shenanigans with the Pistons game, and when I say shenanigans, I mean the officiating, and Bickerstaff's reaction afterwards, which was fantastic to see.
Sure was.
Michigan fans are thrilled with a 3-game win streak after a 3-game losing streak, and they look like a viable team now. A little salty because of the seeding, which I totally understand. We got the Big Ten being upset that Indiana's not in. North Carolina is. The damn the ACC with the just getting the blue bloods in because blue bloods got to be there, and there's a lot going on, Doug.
Yep.
And the women's hockey yesterday. Yeah. I got texted pictures from my niece who was at the game and with her cousin, and that place looked packed. I mean,
pretty cool.
14,000 people in an arena that seats 19, and it looked pretty good and impressive.
Yep.
As they're trying to land one of the franchises in that league. Detroit's one of the 4 cities or so, however many they have, that they're vying for that. And I mean, when you set the attendance record, I think maybe
it's good showing.
Might be a leaning towards Detroit getting that.
Good showing. Kang, have a good weekend. Anything exciting?
No, just got some stuff done. Trying to plan a birthday party for the youngest, and well, not me really. The wife is. I'm just watching it happen.
Yeah.
But
you're the support staff.
Yeah, I'm the driver.
When's the birthday?
It's in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Okay.
Something like that. Right. You got to get this thing rolling, man.
Yeah.
We're a little behind. Made a lot of trips this weekend.
You haven't
Joanne Fabrics, Party City, all before they close.
You haven't reserved your spot at the trampoline place.
Yeah, right. No, yeah. All that stuff.
Yeah.
It is, man. You need to hire someone for this stuff nowadays.
Yeah.
Let's forget wedding planning. Just kids'
birthday party planning.
Did you get the clown or no?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Gator, I like you dislike the clown. They're also on my list.
Thank you. What about petting zoo?
I'm pretty sure kids don't like clowns either.
Kids don't like clowns, but
yeah. Do you have a theme for the birthday
yes,
party?
It is. It's princess, and I'm not allowed because I'm a boy, and my daughter said you can't come. This is the one that doesn't like.
I was going to say this must be the younger one.
Yeah,
she literally said you can't come.
Yeah.
I mean, the abuse you're taking from this 5-year-old girl or 4-year-old girl.
She'll be 4.
I mean,
she's
I
vicious,
feel for you, man.
She is vicious.
Dude, these are direct shots at me daily.
Yeah.
Daily.
It's going to wear at you, and at some point, you're going to check out.
You know how I just did the mystery reader for the older one?
Yeah.
I know I can't do it for her. She'll be pissed if I showed up. She'd be like, "Where's mom?"
Right, exactly. Mom, you're doing the mystery reader.
She'll walk out.
Yeah, for people who aren't familiar with this, Kang's youngest daughter, and this cracks me up because, I mean, you talk about trolling at an early age. Kang's youngest daughter, when he says to her, "I love you," she looks him square in the face and says, "I love mommy."
Savage.
That is some cold-blooded stuff out of a 3-year-old. And now she says you can't go to her birthday party.
It's for princesses only.
Does that mean you got to dress up like a prince?
I told her that, and she's like, "No, this is for girls only." So,
all right, so you're out.
Yeah, well, or that, or I show up as Ariel. I don't know.
Well, wait a sec. You said it's like 3 weeks, so is this like a Final Four Saturday?
I don't even know. Oh my god!
And you're out.
I gotta look this up. Hold on, I gotta look this up.
Hold on, and you're out.
Yeah.
If you're
this
out,
might be worth it then.
Gotta go.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with you, honey.
I am out.
All right. Good luck.
I mean, what a free Saturday night at home.
I'm going to have to respect your opinion. I'm showing you that men can respect women here.
Tell the wife. Hey, I'm following the directive.
Right. I tried.
Can't say I don't listen.
You know, I'm here in spirit. And even then, she doesn't want my spirit. So, wow. I feel for Ken. I mean, I thought there was always a bond, a daddy-daughter bond.
And clearly there is
he
no.
was-
Yeah.
the
One
whole
out of two
idea-
ain't bad.
Yeah, he was like girl dad. He was all about the girl dad dynamic, and now, yeah, you got one of them that just outwardly despises you.
Sorry, buddy.
He'll survive.
I'm looking at future considerations. She's on the block.
You're relegated to the garage. Like you have to be around. You can't leave. The wife won't let you leave. But you have to be in the proximity. So it's like, but you also can't be in the house.
You're going to end up. You know what you're going to end up? You're going to end up on cleanup duty.
Yeah,
This is what it's going to be.
100%.
Is,
Yeah.
Just cleanup duty.
He's going to want to clean up ahead of time, like to get ahead of it, like guys do. No, not allowed in the room.
All right, so March Madness, the brackets are out. Michigan and Michigan State in the same region, the South, which is also known as Auburn's region. Gator, I take umbrage to the way you characterized my description of said region.
What are you talking about?
You said that I called Auburn a pushover.
That's what I heard.
I did not call Auburn a pushover.
That's what you said, I think.
I
Pretty much.
You think incorrectly.
Well, I might be, just putting in my own words there, but that's the vibe you were giving off.
So what it is about Auburn, if I look at the 1 seeds, and I've said this for a couple of weeks, if I look at the 1 seeds,
Auburn's a dog, is what
the
you said.
1 seed that I thought was most vulnerable to a performance that could get them bounced was Auburn. If you've watched their and look, I mean, I'm not expecting a ton of people watched Auburn basketball, but their losses to Texas A&M and Alabama, I think they made it harder on themselves by shot hunting, not taking great shots, and guys were going to get theirs instead of. And look, Bruce Pearl is obviously recruited very well. He's put together a hell of a team. In terms of talent, but there were times where I thought they desperately needed, hey, they got to run a set play for their best player here, and that's not what they were getting. And I'm like, okay, it could be just a bad day. But if they're vulnerable to having bad days, and they have lost 3 of 4, I've been saying it for a while here that Auburn was the 1 seed that I think was most vulnerable, but they're incredibly talented. Hell, they're the number 1 overall seed.
No, you said pushover.
I did not say pushover, but both Michigan and Michigan State happen to get in this bracket, so I guess we're going to find out, huh?
I mean, they'll be lucky to get past Louisville.
Okay. Well, actually,
or Creighton.
If they get Louisville, they play Louisville in Kentucky.
And
if I were an Auburn
there's
fan,
a favorite Auburn.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
So we're the number 1 overall seed, and our second game might be against a team that is playing 1 hour from their campus. Hey, that's awesome. So anyway, look, I think they're, as a 1 seed, I mean, look, going into this thing, I'm just all on board with Florida and Houston. 2 1 seeds, make it at San Antonio and playing on Monday night. I'm all about those 2 teams. And they've impressed me the most. But nonetheless, let's get into Michigan and Michigan State, where they landed, what they have ahead of them. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Let's get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who impressed you this weekend? And you say, bravo, sir, or ma'am. And who do you want to call out? 248-539-9797 to get those in. We'll get into the brackets for Michigan and Michigan State. Got some questions for Wolverine and Spartan fans as it's St. Brackets Day here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra to really stand out. And that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping your grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy, they'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so Michigan State, a Big Ten regular season champ. They got a 2 seed going into March Madness. Some griping about Michigan seed, and I get it, but this goes back to the absurdity of the way the NCAA works. I don't know how many people caught this, but the tournament chair was being interviewed like 3 o'clock. I think it was on CBS, 3 o'clock on Saturday. I'm going to paraphrase what he said at that time. They asked him how the seeding process was going, and he said something along the lines of, well, we've been working on them. We got lines 1 through 9 done, and we're going to get 10 and 11 here done soon. Okay? Lines 1 through 9 were done midway through the day Saturday. Yes. If you are wondering why Michigan's on the 5 line, if the line was done before they played Maryland in the Big Ten semifinal game. So, I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, this does happen every year. Every single year, there is this, well, apparently that conference tournament result didn't matter, and this conference tournament result didn't matter, and people MF the committee. But if you look at the way it is set up, let's say you start moving teams around at 5:40 on Sunday night when the brackets come out at 6. Every time you move one team, you have to move others. Every time you see how this impacts one matchup, you see how it impacts others. And the next thing you know, you got a team that's playing on Dayton on Wednesday, playing on San Diego on Thursday. Like you can't do it without it having a domino effect on all the other matchups. And it really does shift things around. So if you sit there and you go, well, they just beat Purdue, they just beat Maryland, they just beat Wisconsin, or they're behind all those teams, and they swept Wisconsin. Wisconsin's a 3, Michigan's a 5. And you go, how does that happen? Well, it's because the brackets are put together before the resumes are done. Leave it to the NCAA, which also in football starts their offseason before the regular season is over. There's so much backwards about college sports.
I don't understand it.
Well, here's what it is. It's TV. It's all a TV show. The Big Ten tournament is the lead-in game, and CBS loves it because they get big ratings, and they carry the audience over, and everybody watches their bracket reveal over ESPN. Yes, Mr. Anderson, you have a question.
Yes. I recognize it's a TV deal, and if Big Ten's going to be the lead-in for it, why not have contingency plans based on what the results are of the Big Ten championship game? I'll sit back and listen to your response.
I think it goes back to what I just said. If you start moving teams around, you can't have a contingency for all of the championship games. You can't get it done. I don't think you'd have time to get it done for everything. Everybody that gets crowned the SEC is earlier in the day. There's other conferences. Yes, Scott.
Why not have the games played earlier, or Selection Sunday a little bit later?
It makes tons of sense.
Okay.
100%.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
that
no,
and sense.
So look, I feel like this happens every year. Now I'm going to say this. I don't think you spend a lot of time bitching about it or worrying about it because this is sort of the reaction to the brackets. But it's my opinion that the teams and the fan bases and the coaches that worry about this make themselves more vulnerable to being one and done. Michigan's whole world and Michigan State's whole world, the whole world isn't about being in Auburn's bracket. It isn't about being where you have to travel.
The pushover, by the way.
Not a pushover. Michigan's whole world should be UCSD, and Michigan State's whole world should be Bryant. And that's all that matters is one game. One game.
Yeah, once you get to this point, I mean, you can argue about it, or if you want to say whine about it, or cry about it, or complain, or whatever the case is. And Lord knows Michigan State's been in that position in the past as well.
Yep.
It doesn't do you any good.
Doesn't do you any good.
You don't waste any energy on that. Move forward. And
well,
I think Michigan's doing the right. At least Dusty May said the right thing. Hey, we'll use it. We'll put the energy, in the edge, or whatever it was he said, and then prepare for San Diego, which they need to, and they should, because you see San Diego's going to come flying around the court because they score a lot of points and they take a lot of threes, and Michigan's got to be ready for that.
Yeah, and like you said, if you channel that and then say, hey, you can play the disrespect card, go for it. But if you're not focused in and as locked in as you can possibly be on your opponent, and for Michigan, it's UCSD, and for Michigan State, it's Bryant, those teams can beat you. I know it doesn't seem like you don't even consider it, but it's not like March Madness, you get a free pass either. A lot of teams have talent. Now, some of these will have no shot at winning the whole thing, but many of them have a shot of winning a game. And if you show a vulnerability and they start feeding on themselves and the building gets behind the underdog and you start to panic and you realize that you're about to be the meme, you're about to be the March Madness meme, that can impact kids. That can impact 20-year-old kids playing in a game with a ton of pressure where it's one and done. And I don't want to be the meme. I don't want to end up the crying face during one shining moment and all this stuff that people have seen in the past. And so Michigan's whole world is UCSD, and Izzo and company's whole world is MSU or is Bryant. Now, Izzo's got a pretty damn good March track record, not the last few years, but he's got plenty of experience on how to take a team on a deep run. He can sell the hell out of we're going to take Bryant seriously and then never forget what happened against Middle Tennessee. And Dusty May has got experience taking Florida Atlantic to a Final Four as a 9 seed where they beat a 2 or 3, I think it beat a 2 or 3, a 4 and a 5 to get there. So, and that was just a couple years ago. These coaches have some familiarity, and Dusty has some experience. It's recent, and Izzo's got a ton of experience to get the most out of their teams Thursday and Friday. And you know, again, is it worth focusing on? Probably not. The now that the brackets are out, lock in, don't bitch about it, and win one game. Go 1-0 this Thursday or Friday. Simply put. And all those arguments that people want to make about, you know, whether or not you got screwed, there's some validity to them. I was listening to 2 national shows where I heard, boy, did Michigan get screwed. Yeah, well, it's nothing new. It happens this every year this time where conference tournament results don't seem to impact the bottom line for teams. Maybe if you're on the bubble, it can affect you. Indiana and Ohio State getting left out and North Carolina getting in. Mm-hmm. You don't like that, huh?
Well, I don't like that a team that has one quad 1 win. Yeah. They're 1-12, North Carolina. They're 1-12.
So
in the quad 1 games, and yet they find themselves in.
There's a subtle thing because the tournament director's North Carolina's athletic director. And he has to leave the room when North Carolina is being discussed.
Sure.
However, here's how he directly impacts that process. You sit down as a tournament director. He's aware of North Carolina's resume. And I guess they are really strong in quad 2, and they're really strong in a metric called wins above bubble. And all he has to do to influence the room is when they're talking about other teams. Right. You emphasize, actually, you're really good in quad 2, and their wins above bubble is great, and these are very important metrics. Oh, their wins above bubble is excellent. Oh, their wins above bubble sucks. And if you're emphasizing the right metrics until you're asked to leave the room, your influence echoes when your team is discussed. Because if you're on the committee and your school comes up, you are asked to leave the room.
Well, there was this, which I found really interesting, that it's on Twitter. Matt Stick from ESPN, one of the researchers, says, according to the committee, North Carolina was officially the last team in the field. On the latest bracket matrix that featured 111 bracketologists, West Virginia was in all 111. Indiana was in 90. Texas was in 50. Xavier was in 30. North Carolina was in 27 of the 111 compared to Indiana being in 90. Yet North Carolina gets the nod.
Yep.
Awesome.
Well, and I kind of did it jokingly because I know how you feel about math. When we talked about the metrics that are used, more got added this year. And we've heard the term KenPom and we've heard the term NET rankings, but there's also the Torvik, the Kevin Pauga index.
Pauga.
There's wins above bubble. There's all these things, and some of them are new. And all of these things play a role.
I had a friend of mine text me yesterday a question. Can you explain to me this net rankings that supposedly the committee is using and why Michigan State would be 11 behind Maryland and Iowa State and Texas Tech? My response was, I cannot. Because it just gets so convoluted with all of these different, resources and metrics that all these bracketologists go into, and why this school is here, why this school is there. But, there is the eyeball test. I'm not a huge fan of the quad thing, but it might be the best thing they have going. Quad win lets you know, like, these are good teams.
Yep.
And when you're 1-12 against the good teams, you don't belong in there over other teams that have not just several, but 5 or more quad wins.
Yep.
Quad 1 wins. That's not easy to say. That'll be the end of my bitching about North Carolina. Obviously, Carolina's in because they're Carolina.
Yeah, but Indiana got left out, and they could get
it.
it.
Indiana has been left out 7 of the last 9 years.
I guess, but you can make the case that they are. I mean, they're one of the blue bloods right there with North Carolina.
But when they failed because they would win 13, 14 games in the season, have a losing record, and you can't do that. North Carolina ended up with, 22 wins or something?
Yeah, I mean, the team that has the biggest gripe is West Virginia, but...
Doug, when North Carolina's athletic director left the room, did he leave the door open a little bit?
No, he didn't, but he did threaten tariffs. He did do that, so.
Don't start. All right, Champ and Chump votes coming up. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your Champ and Chump votes, and we'll get into the specific matchups for Michigan and Michigan State. St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, got the winter blues? Need a spark to get you through this? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need, because the deals on a 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. You can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included, and these are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV, it comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive. All help your winter drive go smooth. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. And believe me, that these low payments, these Blazer EVs will be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, but they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
Brian Bush on the call as Michigan beat Wisconsin yesterday. Did an incredible job on John Tonje, who went 1 for 14 from the floor.
He didn't do that against Michigan State.
No, he did not. And that's a sign of how talented he is. Because Michigan State certainly pays attention on the defensive end. When somebody goes for 30 against Michigan State, you know they have one hell of a game. Watching Michigan's attention to detail and guarding John Tonje between Reuben Jones and Damari Barnett and Roddy Gale, they did an incredible job. And really, he and Max Klesmit is such a talented player as well, but they really clamped down on a day where they weren't great offensively. They missed a lot of shots close to the rim. But for them, I'll just say this about Michigan and going to Indy and winning the Big Ten tournament. What's most important is they got on the court and they found once again the best version of themselves. Like, it was cool to win the games, but they have been struggling mightily on both ends of the floor leading into this, and we documented it. And so I'm watching the Purdue game, and I'm going, okay, winning this game is important because they get another chance to play and all that. But the most important thing late in the Purdue game was they found the best version of themselves, and they apparently, rekindled whatever it was with that time off they had during the week. The double bye helped. And then the same thing against Maryland. Sure, you want to win the game, but they're still playing well. Yesterday, they weren't as good offensively, but they played great on the defensive end. And finding that version of themselves was important. Michigan State found it weeks ago, and they blew through an incredibly tough portion of the schedule, which looks like a March Madness run. And Michigan beat 3 teams all seated ahead of them this past weekend. So both teams are in a good spot going into the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan's defense yesterday was stifling, was smothering, and it's what they needed. And, just a quick glance at this matchup against UC San Diego. Mm-hmm. This is a team that likes to jack up 3-point shots, and they're led by a 6'6" guard. They got 2 guys in the team that really score. They don't have size, and so that means the guard play is going to have to be better for Michigan because the Twin Towers underneath. I guess it shuts down the lane if guys are going to try to drive the lane, but the outside shot's what you have to worry about. I did find an interesting statistical comparison here, Doug.
Okay. A statistical comparison. Okay. Looking at UC San Diego, on the season, they averaged 10.8 3-point shots made per game, and they averaged 29.6 attempts. I thought, wow, that's a lot. And I got curious. And I went back and looked at Loyola Marymount from that 1989-90 season. The Hank Gathers collapsing, Bo Kimball, closing his eyes, the whole thing. Steamer, Jeff Fryer.
Yep, all those guys, right?
Scored 149 points against Michigan in March Madness.
That team averaged fewer 3-point made field goals and far fewer 3-point attempts. Almost 7 fewer attempts per game from 3, but only 1 fewer made from 3. I thought that was interesting because that team was incredible to watch. They were just volume shooting. It wasn't just 3-point shooting. They averaged 88 field goals a game shooting.
It's incredible.
They took 88 shots a game that year.
You get into pace of play. UCSD, I mean, their big players, Aniwa Tate Jones. His first name is Aniwa, and his last name is Tate Jones, hyphenated. He's the Big West Player of the Year. He's from Skywalker? New Zealand.
Oh, that was Anakin. Sorry.
It's quite all right. They've won 15 in a row. They are 30-4. Now, their big win is Utah State.
There it is.
That's their big win. So they haven't played really anybody, but they don't turn it over. And look, UCSD is a team that can beat you if you don't show up. They have all the makings of a team that can beat you if you don't show up. We'll get into that in more detail. Let's get to Champ and Chump and get to some of your votes. 248-539-9797. My champ is Dusty May, as I mentioned for the reasons above or moments ago. Yes, it's important to win and it's cool to win, but they re-tapped into something that they had lost for the better part of a month before going into March Madness. So Dusty May, champ of the weekend.
I like Champ this week because there are so many you can go with.
Yep.
Usually is the case. I think it's great. I went with Peter Mrazek. I wasn't thrilled that was part of the trade that they made. And he's 2-1 since they acquired him. In fact, yesterday he stopped all 18 shots that he faced against the Vegas Golden Knights, notching his second win in his second stint with the Wings, giving a much-deserved lift of confidence heading into the final 15 games of the regular season. So congratulations, Peter Mrazek and the Detroit Red Wings.
Yeah, we try to have different chumps, but we both agree this week. The chump is the NBA officiating for Saturday night.
When I'm watching the game and, everything shuts down for a second, they're assessing fouls on teams, and then they're calling a technical foul. It wasn't even a technical foul yet. The shooter is at the line. They hand him the official hands him the ball. The official wearing number 45 hands him the basketball before the Pistons have even lined up, like seconds before anybody's lined up. And Cade Cunningham simply says, hey, as I think Malik Beasley takes the ball out of the guy's hand, kind of lays it up, and what are we doing? We're not shooting free throws yet. Nobody's here. And then Cade points out to the official, hey, you got to wait for us to get here. The official didn't like that. What are you, showing me up? You can't do that. And then he teed him up. And Cade's like, what? What are you talking about? Cade Cunningham had not had a technical foul in his career until earlier last week. And then gets teed up again and ejected from the game. Because that's what we want to see as fans. Who wants to see Cade Cunningham? He doesn't deserve to be on the floor if he's going to be barking at an official during a stoppage in play. It was ridiculous. And then you hear afterwards, J.B. Bickerstaff going off. It's like 90 seconds of fury against the officiating while keeping it classy, by the way. Like, he wasn't throwing F-bombs or stuff, but he was upset, thought that the officials were disrespecting the Pistons, or at least didn't show the Pistons respect, and couldn't disagree with him. Could not disagree with him at all. I was looking forward to seeing that if there was an exchange after the game, which there was, and then the cameras quickly cut out. I'm like, why are you cutting out? This is what we want to see. I want to see JB going at it with these guys and gal.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this a lot and we're going to play JB's rant after the game because I think it was so well executed and so well timed. It's a well you can't go too often. You have to pick and choose it loses its impact. I think this was great. And we'll get into it in more detail. We both agree on our chump. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Get your votes in. Here they come from Jamie. Champ, the Red Wings, great game yesterday. Chump, the selection committee, Michigan 5, Wisconsin 3, North Carolina getting in, West Virginia getting snubbed, 14 SEC teams in, just all around bad. Mark in Huron Township, let's talk Pistons, man. JB was fired up. He's starting to realize how disrespected this city is for every sport. Welcome to Detroit, JB. Well, look, the disrespect, when it manifests itself in a way, actually on the field of play, or in this case, the court, then we have a conversation. I don't care about media coverage or what people say about you. Like the Shaq stuff last week doesn't really bother me. It's just really more of a commentary on Shaq than it is about our city or our team. But when it manifests itself on the court, it matters. So, Mark, you're right. Bob writes in, champ of the weekend is Lewis Hamilton's dad for accompanying a rival driver who was devastated after crashing out of his first Formula One race. Wow. Jumps of the weekend, the refs in the OKC Piston game. Champ, Michigan, especially the way they were playing before the Big Ten tournament. Chump, 10 p.m. tip-off times when you're playing in Cleveland. That's from Mark in Grand Rapids. How do you feel about the 10 p.m. tip-off time?
Yeah, not real thrilled, but it's a Friday night, so.
Right.
No, I don't like it. I don't like it Thursday night with Michigan. And yeah, not a fan of living here in the Midwest and Eastern time zone. You got to do that.
It's Carson Anderson. More of your Champ and Chump votes. Open line calls. Get them in. We'll talk more about the brackets at Michigan and Michigan State. Coming up, it is 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and that benefits you. Because they specialize, Michigan Auto Law has recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. If you do your research, you'll see it's the truth about Michigan Auto Law over any other law firm in the state. They're nationally recognized for winning truck accident cases, and they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of basketball talk today with the brackets being revealed. You got Pistons, a compelling game over the weekend against Oklahoma City. They hung in there, had to overcome, they tried to overcome Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And some sketchy officiating and Cade getting tossed. And we'll get into it in depth here on the Carson Anderson program as we go to Ben on a Sally on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ben.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, can my champ and chump be the NBA? And on both sides, I was at that game, and first of all, the brand of basketball, I haven't been a fan of the NBA. I used to have season tickets, but I just thought they were soft and all the love after the game and all that. But after watching those two teams, it was a phenomenal game. The players are very classy. We were down on the floor, and before the game, their interaction with the kids, I thought it was just a tremendous defensive game, but clean. I mean, they were playing. They took Cade, off the ball. He couldn't get anything going. They were swiping the ball at him. But on the other hand, so all that being said, I'm a huge fan. I know all the players now. I mean, I'm in. I'll watch them. But what that ref did and how I've never been to any game, college, high school, pros, where an official actually made mistakes and then he doubled down on his mistakes by lashing back out at, first it was kind of like the players and the coach, but then the fans. I mean, I've never been in an arena where, you hear them boo the refs or the umpires, but I mean, they were like, you blank, you blank. And I mean, he was just like, and his two partners, the one woman who did a really good job, were trying to talk with him and calm him down, but he just lost all control. And I don't know if Gator said it. I think you said it. When you have a superstar like that, I'm thinking Curry or LeBron, and they're upset, you would normally see a ref go to him, talk to him, hey, blah, 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 don't do this to me. But, I mean, they just took him out of the game.
I mean, it was ridiculous because first of all, Cade was in the right by pointing out, don't give him the basketball yet. We're not here yet. And all he has to do is walk up to Cade, get close to him and say, you're right. My bad. I'm sorry. Well, let's move on here and accept it. But they don't do that. And this jackass thinks it's all about him. I'm going to take control of the game right now. I'm not going to let this happen. Not up in here. Not on my watch. You're out of the game. You just ejected one of the most exciting players in basketball because he pointed out something that you did wrong.
Plus, Gator, on that thing they called, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I never really got it clear, but it was a play where Cade was driving to the hoop and Dort slipped on his leg and fell down. So they called it like a violent foul or some kind of foul. Right. And then they reviewed it and they said he didn't do it. So now, the ball's at the Pistons' end, and then obviously if they're in the bonus, they go back down to shoot the two free throws because they're in the bonus, but they just give them the ball. They don't line anybody up for it's going to be in play once he misses, if it's a one-on-one or whatever, and then the technicals ensued. So they it's almost like they didn't know what was going on, and I'm talking about the refs.
You've got three of them there. It's not. I put it all on this one guy because he's the guy who was barking and doing the damage. But the other two have to have a say in this and say, hey, what are you doing? Relax. But clearly that guy was unhinged.
248-539-9797. Yep, and we'll play before the show is done. JB Bickerstaff's rant because it is great. It is great, and it was strategic, well timed, and I think it could have an impact. Gator, we said we get more into the March Madness bracket. We've talked a little bit about Michigan's draw with UCSD, and there's much more to say on that. Michigan State gets Bryant. Now, Bryant is coached by Phil Martelli Jr. Tom Izzo said yesterday that he and Martelli actually spoke recently, and Phil Martelli Sr.
It was, the senior.
Yeah,
okay.
And it's a senior kind of say, hey, my son's coaching a team, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you can give him some words of advice going into March. And Izzo said, no, I can't do that. We might end up playing him, joking around. And, of course, they end up playing him. But champion of the American East, it's funny because, over the last couple of weeks, you throw the TV on and you've got sort of random games from these conference championship games, and I saw them play Maine. And there's two things. First out, they got out to a big lead, and well, it wasn't a big lead, but they got out to a big enough lead that I kind of stopped paying attention. Now I wish I had watched the whole thing very closely. But this is a possession team, and by that I mean they are going to maximize possessions. They average 75.5 possessions a game, which is top 5 in college basketball. They run up and down the floor. Probably not the greatest team defensively. The numbers don't appear that way, but they're a pace of play team that really, really ups. They're going to run. They're going to run, and they've got a sharpshooter, Raphael Pinson, a 6'6" shooting guard who's over 40% from three. And they got a guy in Earl Timberlake who was a McDonald's All-American watch list player who played at Miami and Missouri before transferring there. So he's a high D1 player. And one of those guys that trickled down ended up at a place like Bryant. You know, I don't think Michigan State is particularly vulnerable here unless they overlook them. But this is where history matters. Because of Middle Tennessee in a 215 upset years ago, Izzo can tell that story over and over and over to get his guys making sure that they don't take Bryant lightly.
Yeah, I hope that they don't. Just take care of business. Hammer them early. Hammer them in the second half. Get your reserves, and let's move on to the next matchup. You should smoke this team. There's no question about it. But, yeah, Michigan State has overlooked teams in the past, and it's bit them. They've lost in the first round, and it's brutal when that happens. They've got a pretty good basketball team here. This is a team where there is a star emerging in Jace Richardson, but beyond Jace Richardson, that really doesn't have a star player. They've got guys that have had talent that maybe hasn't quite been realized yet. They got other guys at various stages of it. I like how Cohen Carr's growth from year 1 to year 2. Jackson Kohler has grown. Jaden Akins provides his senior leadership. These guys have been through it and they know it. So hopefully they can handle that. You look at the schedule. First of all, the name Bryant. Have you ever heard of Bryant prior to this year?
Yeah.
Had you?
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's all right, man. I apologize. I feel.
You go deep into.
Well, you get to this
all
point
the
of
schools
year.
from Rhode Island. You're quite familiar with.
No, you get into this time of year where you discover. If it weren't for college basketball, I never would have heard of Elon. Right? There's schools like Bryant, Elon.
He's a pretty big deal.
No, the university.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Looking at the schedule for Bryant, I think I put it on my show sheet. It's
Belmont's one that I only know. Sorry.
It's a veritable who's who. Who are they?
Right.
Dean College.
Dean, was that their opener?
That was their opener.
So Dean, that takes you down the wormhole. Is there really that's what I'd never heard of.
Dean College. It's mixed between teams you've never heard of and then teams you only hear of because they're from the crap conferences that get into the tournament, like Siena or Buffalo, Delaware, Stonehill. Never heard of Stonehill. St. Bonaventure, Tennessee State, Chattanooga, Drexel, Brown, Vermont State, Johnson.
What was the last one?
Vermont State, Johnson.
To differentiate them from Vermont
State,
Jackson.
What's I don't even know what the capital of Vermont is. Again, is it Montpelier?
Yeah. Vermont State Johnson.
Yeah.
Is there a Vermont State Willie?
There probably is.
I was trying to think of names that could double as an appendage.
They beat NJIT. That's
New Jersey
Institute of Technology. Late in the season, too, by the way. I mean, these teams, this is who's on their schedule. I mean, it is what it is. And yet they were 23-11, but they won their tournament, and there they go. So, or won their conference anyway. So, congratulations to them. But they can't take them. Michigan State can't take them lightly because they've been burned too many times. If I'm Izzo, you're playing a reel of the games in the past that have haunted you in the tournament. Don't let this be you. Don't let this be you. You show the ultra highs they have at the end of a season, going into the tournament, and then show the ultimate lows.
So all the big favorites, of course, are thinking the same way. Don't let it be you. Don't take them lightly. But it happens every year.
It happens to
somebody.
Well, it's happened with more regularity lately. Before number 1 seeds would never lose.
Yeah.
And then Virginia lost, right? And now you see number 1 seeds. It still doesn't happen all that often, but it has happened in like the last 10 years. I think we've had a few number 1 seeds go down in the first round against a 16. So State's a number 2 seed this year. We certainly have seen the 15 take down a 2. Don't let it be you.
You do the
Do not let it be
you do that all the time. You say it all the time. and you get a school like Kentucky, and Kentucky loses to St. Peter's in the 2022 March Madness and lost to Oakland University last year. One and done to St. Peter's and Oakland in 2 of the last 3 years.
Well, they got outclassed last year.
They got
Golkied.
Golkied is what they got. But anyway, yeah, you can say all the time, don't let it be you, and you don't want to be that meme. And it does. Kang's right. It happens every single year. I mean, it happened to Virginia, famously to UMBC, another school you only know about because of March Madness. And they then come back the next year and win the national championship. So you can also channel that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Morning Champ and Chump Votes coming up here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Following Selection Sunday, brackets are the talk of the town, especially with Michigan and Michigan State in the same region this year, and they could meet in the Elite Eight. The Wolverines will take the floor first on Thursday night against the Tritons of San Diego. Michigan is a 3-point favorite for the game. MSU as a 2-seed, 17-point favorites over the Bryant Bulldogs on Friday night. Tom Izzo sized up his team before a 27th straight trip to the dance. MSU would play the winner of Marquette and New Mexico if they advance. Also, white-knuckle time for the Tigers players on the roster bubble. They'll continue trimming it this week as they're about a week away from their final exhibitions out in California, where they will start the season. Jace Young and Sean Gunther were optioned to AAA this morning. Playing today in Lakeland will be Justin Henry Malloy, Spencer Torkelson, Ryan Kreidler, and Trey Sweeney, who are vying for spots. Tork will actually try his hand at right field today against the Pirates. Another record NFL deal in free agency. Houston All-Pro corner Derek Stingley Jr. getting $89 million guaranteed on a 3-year deal. The $30 million base makes him the highest-paid defensive back in league history. And the Pistons would love to end their 2-game losing skid tonight as they take the floor in New Orleans. The Pels, one of 2 teams already eliminated from the playoffs. They've lost 6 of 7. Tip time just after 8 o'clock, the call right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is a Bracket Monday. It is St. Patrick's Day. We call it St. Brackets Day. And Michigan and Michigan State, both making March Madness, both in the same region, opposite sides of the bracket. They can meet in the regional final. Michigan State, they're probably, I mean, look, you got to, like I said, your whole world should be one opponent. We can do a lot of looking ahead for possible matchups, but as far as Michigan State and Michigan are concerned, Michigan's whole world should be UC San Diego. If you can't beat them, you probably don't deserve to make a deep run. It is not an easy draw, but so what? Take care of business. If you are worthy of making a deep run, you beat a team like UC San Diego, even though they are tricky. Michigan State takes on a Bryant team that plays high-paced basketball. They're one of the leaders in the country in terms of number of possessions per game. They shoot it quick. They get up and down the floor. Spartans' biggest roadblock to getting that regional final is probably a pretty damn good Iowa State team. Michigan's on Auburn's side of the bracket. I'd love to see Michigan get a crack at Auburn because I've been talking about Auburn's vulnerability, and I think they do it to themselves. I think they make themselves vulnerable. But they would have to get past a Texas A&M team that if they beat UCSD, they play a Texas A&M team that beat Auburn just a couple of weeks ago. So,
I mean, it sounds like Texas A&M should be the number 1 seed in that region.
You are overstating what I said about Auburn.
I mean, it's amazing the disrespect you're giving to Auburn.
When you saw Michigan State was in Auburn's bracket, did you say yes?
Yes.
Because of what I said, or because you wanted to make fun of me?
Yeah.
Okay, both.
Yes. 100%. As soon as I saw that, like I got a text from my cousin saying, a nice seed, and I hadn't seen it yet because I wasn't watching the show. I was, I think, watching the end of the Tigers prospect game, which was awesome. And I went back and looked at it and said, oh, Auburn, maybe they're in. Of course, they're in Auburn's region. Okay, great, number 2 seed, fair enough. Oh, Michigan's in there too. Interesting. And then I immediately thought to your comments. Saying what a joke Auburn is as a basketball program.
People are going to take you seriously. I never said that.
They have no business being a number 1 seed in anybody's region, let alone the South. But, of course, that's where they're going to be. That you had said maybe like a 6 or a 7 seed. All right, you didn't say that. But, yeah, I look, is Auburn vulnerable because they've shown the ability to lose? Of course. It's what your eyes have seen lately. Right?
This is 100% true.
Exactly.
But you're watching these teams with a critical eye. I wouldn't want to be in Houston or Florida's bracket. Now, is Duke vulnerable because of the Cooper flag uncertainty?
He's supposed to play this week.
He's supposed to play.
And when
if he had a bone sticking out of the side of his leg, they'd say, we think he's going to play.
Well, they didn't seem to need him to win the ACC tournament, right?
No, they didn't.
So that's, you know why, Doug? It's because Duke is Duke.
Duke is Duke.
Because you lose the best player in the country for a little bit. It's okay. They've got 8 guys they recruited to be the best player in the country. So it doesn't seem to matter for them. I think there's lots of teams that'll go into this tournament feeling pretty good about themselves. Even though Michigan State lost to Wisconsin on Saturday, you could see Izzo's reaction after they couldn't get the shot off at the end.
Right.
Like there was an initial, he was pissed, and then he just kind of smiled like, all right, let's get ready for the tournament. Because that's what you got to do.
Yep.
The fact that they won 8 games in a row to end the season or whatever and beat some really good teams, that gives them a good feeling. Michigan should feel great about themselves. You know, knocking off Purdue and Maryland and Wisconsin in consecutive days is pretty impressive. Good for them. You know, it wasn't that long ago that we were talking about Michigan and Michigan State being these undefeated teams in the Big Ten and being great. Then Michigan ran in some hard times, but they finished up great. So they're going to feel good about themselves. Lots of teams will.
Dude,
maybe Auburn doesn't right now.
When they went to Indianapolis, Michigan, I'm talking about here. Well, hold on. I do want to ask something specific to the Michigan fans and the Michigan State fans. Pick the one guy that needs to play great for you. Who needs to play great for you? If I tell you he's going to play great, you think, then we're making a run. Who's the one guy? Now, it's weird for Michigan State because Michigan State has an array of players that have stepped up and played for them. But if you had to pick one, who would you pick?
So that's different than an X factor.
Yes.
So your best players have to be your best players. I think Chase Young has to be that special player.
Chase Richardson?
Chase Richardson has to be that special player.
Got to get better. Spartans need good play from third base.
Please, God, be better than Chase Young at third base. Chase Richardson has got to be that guy, right? Now there's all this talk, top 15 pick, lottery pick in the NBA. All right, if he's going to leave on a bang. Go out and have yourself a tournament. Go have a Dwayne Wade-like season. Do it. You know, because that's the kind of, you've got that potential. Go ahead and do it. Show it off. And, you know, that's the guy I expect will be the star for Michigan State. Not the X factor, but he's got to be the standard. Lead by example.
248-539-9797. Spartan fans, Wolverine fans, who's the one guy that you think has to play great for your team for them to make a deep run? You went with Chase Richardson for Michigan State. For Michigan, it feels like it's Trey Donaldson, man. He got his mojo back and got his swagger back. Well, looked way more comfortable.
The final play against Maryland, that's impressive.
Yeah, and then, you know, Dusty talked about after the game, in that situation when you get a handoff and you're on the full sprint and you've got clock ticking down 3-2-1, the goal of the defense is to make you change directions. If they can make you make a right or left turn, you're done. Your momentum's gone. You're either taking a prayer of a long shot or you're giving up the basketball where your pass is leading directly to the shot, right? It's not like if you have to change directions in that situation, your pass, the next thing that's going to happen is whoever receives the pass is going to shoot it. And you're making a split-second decision, and they didn't make him. They tried to make him change directions, and he just blew past it.
No, it was like, I mean, I could give 2 different sports analogies. I already went with Chase Young accidentally. But it's like watching Jahmyr Gibbs just take off and split defenders. Or it's like watching Connor McDavid skate. Just next thing you know, he's right past it. He just splits the defenders, and he's in alone on the goal. That's how fast he was. And taking it all the way. I mean, by the time Maryland realized what was going on, it's too late.
248-539-9797 to get into that. Champ and Chump votes still rolling in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Champ of the weekend was MSU hockey, backstopped by Trey Augustine. They have arguably the best team in the country all year. Chump of the weekend is rainy days in March.
So you watched the Michigan State Notre Dame hockey game.
I did. 0-0 affair much of the way.
So that I didn't watch it. I totally forgot it was on. I figured I was watching obviously something else. I think Pistons that night. Getting started for the Pistons. By the time I flipped it over, the game was over. The hockey goaltending matchup, was that just one of these things where both goalies stood on their head?
The shots at one point were like 45-17 in favor of Michigan State. But yeah, Augustine was good. Notre Dame's Say was good for them. I feel like he's been there forever. I do want to say it's one of my favorite names in hockey, Shouty. Champ is Peter Mrazek. He looked really relaxed and confident in net, giving the Wings a chance. Chump, NBA officiating, god awful. Champ, JB for obvious reasons. Chump, NBA refs for obvious reasons. Champ, Dusty May got the most out of his team at the right time. Yep, man, they got to carry it over. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get continue talking brackets. If you missed JB Bickerstaff's rant, we'll play it for you today at 11:50. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Borzillo of ESPN just picked every single March Madness first round game. Actually, every single game.
So he filled out a bracket, Doug?
Yes. Well, he picked them with scores.
Oh.
Yeah. So we got some finals from the South region. Michigan State 86, Bryant 63. And
it's It's a comfortable win.
UC San Diego 70, Michigan 68.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Second round, Michigan State 70, Marquette 65.
A little tighter than I want it to be.
Meanwhile, on the other side, UC San Diego 71, Texas 70. He's going with the Tritons to be the March Madness Cinderella.
Texas or Texas A&M?
He's going with UCSD. Sorry, they beat Texas A&M 71-70. Sweet 16, Michigan State 69, Iowa State 67.
Oh, my. Not a close one.
Sweet 16, Auburn 83, UC San Diego 69. Setting up.
Here we go, Auburn.
Michigan
number
State.
1 and number 2 seeds. Here we go. The pushover Auburn.
Auburn 76, Michigan State 73. This is probably
I
what's
don't
going to
like that.
happen. That focused in on Auburn way too early, being a vulnerable 1 seed, and now they're probably.
Everyone's going to hate you. Every step along the way that Auburn wins, people are going to curse you, Doug Karsh.
And they're going to come up to me and they're going to say, "You called them a pushover." And I'm going to say, "No.
I've been
Gator
against
said-
them every game.
Gator said, I said they were a pushover. I said they were the one that was vulnerable. Now, Duke's vulnerable too because of Cooper Flagg, if he slowed it all by that. Although it didn't look like they needed him in the
I don't know.
ACC tournament.
It's still Duke.
It is still Duke. Champ and Chump votes brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet continue to roll in. Michigan and Michigan State fans were asking you, what do you who's the guy? Who's the guy that's got to play great for you? David Troy says, I'm going to champ Dusty May and the Michigan basketball team. What a turnaround. And he got them to regroup after 3 bad losses to win the Big Ten tournament. So embarrassing. They also did MSU a disservice by putting them in the same region as the number 1 overall seed. I think he means chump. We missed his chump vote there. I think he's talking about the brackets. But, yeah, I mean, when you put 2 teams, it's hard when you have mega conferences. They used to try and avoid conference matchups in March Madness. But now with the mega conferences, it's virtually impossible. Anthony in Mail Truck says, Champ JB Bickerstaff, love the passion he's showing. Definitely just showed his guys a wall to run through. Chump, officials in the NBA, the agenda is being shown. And as a Piston fan, I don't like it.
So interesting when you use the word wall, because every time the word wall is used with the Pistons, you start thinking of the former coach. With
Van
Stan
Gundy, who
Van
said
Gundy.
they were up 1 late in the game, called a timeout. They had a camera in there live. He called the team over. It was a short timeout, and he said, we're going to build a effing wall.
That's right.
Which was a great.
And we loved it. Fans loved it. They got on board with Stan Van Gundy and unfortunately fizzled out with Stan Van Gundy. But this Piston team is different. They are on the way up as opposed to plateauing or on the way down. They've got a lot of young talent on this team, and this feels like a galvanizing moment. And this is a moment that, I mean, you talked about it being the perfect timing of it.
Really good.
14 games left in the season, I think. And, you know, this team is, they're destined to be good down the road. And the quicker, the better. We're all for it, right? I think it was a sellout crowd on Saturday night. I thought I heard last week during the broadcast that they expect most of the games the rest of the way to be sellouts before the playoffs start. So get in on it now. I'm curious to see, okay, what's next for the Pistons? Because they were fired up after that game. And that coach gave a fired up, you know, not speech, but he offered up his opinions after the game where he was fired up. I think the fan base is behind JB Bickerstaff. They were before this, but now they hear that even more so. And we haven't even played it yet.
Yeah, we're going to play it at 11:50 because it's great. It is really, really good. Regarding which player needs to be great for Michigan fans, here's what we're seeing. Trey Donaldson, Michigan goes as he goes. Wolf and Golden will be fine, but Donaldson is a straw that stirs the drink for Michigan. He really is, and he looked lost for the better part of a month. I mean, these things, whether it was that or just the shot wasn't going in, I always feel bad for point guards in this sense. So often when an offense fails to execute, they end up with the basketball in their hands and the shot clock dwindling down. And so they're the ones that are being told, go get a bucket. And it's a tough job. It's a tough job. And if you're elite, great. If you're just really, really good and teams know this, it gets really, really tough. But yeah, Donaldson put it together in Indianapolis, and that is useful going into March Madness. From Darren, Trey Donaldson is the barometer of this team. From Nate in a work truck, Kohler, Richardson, and Holloman need to be locked in for Michigan State to make a deep run. Well, obviously, he didn't give us one player. He gave us 3. Here's an unnamed texter, kind of disagrees with you. He says, look, Jace is consistently good. It needs to be Akins, who's the one guy that needs to be great. He's already counting on Jace being really good.
Well, right, but I mean, this is different than an X factor or somebody else stepping up.
Right.
I think he has to be. Jace Richardson needs to be your best player. He's got to be the guy everybody else accounts for, so it frees up other people.
From an unnamed texter, Jace Richardson can't play big-time NBA defense yet. He doesn't appear to be as good a defender, but that could change with coaching over time.
Well, I hope he stays. I don't think he will, but I hope he stays at Michigan State.
Yeah, he's
for
showing up
year.
in the top 10 of mock drafts right now, for what it's worth. But this is the NIL world, man. Everything's changing.
This is true.
I mean, they're talking about, I think it's probably fantasy, but they're talking about Duke trying to put together a package to keep Cooper Flagg. Which, look, as a fan of just sports in general, I liked college basketball more when you got to know the players over the course of years. If NIL's trickle-down effect includes keeping players in college, I think that's great for the college game, and I don't think it's terrible for the NBA either. The NBA can wait. They're going to get their hands on a player eventually.
So if I understand this, the way that it works out timeline-wise, the player like Cooper Flagg, who is, if he enters the draft, to be number 1, he'll know what the draft order is before he has to declare. Is that correct?
That's a good question. And that's an important question.
It's very important.
Leave it to college basketball or college sports to screw up the timeline, which is what they do all the time.
Exactly. I hope they don't in this case, because that's kind of like...
Yeah. I think the
Pistons have no say in this, so I think it's borderline awesome right now. Now, of course, if it happened to the Pistons where they have the number 1 pick and the player's like, I'm going back to school, you'd be pissed about it.
Yep.
But, if it ends up being...
Yeah.
And I think he can declare
you
after
have to declare
that
within 60 days before the draft.
Ooh.
Yep.
Then maybe not.
And remember, they don't know the order until the lottery, and the lottery is usually during the first round of the playoffs. We're going to have to do some commercial time looking at the calendar to see. Next text. For Michigan State, it has to be Kohler. He creates another dimension for this team. He owns the boards, plays outside as well. If he's going well, the team is going well. That's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. Richardson will play great regardless. He's incredibly efficient for his usage. Holloman is the one that has to play great as the only other player on the team who can consistently shoot from the outside and is MSU's best perimeter defender. From an unnamed texter, for Michigan State, it has to be Kohler. He creates another dimension to the team and can own the boards. Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. Chump, the canoe who teed up Cade, champ the Wolverines. 248-539-9797. Did you find it?
Yeah. Sadly, you have to declare before that, I believe.
Before the draft lottery?
If you're saying 60 days before, the draft lottery will be May 12th.
Okay.
So if you're saying you have to have it 60 days before the draft?
Yeah, it's not going to be 60 days then.
No, the draft is June 25th.
I remember when Zion Williamson had declared. And remember, he was waiting and watching the lottery, and whoever got the number 1 pick was going to draft Zion, and he was just watching it in the crowd with the other.
That's right.
Some of the other ones. Remember?
Yeah, because they celebrated, and the ticket office immediately got like 20,000 phone calls. Yeah, so
they knew he was available.
Now he might have declared before the deadline. I'm sure.
Yes.
So you did.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So and then.
But does that make sense? Should a player have that information? Who's got the first pick?
So I think they have to declare by the 26th of April. That's the NBA early entry deadline. I'm assuming that means for the players.
That's the 60 days. Yeah, and then so you don't
April
know who's got the
26th,
number 1 pick.
Timelines,
man.
I was really hoping that the college kids would have an advantage over the NBA, but the NBA is too smart.
I'm turning into, in a weird way, because I've been very critical of college football in the setup where the offseason starts before the regular season is even done, which is absurd because we literally had players leaving teams trying to make national championship runs because they had to find their next destination because the offseason had started. That's a messed up timeline. the fact that brackets have to be done, and the committee admits as much, that they're done before conference tournaments even played semifinal games, is a messed up timeline. And not having all the information before you get a chance to declare for the draft, is a messed up timeline. I'm becoming a fan, Gator, of logical timelines. Give me some logical timelines.
Give me something that makes sense.
Yeah. So many of them are messed up. JB Bickerstaff's rant at 11:50. More of your college basketball thoughts. Michigan and Michigan State fans. Who's the guy? Who's the guy that has to play great for your team? Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Check out these March deals. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 31st. Monday, St. Patrick's Day is suboptimal. I mean, if you're going to be dedicated, and some of you out there are, good for you. Congratulations.
Used to be dedicated.
There was a time, Gator.
I feel like this is, and maybe it's just because I'm not involved with St. Patrick's Day as much anymore like it used to be. But has it calmed down over the years?
No,
if it's during the week,
but you and the people around you have calmed down.
I think that's entirely possible.
I will say that maybe the absolute sloppiest broadcast we have ever had was from a St. Patrick's Day remote.
Yeah, well, which one?
I was about to say, but I'm not sure if it was the one like in Lake Orion or the one in Novi.
I remember both of those, yeah.
But you get out there and you're doing a talk show, And doing a talk show in a bar can be a challenge. And we're going to do it later this week. It's more restaurant, bar, sports bar, Twin Peaks. But on a day like St. Patrick's Day where people are smashed at 9:30 in the morning when you come walking in, and
the bar is packed to capacity.
And here's what's funny is so we'll like be on the air and someone will come up and start talking to you invariably, like every 5 minutes. They're hammered. They have no idea what's going on.
Hey.
And they start asking us questions. We're wearing headphones, so you can barely hear them if you can hear them at all. Meanwhile, you're trying to focus on what's going out through the speakers more so than what the person in front of you is saying. And so then they clearly have finished talking and they're looking at you for an answer. And there's two things. One, I have no idea what you asked me. And two is if I answer you, it goes out over the air. So if I say Diana Nyad, like answer his question, whatever it is, and everyone's going, why did Doug just mention Diana Nyad?
Yeah, that's
but
random.
it has nothing. Because
as random as it gets now.
But people come up and ask you random questions. I wonder what the question would be where the answer is Diana Nyad. Who was a swimmer that tried to swim from Florida to Cuba? Wasn't that what she
It was a movie, right?
I don't know. It was a while ago. Anyway, nothing like a modern day reference, Doug. Way to go.
Well, you already said Paris Steamer earlier today and Jeff Fryer.
So. You brought up Loyola Marymount.
I thought it was interesting.
Well, it is.
It didn't get stat of the day sounder interesting, but I thought it was interesting.
So it clearly wasn't. But anyway, so some of the sloppiest remotes we've ever done have been on St. Patrick's Day. And I will say it's more than a little bit of a relief that we are in studio today.
I'm opposed to that.
Yeah, Gator, I don't think it's calming down ever. There will always be 22-year-olds, my friend.
This is true. This is very, very, very true. Yeah.
I'm going to drive home today, and I'm going to drive by some bars, and I guarantee you they're going to be full.
I did one up by your place, Kang.
We were on off of M59.
Yeah, Utica, someplace up there.
That's one of the, I think, 2 shows that we've done together in my life that I was late to because I could not find the bar for the life of me.
Is that right?
Yeah. But eventually got there. I remember that one. Mm-hmm. I've had some incidents on St. Patrick's Day.
You have a history?
Well, there have been some strange things that have happened. Yeah. I remember when I was a freshman in college at Central Michigan, the 1 year I was there, the waiting outside the bar to get in, which I had no business. I was 18. I wasn't turning 19 until a week after that. And I'm waiting outside to get into the bar, and there's a snowstorm. And ends up being, while we're waiting, because we all waited like an hour and a half outside, there were like 3 or 4 inches of snow that had fallen in that hour and a half. It was crazy. So by the time everybody walks in, the snow melts, and the whole front of the bar was just flooded. I remember in 2007, I remember this distinctly because I had a friend of mine was getting married that night, and it was St. Patrick's Day, and I'm driving home from the show. You and I just started doing the show together, and I get hit by a car at a cross section in Royal Oak.
Crosswalk?
What is this? No, my car got hit by another car.
Oh, okay.
Car ran a red light and hit my car. I don't know how it hit me. I was second in line. There was a car in front of me. This car ran a red light so bad and way well after it turned red. Fortunately, I was okay. The driver was okay, but it was a female driver, a young girl, like 22 years old, and I don't even know if she was in her 20s. And her boyfriend's in the passenger seat and just starts yelling at her. And it's not helping.
No,
she's crying the whole situation. Yeah, St. Patrick's Day has not been great to me over the years.
I had the weirdest St. Patrick's Day story. We had some friends in Flushing, Michigan.
Oh, Flushing.
And it was a Saturday. And I remember it was March Madness. It was a Saturday, and it was the second round of the NCAA tournament. And the friends and my wife were running in like a 5K St. Patrick's Day run.
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't. Because I'm like, I'm going to the bar and I'm watching games. And so I go to watch this race start, and I'm standing like near the start, and they randomly say, we need somebody to start everybody. Somebody come up on this ladder. And then the guy just goes, you. And he points at me. He goes, come on up here. He gives me like 2 flags, like a checkered flag and a green Irish. And he's like, all right. And we got 3, 2, 1. And I wave the flags and everybody runs. And I'm like, I just started this race. Why did I get randomly picked to be the star? So I started this Flushing 5K. And then I walked to a bar and watched March Madness games.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
And they all met me there afterwards.
Happy birthday to Eli Zarrett today. He's the same. Yeah,
Eli.
It's my birthday. Who knew? Happy birthday to me.
That's great.
Outstanding.
God, love Eli. Absolutely love Eli. Mentor. Yeah, mentor. And so this brings me back to the annual question. If I'm going to do something, I'm sure, because I always do, and it's Guinness.
You're gonna
people
give it a shot
love
today?
Guinness. People love Guinness. And I think parts of my taste, I don't know if I'm going to do it today, but I might. My tastes are evolving. And so I always go back to people love this beer. And I've never liked it. And I get excited when I read about people just worship and think Guinness is so great. And I'll go back to the well again like every 2-3 years. And I always take a sip and I go in with high hopes. And I'm like, maybe my tastes have changed. I'm maturing, Gator. My palate is maturing.
Yeah.
And then I take a drink and I go, nope.
Not going to happen.
Not maturing at all. I still have an immature palate.
Have you had Boddingtons? Just like a blonde version of that?
I don't think so, but I'm willing to try. I just want
Maybe
some.
try a Boddingtons.
Yeah.
And see if that works for you.
I just need I need some evidence that I'm maturing. That's probably not happening.
Well, you'll still give it a shot.
Do you like Guinness?
I do, but it's a very short haul beer for me. It's not high in alcohol. It's a different, it's a different viscosity to it. I love the whole cascading effect of it. Watching, the bubbles and all that.
When
and
it gets poured.
I love it. That to me is awesome. And yeah, I enjoy a Guinness once in a while. I have a couple a year.
Yeah.
It's not a go-to for me, but occasionally I get a hankering for a Guinness.
So,
like doing do a shot of Jameson and chase it with some Guinness.
Meanwhile, there is
Couple shots.
Absolute instant hangover from an Irish car bomb. I don't think I have ever recovered well from Irish car bombs. If I have an Irish car bomb, the next day is going to be a mess.
And that's just dropping a shot of Jameson in the Guinness. Is that what that is?
Yeah, and then slamming it.
Yeah, I'd rather just do the shot and then sip the beer.
Yeah. Look, it's the type of thing that I think it's a kind of a
What's a chugging thing?
It's a coming of age sort of. A lot of people. I remember when I first was introduced to these things. I'm like, these are great, and I think I probably had a really good buzz that day, but. Next day, I did not recover well.
No?
No. And then I proceeded to like the next 10 times.
Something tells me that there was more that went on than just the one.
Oh, I'm sure.
The one drink.
It's part of a sesh, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a show up, I'm going to have one of these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the green beer aspect. I want nothing to do with green beer.
Yeah. It's totally psychological, but yes.
I think it's fun when you're in your 20s. And then you get older and you're like, I just want a regular beer. And in fact, not even draft. Just give me a bottle of something. I don't want any green remnants in there, and I don't want to see it the next day. And
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob in Ortonville. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm on my way to my annual St. Patrick's Day golf tournament at Metamora Golf and Country Club.
Nice.
We do it every year.
Nice.
Yep, we do a pot of gold. But, Doug, I agree with you, man. Every year on St. Patrick's Day, I try again. And every year, I go, why did I even waste that money?
It doesn't.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I like a lot of different beers. I like IPAs. I like a lot of different beers. But Guinness, every year I'll have one, and I'm like, nope. I'll see you next year, Guinness.
It's funny. You don't sound like you're as upset about it as I am. I wish I liked Guinness. I want to like Guinness.
My buddies went over to Ireland and they did the whole Guinness pouring, and they're like pros or whatever, and they drink it like it's God's gift to earth. And every year I have one, and every year I'm like, all right, I'll see you next year, buddy.
All right. Well, good luck in the golf tournament today, Bob.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for listening. 248-539-9797.
Have you guys ever had a bear fight?
Uh-oh.
Kenny just alerted me to this. I actually have him tell you instead.
Yeah, a bear fight.
It's an Irish car bomb.
immediately followed by a Jaeger bomb.
Oh, no.
Not recommended for your average folk here.
Absolutely not. I have. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. I've sworn off Jaeger. I don't need to do any more shots of Jaeger in my life. I made that proclamation, I think, at the age of 32.
Sure, but before 32, you had a bear fight, and guess not, right?
No. In fact, I haven't done many of the bombs, if you will, where you're dropping the shots, and I don't do a whole lot of that. So, yeah, no.
Yeah, that sounds.
Doug, you?
No, I've never done it, and I'm pretty sure I never will, based upon the description. It depends how much I hate myself on a given day. If I'm totally wallowing in self-loathing, I may try it and just say, what the hell?
So Jaeger bomb it's dropping Jaeger, but in what kind of beer are you dropping the Jaeger? It's not Guinness, right? Oh, it is Guinness? Jaeger and Guinness. So you're doing 2 pints of Guinness, or maybe not a pint, but probably a pint.
Well, it's probably a
close enough anyway. That's a lot. I
You don't have to do the whole pint. Like, you can make a smaller glass and make it happen. Spoiler alert: the bear wins. By the way.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think results are the same, right?
Yeah.
Human versus bear.
Self-loathing.
Yeah, you're coming out on the losing end.
Yeah, nobody's going to win that fight.
All right, JB Bickerstaff.
Other than the bear.
God, I don't know how strategic this was.
Speaking of bears.
But this was epic. Saturday night after the game. You got to hear it. We'll play it for you today at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, everyone's Irish today at Twin Peaks. The best week of the year kicks off today. Hit up your favorite lodge for at least checking out the costume party. Today's the last day. Enjoy the awesome drink specials on your favorites like green tea shots, Jameson, Irish mules, and more. But the party doesn't stop there. Tuesday night, the Madison Heights location is celebrating their 10-year anniversary. You heard right. A decade of eats, drinks, and scenic views. What better way to celebrate than with an in-store photo shoot for your Miss Twin Peaks contestants? Your favorite Twin Peaks girls decked out in their lingerie and bikinis, competing for the crown of Miss Madison Heights. In-store DJ, raffles and prizes, Coors Light draft specials, and the best atmosphere in town. And did I say it's the best week? I did, because games start tomorrow, Wednesday, and then Thursday it kicks off as the college basketball takes center stage. We will be broadcasting live at the Madison Heights Twin Peaks locations Thursday and Friday to kick it all off. They're opening the door at 10 a.m. to get the party started off right. It gets even better. Everyone that comes in Thursday and Friday has a chance to win a 98-inch TV, courtesy of ABC Warehouse. Who has it better than us? Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Spent a lot of time talking about March Madness so far today on the program on this St. Brackets Day 2025. Michigan and Michigan State both in it, and there's still more to say about them. We'll revisit their first-round matchups, their seedings, et cetera, et cetera. Champ and Chump every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in at 248-539-9797. We're also asking Wolverine and Spartan fans, pick the one guy that needs to play great. Who's the one guy that needs to play great? Obviously, college basketball has center stage on a day like today and over the next couple of days. Pistons played Oklahoma City on Saturday night, one of the best teams in the NBA. And it was a frustrating game, which included technicals, and Gator went over. We kind of ran down the timeline of how Pistons kind of got screwed and Cade got thrown out of the game. And I actually liked the way the Pistons played for much of the game. But after the game, J.B. Bickerstaff was asked, the question was, what do you say to your guys after a game like this? And here's what he said. And he got up and he walked away.
Crumpled up the paper. Here's the stat line. Let's throw this away.
Okay, so look, I'm a fan of coaches that are mostly calm. I'm a fan of coaches that don't seem surprised by anything. I'm a fan of coaches that focus on the what's next, not what just happened. They'll correct what just happened, but they'll quickly move on because that's the way you get the most out of your team. I think having like this rudder, this steady, confident rudder that's not prone to wild emotional swings as a coach for a young team is incredibly important. There are coaches that have been like this in the past that I've really loved and respected. One of them was Jim Caldwell, who I thought was a great Monday through Saturday coach.
He was.
But with all that said, because I think J.B. Bickerstaff has checked a lot of the boxes for a young team. I also love it when that guy loses it, because when that guy loses it, it actually means something. If you blow a fuse constantly, if this is part of your regular repertoire, whether it be in post-game press conferences or during games, two things. One is people don't take you seriously, and two, you wear people down, including your own team. So I think this is such a perfectly played card at a critical point in the season when this team is battling for seeding, that I think a young team also is more likely to follow their coach's lead, whatever tone he sets. The tone he sets is, we're sick of getting screwed over. Now, I've held my voice. I haven't said anything, but here we have a young and up-and-coming team. that people want to watch, and this is the way the league treats us, on a night where, yeah, they treated him that way. I am such a fan of this move at this time, and I think it is so well played. And I look, slogans and just putting a catchphrase on something doesn't work unless there's meaning behind it. This, to me, sets up a very authentically well-earned Detroit versus everybody late season push.
I think 100% you're right on that. I think it's interesting the comparison you make with Caldwell, because I think the fans are like, there was one time when Jim Caldwell should have said something, where he should have blown up, and he didn't do it. That was that game against Seattle. You know, the Calvin Johnson play, the ball gets tipped out of the end zone deliberately.
Illegal bat, and
they don't challenge. They don't, badger the officials enough where the officials should recognize that's against the rules, and it cost them. And that's where he needed to step up and be that guy. Then there's a comparison against the other Jim Leland, who famously, like a week into the season, after a very lackluster effort against, I believe it was the Cleveland Indians at the time, lost it on his team, and was very demonstrative and loud in the post game press conference in his office, and that set the tone, right? But that's a veteran coach, a veteran skipper that needed to get the attention of players right away. Mm-hmm. This team that Bickerstaff has, they've built things up. They've gotten better. And I think I agree with you 100%. Now was the time to do this. You had this is the game that presented the opportunity too. I mean, if they don't have that exchange of with Cade Cunningham and the official, this probably doesn't happen. I mean, if they don't review that play like he wanted them to review the play, and there's no technicals afterwards, there's nothing. But there were. This did set things up. It set it up beautifully. Put it right up on a tee for J.B. Bickerstaff, and he had a grand slam with it. Well, I should say it looks like it could be a grand slam. How the Pistons react to that will tell us if it was. But I think it's a pretty tight-knit group. And the group sees that the head coach has their back in a way where it's obvious that they need to have the back. And you say it's a legitimate and a genuine Detroit versus everybody feel. Absolutely. Pistons do things differently. This is not the typical NBA team that's going to launch 50 3-pointers in a game and live and die by the three. That's not it. Yeah, they make their fair share of 3-pointers, but it's a high percentage. It's not a high volume. And they play differently. They play defense. They play physical. They get in your face. And some of these guys don't like it. And apparently the officials don't like it. But damn it, this is how they're going to play. That's Detroit basketball.
I'm happy. I'm happy with this turn of events. And I kind of feel like this team is going to react positively to this. So, look out New Orleans tonight. But, this to me is the well-played card at the right time by a coach that, Gator, seasons are so long. You'd like to think that every night you're going out and you're inspired to empty the tank and do everything you can to win for your team, your fan base, your city. But it's repetitive and it's long, and there are resets along the way. I got a hunch here that this stretch run for the Pistons, which includes a bunch of winnable games here. I have to bring the schedule up in front of me.
Yeah, starting tonight.
Yeah, and a bunch of winnable games. They're going to get on a roll and take that roll into some late season huge games. They got Oklahoma City again. These two games against Milwaukee at the end could be absolutely massive. So, still just a game and a half out of the 4 seed. In some ways, I was thinking maybe the 6 seed would be better, because do I think they can beat the Knicks? Yeah, I think they can beat the Knicks. And that sets them against Boston instead of having to play the top-seeded Cleveland team. And they beat Boston. I'm probably wrong. Yeah, I'm probably wrong on that. But I still think you strive to be the highest seed you can be. I'll make lemonade out of lemons if they finish up as the 6th seed. But I love what J.B. Bickerstaff did there, and that's why he's making a run for Champ of the Weekend and why NBA refs are making a run for Chump of the Weekend. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your Pistons reaction next. 97.1 The Ticket. Your family deserves the best water. Contact CGC Water and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. With warmer weather and melting snow, make sure your basement is dry, right? Save 10% now on a new Zoller sump pump from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. A lot of March Madness talk to open the show. We've shifted the gears a little bit and talked about J.B. Bickerstaff's rant, which I think it just was. I think the tone was perfect. I love where this has happened in the season. I think the Pistons are going to respond to this. I think the league is probably going to respond with a fine, but whatever. I think it's totally worth it. And I think it creates a very authentic Detroit versus everybody card that can be played. You can come up with cool slogans and you can try and inspire yourself through catchy phrases. But when something's behind it and something can be used as real authentic sign of disrespect, and in their world, the way they were treated by the officials Saturday night was total disrespect.
Well, that's the way they took it. I like it. Go ahead, take it, cultivate that chip, shine it up real nice, put it on that shoulder and go into it. And it's legitimate. It is legitimate. I think that, that this team has faced a lot of physical matchups lately, and if they're not getting the calls they feel like they deserve, coach has to speak out it because enough is enough. You don't want to go into the playoffs and be this timid team that just you're taking it, right? You got to stand up for yourselves. The team stands up for themselves, and now the coach is doing it too, and that gives the team even more confidence that the guy that leads this team is going to be there for him. I like it a lot.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line call. Zach is in Bloomfield Hills and next here on 97.1. Hello, Zach.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So just wanted to call in. This kind of gave me the perfect timing here with the Bickerstaff rant. I love it. We'll start out by saying haven't watched more than 2 quarters straight of NBA basketball, and this season this is the exact reason. I can't stand it. And you're watching a young team who has grit, has something to play for, cares about every game, has something to prove. Being the worst on paper last year, and you have these teams, and OKC is a perfect example. I'm sick of watching SGA do 2 crossovers and drive, get fouled, and just watch them shoot free throws. And the officiating is so soft, and that's why I'm more into college basketball, really, because a lot of these players care more. But I think that game and the officiating is just a perfect example of just how horrible of a product the NBA has become. And I'm exactly like Bickerstaff. I want to slam my fists on the desk when I'm watching these games because it's unwatchable. I mean, and this team's so good, and they have a lot to prove, and they can improve, but yeah, it's just a perfect example of how horrible of a product the NBA has become.
I mean, there are things about every league and every sport that I've been critical of and talk about. I don't know that the NBA is a, quote, horrible product and unwatchable, which is the number one takeaway from your call. I mean, I get that you were praising the Pistons here a little bit, but you really wanted to hammer home how much you disliked watching NBA basketball. If that was the point of your call, mission accomplished. It's a very difficult game to officiate. And I think asking that the rules be applied correctly is not too big a ask. Asking that something gets reviewed is not that big a deal.
Well, how about grow some thicker skin if you're the officials? I'm sorry that a player on the court had to point out to you that really poor etiquette to hand a basketball to the free throw shooter before the defensive players have even lined up onto the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the lane. I mean, that's ridiculous. And then to be petty about it?
Oh, he was
Come
petty.
on, man. That's just weak. It's, I've gone off on the umpires since we've started doing a show. You know my feelings on Angel Hernandez and others when the umpires make themselves the star of the show. Nobody came out there to see the umpires. It's the same thing with the NBA officials. Nobody came out there to see you. That's not the case. Grow some thicker skin, man. I don't understand it.
And this is like a big picture thing, too, for Bickerstaff. He knows this. Like, if you've watched the Pistons last few years, I know a lot have tuned out, but if you were the ones that were watching, the Pistons weren't getting respect. They just weren't. And part of that is because they didn't deserve it. They weren't a good team. But they had to overcome so many things to be where they are now. And one of those things is getting respect back from the league and from the refs. And Bickerstaff, this isn't just about, over the weekend. This is, hey, they're going to make, they're a playoff team, people. They're going to be in the playoffs, and they're going to need some calls every now and then. And they have a legit superstar on the cusp here in Cade Cunningham, and he needs to get calls. Guys like Isaiah Stewart play physical brand of basketball, which this league is not used to, and Bickerstaff mentioned in his cut. Hey, man, get over it. Get ready for it. He knows how they play, so I think he's angling for, listen, we deserve some respect. We need some calls. So I love what he did, and this is a future play. This is, hey, I'm putting this out there so we can get some calls moving forward, not necessarily what happened Saturday night, even though Saturday night was ridiculous.
I think that this is a point in time that we will look at and maybe be discussing down the road. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. We do it every Monday, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Who do you think should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Text coming in from Josh and Warren. This is what the Pistons have been missing for years. Monty Williams didn't even show half the energy as a coach.
I showed less than that. Monty Williams was that was a mistake. And it was a mistake Tom Gores paid for. Owned up to it, and really my God that he paid for it by buying him out of the rest of the contract. And he should have bought him out of the rest of the contract. Well, I don't know if he should have bought him out, but needed to make a change at the coaching position for sure, and I'm glad they did.
Michigan needs Danny Wolf to step up. Michigan State needs Richardson to play well. Talking about who's the guy.
Well, Wolf had been very good offensively up until the game yesterday, but he made a play when they needed it.
Yep. And he was turning it over at such a high rate at the end of the regular season. I use the term, is Michigan irreparably broken? And they weren't. And credit Dusty May and credit this team for finding that sweet spot of getting back to the best version of themselves. It's an interesting group because I don't know that, do they have the type of team that if they get on a run and make a deep tournament run, it's a stunner? No. They also have the kind of first-round matchup that they better be careful or they're going to be that meme. But they picked a really good time to find that best version of themselves. AJ in Wixom writes in, you can't be John Tortorella as a coach. When you blow up, the reaction you get then is, here we go again. I love JB's reaction, and it just shows this team is driven by passion, and he cares every night.
Yeah, you can't do it every time. You can't go to the well every week. Just can't do it. I mean, Jim Leland didn't do that, Bickerstaff's timing is impeccable with this.
248-539-9797. Let's get to more of your phone calls and feedback, more of your Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Finding reliable service can be tough, but I had a great experience with Precision Garage Door. See, my garage door needed some repairs, so who do I call? Precision Garage Door. They came out right away, diagnosed the problem, and fixed the problem. That's awesome. That's what you can expect from Precision Garage Door. In fact, they're available weekends at no extra charge. They offer an industry's leading warranty, and you can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for you. You're not beholden to what their window is. They're willing to work with you and what your window of opportunity is. Give them a call today, and right now you can get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value, and the sale ends on March 31st. Plus, mention 97 The Ticket, and they're going to waive your service fee. That is awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and book that appointment today.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Plenty of JB Bickerstaff love this morning here on the Carson Anderson program. I guess into the afternoon here. With the Piston coach just going off on the officiating on Saturday night. Very well-played card at the right time. Let's see how this team reacts. Love to hear from Piston fans at 248-539-9797. March Madness, Michigan and Michigan State, they are in the same region, opposite sides. They could meet up in the Elite Eight for a chance to go to the Final Four. The region, ironically, is Auburn's region. Why is that ironic? Well, I just mentioned a couple weeks ago, and this is before Cooper Flagg got hurt, but I thought Auburn was the number one seed that might make themselves vulnerable. I see a team that is susceptible to hunting shots, to freelancing, to going one-on-one, and when you're really, really super uber talented, it can work against lesser opponents. If you're going up against a good defensive team, and I think both Michigan and Michigan State can play that card. I think they're pluses defensively. It could make Auburn susceptible. I watch them go on a run to the Final Four. But then Cooper Flagg got hurt, and they may be the most susceptible number one. We'll see if it really makes a difference for them. But Michigan State, regular season Big Ten champs. They get Bryant. Bryant coached by Phil Martelli Jr., His dad, of course, was part of Juwan Howard's staff and was also part of that St. Joseph's program that was so good. Izzo and Senior had actually talked recently. Senior had asked if maybe Izzo could talk to Junior about March runs, and Izzo said, yeah, we might end up playing him. Well, sure enough, they did. Bryant out of the American East. Now, you kind of caught me off guard. You knew where Bryant was from.
Rhode Island.
Was this a recent discovery? Did you look it up after you saw that they were playing him? Or
Doug,
did you
please.
Sorry.
Please.
They won the America East. I had that title game on against Maine, and I tuned out quickly as Bryant built a double-digit lead midway through the first half, and it kind of stayed that way. They are a pace of play team, 75.5 possessions a game, top 5 in college basketball. 2 players to be aware of: Raphael Pinson, a 6'6" shooting guard that shoots over 40% from 3, and Earl Timberlake, a McDonald's All-American nominee. He actually played at Missouri and Miami before playing at Bryant.
Any relation to Justin?
Yes.
Good to know.
And by yes, I mean no.
Oh.
They're not related. I guess they could be, I assume.
I think you should say bye when it knocks down some three-pointers or after they've eliminated an opponent.
Yeah, I think he should do that. That's what he should do.
Probably.
There are some reasons to believe they're not related. I guess I can't say for sure that they're not related, but there's some obvious ones that are perhaps self-evident. But
well, for Michigan, it seems like it's going to have to come down to guard play versus their guards. If they could show up with the defensive effort Michigan did against Wisconsin and put that against San Diego, then they got this easily.
Look, I mean, San Diego is one of the best three-point shooting teams in the country. They average 11 threes a game, and Gator tapped into a very raw, probably still raw nerve, a nightmarish memory. They average less threes per game than that Loyola Marymount team did back in the 1990.
89-90.
It was the 89. It was the 90 NCAA tournament.
That's right.
Although in that game, I think Loyola Marymount was something like 33s. It was insane. They scored 149 points. It was one of the craziest games ever. Now, UCSD, their biggest win is Utah State, which tells you a little bit about their veteran team. They got 4 players with over 120 games in their career. They have Eniwa Tate Jones, a New Zealander. He's the Big West Player of the Year. They don't turn it over. If Michigan turns the basketball over, which they are prone to doing, that could be a problem. They will double team you in the post, which means it's got to be you want it to be a decent passing out of the post game for Vlad Golden or Danny Wolf. That can also free up Michigan shooters. But they rediscovered the best version of themselves this weekend. Dusty May has taken a Florida Atlantic team that was a 9 seed to the Final Four. I talked to a coach, actually, that talked about Michigan. This was earlier in the year, and he told me one thing that Michigan has going for them when it comes to March is they are a very difficult, quick turnaround team. In the second game of a March Madness weekend, they would be a tough matchup because teams can't practice what they do with the 4-5 ball screen. They're not as familiar with it as Big Ten opponents become and see how each other defend it. They can try to mimic it and they can try to see what others did. But on that second game of a weekend for a quick turnaround, they could be a problem. But their whole world, I know people are upset about the seeding, and we talked at the beginning of the show how that happens because the brackets are done well before the tournaments are done, the conference tournaments are done. And so, I mean, it was admitted by the tournament chair on Saturday afternoon that they had finished lines 1 through 9 and they were working on 10 and 11. This was before Michigan even played their Big Ten semifinal game. Nonetheless, their whole world should be, how do you beat UCSD and move on from there? Did you find that box score? It sounded like you were.
I did.
What was Loyola from 3 in that game?
They were just better than 50%. 21 out of 40 in the game. They attempted 40 3-point shots out of 89 total shots. They didn't take that many shots in the game over their average per game, but the 40 was well above the 23 typical 3-point shots they take per game.
What was Michigan from 3 in that game?
Michigan was 4 of 13.
It's crazy. And the final score was
in fact 149 to 115. I was going to go all Will Tiemann, but
they scored 115 points
and
lost by 34.
Yeah. That game was so crazy. 65 to 58 at the half. Second half, they really took care of business.
I feel like that was one of those games where, I don't know why we're revisiting this. I guess because you brought up that UCSD makes more threes per game than the Loyola team did. But for people that remember that insane March Madness game, that was one that I think at the beginning of the game, Michigan's attitude was like, okay, let's go. We'll run with you. And then after a while, they realized it was a grave, grave mistake to try and play their game. All right, Gator, I want you to react to the governor of West Virginia has announced action against the NCAA. They are going to pursue their legal options for West Virginia being left out of March Madness.
All right. I get that you're upset that you got left out, and it's clear that North Carolina should not be in the tournament. I get that. But what are you really expecting to happen? I mean, if you want change to happen with the selection committee, okay, that's fine. I can help you advocate for that because I think there should be changes. They shouldn't have the top 10 seeds all set up on Saturday before games are finished on Saturday, let alone Sunday. I agree with it. That's ridiculous. But what are you doing? Where are you expecting this to go? What, you expect the NCAA to, we're sorry, let's give you some money back? That's not going to happen. I mean, where do you expect this to fall eventually? What's the end game?
I don't know. Are they going to get West Virginia to replace North Carolina? Are they going to add another play-in game? What do they expect to happen here? And it has to happen. If they have a goal, it would be like a decision would have to be made immediately.
Right. Oh, we'll look at this right now. We're sorry. Nothing's going to happen. My reaction would be more visceral if they had gone straight to and complained to the Supreme Court, or if they had used the courts. At least they're smart in saying we're appealing to the NCAA because that's who you should. You got a beef with what happened? Appeal to that place. But please God, don't go, to the West Virginia Supreme Court hoping this gets bounced all the way to Washington about this crap. Because it's just, it's a bad move by the NCAA, but, it's not criminal either.
North Carolina in quad one games went 1-12.
1-12.
They beat UCLA on a neutral court. That is their one win. West Virginia went 6-10. It's not like they didn't play anybody. They have quad one wins over Utah, Cincinnati, Iowa State, not only do they Kansas, Arizona, and Gonzaga.
So they played 16 quad one games versus the 13 quad one games that Carolina played.
Yep.
They won 6. Carolina won 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yet, and Carolina's win wasn't even an in-conference quad one win.
Now, there are other measurements. There are other metrics. The NET ranking, North Carolina was 36 and West Virginia was 51. I jokingly brought up to you all the Kevin Bauga and Ken Torpik or whatever his name is, Kevin Torvik, the Torvik ratings, the nine new favorite college basketball term, wins above bubble, all these metrics, and some of them are new.
What's the Hanrahan rating? How are they doing the Hanrahan? The Hanrahan. Hanrahan. Got your composite out here. What we got? Oh, yes, sir. West Virginia, 37. North Carolina, 61. Thanks, Hanrahan.
There's a saying, meet people where they are. I feel like the governor of West Virginia is meeting people where they are. They're irate today, and this is an attempt to get votes in the future.
But at least he's not.
You don't say, Doug. You don't say.
But he's not going over the top. I think he's complaining to the right people. You want to complain to the NCAA? That's exactly where it should go. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere other than perhaps they'll make a change with the selection committee next season. Period.
You went after New Orleans attorney Frank D'Amico for appealing.
That was the play in the NFC
championship game where the Rams went into New Orleans and they had a pass interference that wasn't called.
Something like that.
Yeah. And New Orleans attorney Frank D'Amico filed suit. That's why he made the list of people Gator strongly dislikes. Same thing with the Los Angeles City Council. Weren't they doing something, intervening in a sports?
Probably.
Yeah. We have to revisit this list, by the way, today.
Why?
Because somebody on the list made news.
Oh.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your open line calls here on Carson Anderson. Champ and Chump votes, get him in. 97-1, the ticket. FanDuel is turning up the excitement even higher for college basketball through the first two rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. So how does that work? You look at the 15 line, the 14 line, the 13 line. You get all those teams, and if they are the lowest seed to win on that day, one of those teams, you get your share of $1 million in bonus bets. So take a look at it. Seems like a decent deal. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines, team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today. You can back your dog of the day there. You can get involved in this lowest seed contest. In March, anything can happen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally amongst all eligible winners that pick that seed line. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Got a surprise for Gator coming up today at 105. I don't think you'll want to miss it. 248-539-9797. Open lines, lots to talk about. Mostly basketball today with March Madness and Pistons and a emotional J.B. Bickerstaff after the Pistons got jobbed officiating. He really, really took umbrage. That was taking umbrage. I've had those moments of rage where you can feel it building up and building up and building up, and he exploded midway through that thing. God, it was good. It was really, really good.
Yeah.
Caden, you're at 97.1 the ticket. Hi, Caden.
Hi, how are you doing today?
Great, thank you.
So I was at the game on Saturday, the Pistons game, and I have never heard it that loud in that arena before. I'm 22 years old, and I was one the last time the Pistons won a championship. And to me, that was playoff basketball. Cade got thrown out. I think the ref had money on the game because just the way he started handing out the text was insane.
Well, I'll say this: for the Pistons to not only show a pulse, but a backbone, spine, whatever you want to say, and play as well as they did after Cade got ejected against the best team in the Western Conference, that was impressive. I mean, I know SGA was going off and was going to get his points, but the Pistons answered with points of their own and stops when they needed to keep it close, and they had a real chance. And it unfortunately in the end, it was just it was too much. And yeah, part of that is absolutely referee induced.
100%. And I think JB hyping up the fans, I don't know if they showed that on TV or not, but he was walking there, waving his arms up. I mean, it was something. And then I saw the press conference, and that was better.
Yeah, he was awesome. And you know, to be a guy who pretty much is a rudder and a calm demeanor, to get fired up, it means something when a guy like that goes off. Somebody said you can't be John Tortorella, and he's right. Like, there are coaches that are always in the same, that are raging all the time. Well, it's just a here we go again. And those guys tend to wear you down eventually. The people that they're coaching and the people that they or officiate their games, it doesn't mean anything. But when you're JB Bickerstaff and you do it, I think it means something. 248-539-9797. Nick is in Shelby Township and next. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good, Nick.
Hey, I listened. I've been the biggest Dusty May fan, and I mean, I know people are really knocking on him, but he fixed the ship. And I mean, I was a critic, and I was a fan, and then I criticized him a little bit for the turnovers. Obviously, that's still an issue, I think, going forward. But the way he fixed the ship in the last 3 games was phenomenal. And for Michigan to get a 5 seed, the committee it's a joke. I don't know how you have 6 quad 1 wins, the 4th highest out of any NCAA tournament team, and you're a 5 seed.
It's more than 6.
I don't know what it was, but I know they were 4th highest.
Yeah, they were 4th highest.
6 was West Virginia.
Yeah. Michigan is 12-7 in quad 1 games. Look, they got cold at the wrong time. Well, hold on, check that. The wrong time to get cold is right now. They got cold during the regular season at a bad time, and the way it happened, Nick, is they get the brackets done before the conference tournaments play. It's so bizarre. The NCAA has such strange timelines from they're putting together their postseason bracket before everybody's resumes are finished. That's one. 2 is they start their college football offseason while their season is still going and teams are still competing for a national championship, leading to players leaving teams that are competing for national titles because they got to move on because the offseason has started. These are nonsensical things, but it happens every year, Nick, and it shouldn't be a huge surprise. But hey, you're a Dusty May fan. There's a chance for Dusty May to put a chip on his team's shoulder and say, look at how they treated us. And I think if you dwell on those things too much, it probably comes back to haunt you because they got to show up against UCSD or they could be one and done. That team has the makings of a team that can make a run. What you're saying is correct. It doesn't do any good now. Focus in on this game and try and turn it into a positive as best you can.
Got it. I agree. Thanks.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Gator, there's interesting data that in the last 11 tournaments, a 5 seed or lower has made the Final Four. Every one of the last 11 tournaments. And it speaks to how the unpredictability of this event. And it's because of that unpredictability why, I don't spend a whole ton of time focusing on I mean, if you didn't get in the tournament, you have a lot to complain about. But the seeding, you just got to win the next game. Because the way things fall in front of you, you just never, ever, ever know. And, you got teams that go to the Final Four, Miami, Kansas State in recent years, heck, the Dusty May Florida Atlantic team. You just don't see it coming. Sometimes it's about those matchups. Sometimes it's about getting hot at the right time. But you just never know.
No, and that's what happens when you get this many teams in a tournament. You have to be on top of your game for every game. If you let up, every team has to have that same attitude going into it. So if you're not going to match that attitude, you're going to lose. And we've seen it happen time and time again. It's what makes the tournament great. It's what makes those first Thursday and Friday absolute chaos. And it's fantastic for that. That's the part of the tournament that I like. I think it's part of everybody. I'm not the only one, obviously,
right,
but it's a stupid way to crown a champion. But it can be thrilling, certainly. And when it's the seed that really, the number next to the team is what makes it interesting. Like, you may not have any idea who Davidson is, but if they have a 15 next to their name and they're going against a 2, wow, here we go. That to me is it's the number next to the team that makes things interesting, even if the number is completely mischaracterized.
248-539-9797. A surprise for Gator coming up today at 105.
Am I going to like this surprise?
I think you're going to be mad, and I think you're going to feel a degree of vindication at the same time. 105 for that here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, sun is out. It's cold out, but the sun is out, and there's no snow on the ground anymore, which is good news down here. What it means, though, is that you're going to have to start thinking about that lawn and what you want it to look like this summer. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN, the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you get free grub control, but you've got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Do that. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount, which is awesome. And everyone hates to see crabgrass. And if you see crabgrass, it's too late to fix that problem. You see it in the summer, you're going to be miserable because you should have called Natural Way long before that. That first application is the most important for crabgrass control. Schedule early and call them right now. Natural Way is awesome. They use fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. They also offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they're a locally owned company for over 35 years. It's a company I've used for about a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, Kangs behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. Prize for Gator today at 105. 248-539-9797. Pistons, Oklahoma City. That game and the postgame of J.B. Bickerstaff getting a lot of reaction today as he was hot. Champ and Chump votes rolling in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who impressed you this weekend? And who not so much? Who is your champ? Who is your chump of the weekend? A couple other things we haven't talked about much. On the Tiger front, the news today is that Jace Young is being optioned to AAA. So let me revisit coming into spring. All right, let's see. How are they going to handle third base? Will it be Veerling? Will it be Jace Young? It will be neither, apparently, to open the season, as Veerling is hurt and Jace Young's going to AAA.
Yeah, he wasn't hitting, and though his fielding has improved, according to AJ Hinch, I mean, he's just not hitting. He's got to find the timing, and that they'll bring him up when appropriate, right? So, okay, go prove it. I can't say I'm completely surprised or caught off guard by that, because if you're watching and if paying any attention to spring training, he did look a little lost out there. Finally hit a home run, and he smoked it. But that's like the one highlight he's got. So go ahead, work on the game at AAA and see what's there. Unfortunately, it's the Major League Club we're paying attention to here that starts baseball in less than 2 weeks. And what are they going to do? Now it's a combination of Zach McKinstry, Andy Ibanez, and Javi Baez as your third base options. I suppose, I don't know if Trey Sweeney's in the mix too, or it's just Trey Sweeney. Hey, you're our shortstop, our everyday shortstop. When we need to give you a break, then Javi Baez goes there, whatever. I think it's smart to look at position flexibility with certain players. And with the spring, to this point, Baez and Torkelson have both hit, that's good. That's a positive. So when you hear the reports that, they're going to give Javi Baez a look at center field. Well, the only reason they're doing it is because Parker Meadows is out for a while. And because they really don't want to put Riley Green in center field, because Riley Green has not been able to stay healthy when he's been a center fielder. So I understand that part of it too, because if you're an athlete like a shortstop is, lots of guys transition to center field. I don't know if he can play it or not, but that's what spring training is for. If Javi gets reps at third base, like they say too, that makes all the sense in the world. Being a third baseman, if you lose a step, where do you go? Third base. We've seen that happen. But with Javi, it's about, can you hit? If you can't, then you're not going to. Who knows what they're going to do with Javi Baez if he can't hit? But to this point, he has. And Torkelson, they're saying they're going to give him reps in right field. Why? Because he's hitting. That's why. And they want to see where we can put this bat. Colt Keith has hit this spring. He's playing first base. You already made that move. So, where is Torque going to fit in on this thing? And I think they want to have that right-hand power bat in the lineup as much as they can, as long as they can take advantage of it. So, DH, backup first base, and potentially an extra outfielder if need be. If you get into a late inning situation, you start throwing guys in pinch hit situations, okay, then you got to feel confident that you can put Torkelson out there, and he's not going to be too terrible.
Circling back to Jace Young, AJ Hinch quoted today, Jace was very disappointed. We talked about his camp, and we talked about his ups and downs. He's got some work to do, but we really believe he's going to be back with us at some point, but it's time for us to make a decision to start chipping away at this roster. He doesn't think he was pressing, but it's what it looked like. When you're here competing for a job and trying to make a team, it just doesn't always line up with where you are at. Obviously, his timing was off for almost the entire camp. He didn't make the adjustment timing-wise to make this team. It was tough news to deliver and tougher news for him to take. Now he's going to work, and we will see him soon enough. That from Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News. There's that. There is the Futures game, which took place over the weekend. And on the marquee, Bryce Rayner and Max Clark. Let's start with
Bryce Rayner should be playing shortstop for this team.
Dude, some guys, I'm prone to overreacting, admittedly. I'm prone to overreacting positively. But my God, does he look the part. Bryce Rayner looks like an absolute stud.
Listen,
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. This kid is either 18 or 19 years old, drafted by the Tigers last year, out of high school, went to Westlake Harvard High School in Westlake Village, California, a suburb of Los Angeles. Big kid, 6'3", 6'4". Teams looked at him as a pitcher. I think he was going to go to Auburn, or was it Auburn or Texas? One of the schools that was looking at him, and the Tigers said, yeah, we want to draft you, obviously. Got a great arm, but it's what he did at the plate, which was impressive. Look, it's a rookie league game, basically, against top prospects, but he smoked the ball to the opposite field off the wall in left center field. Was it wind aided? Perhaps a little bit, but the outfielder couldn't catch up to it, make the play, and drove in a run. Then he steps up again a few innings later, bases loaded, and hits a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, 114 miles per hour off of his bat, and into shallow left field for a sharp base hit that drove in a couple of runs. He looked fantastic, and this is the first time he's gotten a chance to play basically since high school. Because he didn't, when he was sent down after they drafted him, they just sent him to Lakeland and said, you're going to basically camp. They didn't have him playing any games in the summer. He didn't play in the fall league. So spring training this year is his first opportunity. That's the first chance he got to put on a uniform. And he comes away with 2 big hits in the game. Looks great. Dog in a position of need.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time before Bryce Rayner comes up, right?
He looked so good. He looked the part.
He did. And he wasn't alone.
No, Max Clark. Dude, Max Clark is something. I think Max Clark, if he lives up to the hype, is going to be such a beloved Detroit Tiger and so hated outside of Detroit.
He's going to be hated outside of Detroit.
He's got the eyewash, man. He's got the swagger. Threw a guy out rounding second.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yep. Threw behind the runner.
Just a bullet. He's got a great arm. He's got great speed. He's poised at the plate. He looked great. Now, again, this is all against
Keep
prospects.
going, Gator. Keep going.
Just prospects against prospects.
Keep going, guys.
It was fun. Josue Briseño.
Yeah.
How about Briseño?
Yeah.
He looked good.
Uh-huh.
Tyron Lorenzo. All the guys got a chance to play yesterday. They're like, good.
It's how many World Series will we win is the question.
Right.
Jaden Hale on the hill. Kevin McGonigal. Let's go. Did you see the forearms of McGonigal?
Dude.
Those are man forearms. And he's 20.
I thought I was overreacting a little.
No, the whole...
And then Gator came along.
The whole last 4 minutes is why we created this segment.
Yeah.
Okay?
Did I take time out of my day to watch that game? You bet your ass I did.
And he feels rewarded for it today, doesn't he?
Oh, man. I do feel rewarded.
We've reached the forearm portion of this segment.
Look at those forearms.
The forearm portion of the segment is brought to you by...
Look at that man's forearms.
I'm looking.
That should be added to the open.
Yeah.
Right?
Curious to see where everything starts off.
Yeah.
Is Rayner going to start at Lakeland? Is he going to be the shortstop at Lakeland, or does he go to a level below that first? I hope he starts at Lakeland. It could be
Dude,
fun.
you're pronouncing the name Detroit wrong. All right.
Be a fast riser, Doug. Real fast riser.
248-539-9797. Let's
Yeah,
go
no
to,
kidding.
Let's go to Marty
I
on
think it's fast
97 on the
rising.
ticket. Hi, Marty.
Hey guys, how you doing? Nice
right.
show today.
Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in. You know, for years, my personal philosophy for baseball has always been, I will take hitters over fielders any day. Now, aside from pitching, which you'll always need, man, those hitters will win you games more than fielders. So, these guys are all major league ball players. They can catch and throw. Sure, some better than others. But if you can hit the ball and score runs, you're going to have a spot in my lineup somewhere. And that's kind of coming true now this spring. You know, they're looking at putting Torkelson maybe in right field, Baez going over to third. If he's hitting, they'll have a spot in my lineup. That's always been my philosophy, hitters over fielders. And I think that's what they're finally looking at now.
Well, I think
What
it's
do
what
you
they're
guys
forced.
think about that?
That's what they're forced to look at now because of injuries. and because
I've always had
Chase
that
Young
philosophy.
Chase Young has failed. I think that's what's happening there. I mean, if Parker Meadows, I mean, look at last year. Parker Meadows wasn't able to hit in spring training or at the beginning of the season. But he was a starting center fielder, but they sent him down because you got to hit. You do have to hit at this level.
Yep.
And
I'll take those hitters every day over the fielders, man.
I'm picking that up. He's yeah. I think there's a time when you can say that, and there's a time when you say, well, we need to have some kind of balance here. You can't completely abandon fielding.
Yeah, I'm not. I see the how to build a team through a different prism than our guy there, but I very much value defense, pitching and defense. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious with Javi Baez, it's a contract thing. If he didn't have this massive contract, he would have been released a year ago.
Yep.
Or would have been bought out or whatever the case was. But he's got a massive contract attached to him, so now you're having to find ways. Please, God, be able to hit is what I think the Tigers organization is saying. Because there's nothing sexy about throwing a guy out there if he's, in Javi right now, is like an average shortstop fielder. That's not all that special. He used to be really good, but he's kind of average. Please be able to hit, because then that justifies why you're in the lineup.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. A surprise for Gator coming up in just under 10 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket.
One more little note on Bryce Rayner, Doug.
Yeah.
I found us on Twitter last night. Jason Beck, who writes for the Tigers on MLB.com, had mentioned that he hit that 114-mile-per-hour exit velocity base hit yesterday. And then Jerry McInerney, who also contributes to the Tigers ML report, he said 114 miles an hour straightaway is something that only 87 guys have done since 2015 in the majors, if you were wondering. So in the last 10 years, only 87 players have matched 114 miles per hour exit velocity. This kid.
I was like, I'm going to go in with a little bit of an overreaction, and then you lapped the field, my friend.
Damn right.
Yep.
I think you said the same thing about Jace Young a couple years ago.
No. No. That was not the case.
So, Gator, I know that
Kerry Carpenter.
You're not in love with the Dayton games, but did you see who's playing in Dayton?
No.
American.
Stoney's alma mater.
They're taking on Mount St. Mary's. American is playing right down the road in Dayton. Odds that Stoney will be there.
100%.
Okay. I think so. And the greatest part about Stoney's love of American University is I think he has the exact same sweatshirt he bought when he was at American University.
The student bookstore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that Stoney going to Dayton is in the cards, and I hope so.
American.
Yeah.
As he likes to say.
Yep. That's where he went to school.
Well, I'll be rooting for him. I won't watch the game, but I'll root for him. It is the playing game.
Yep. Okay. We have something on the show here that we started to put together years ago. It started as sort of a hate list, but we just renamed it the list of people Gator strongly dislikes.
Yeah, I don't like the word hate.
Yeah, hate's a bit strong. But it started with people who tell him what to do.
Don't tell me what to do.
Then it moved to bicycle guys on sidewalks or all cyclists.
They're just annoying. Get all the way to the side. The road is not yours. The side of the road is. Get over there.
People who point.
Why are you pointing? It's rude.
Wave starter guy.
Ugh, I don't want to get out of my seat.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Well, it's a history.
Zach Brown beard guy. And the list goes on and on and on and on.
Everybody's got the beard now. Can we get rid of him up from the list?
Zach Brown beard guy?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to start
like
paring down the list.
Like
We moved cracking voice Sean McDonough.
Yeah.
But anyway, one person who was on the list, great March Madness moment. People talked about it and reacted to it. And here's what it sounded like years ago.
I shot. Oh, good God.
Okay, so Gator, Ron Hunter was the head coach at Georgia State, and he had his foot in a boot. And he had suffered some sort of injury, and he was sitting on a rolling chair with his foot in one of those.
Yeah, his stool that had the casters on it so he can.
And his son was the guard for Georgia State who hit a three-pointer for his team to take the lead against upset. They were pulling off the upset of Baylor, and Ron Hunter proceeded to fall off the stool as a reaction. And Gator
Gotta look at me. Hey, everybody, I'm here. Oh, my God, I'm off my chair. Isn't that amazing? Oh, look at me. Don't look at my son who made the shot. Look at me. Hey, woo. I can't lose my spot in my place in the spotlight. Look at me.
And he made the list, and he's been there ever since. Because Gator thinks it was all an act to draw attention to himself.
Well, only because, first of all, let me put myself. I'm in the boot, and I'm going to be in this chair. Everybody, look at me on the chair. All right, I'm going to push myself around in this chair with the wheels on it all over the place. Take a look at me. Yeah, I'm in a boot. Woo!
He left Georgia State to become the head coach at Tulane.
Oh, the Green Wave.
Yep. And this week, Tulane was playing in the was it the AAC championship game, the American Athletic Conference championship game? Tulane was playing Memphis, and maybe it was a semifinal, but whatever. Ron Hunter's the coach of Tulane. In that game, Tulane took a shot that hit the rim, bounced up, touched the shot clock, and went in the basket. That happened once. Later in the game, Gator, I've got a highlight pulled up for you. Tulane has the basketball. Ron Hunter's the coach. I want you to hit play and describe. Well, you'll hear it. Actually, I want you to just watch this highlight. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right. This is Tulane with the basketball. Ron Hunter's the coach on the sideline. A shot has already hit the rim and gone up and touched the backboard and gone in the basket for Tulane earlier in the game. And here's what happened.
Get off your knees. Just get off. Sit
Did
down.
If you heard that, Ron Hunter collapses on the Tulane sideline. Gator, he did it again. He fell down again.
A tool. Just a giant toolbox.
So, Gator, I just thought, I think you feel a degree of vindication for putting him on the list.
I'm vindicated. Why? Because he continues to look like a complete toolbox?
This is his go-to move.
Great.
Is to fall down on the sidelines. The shot, a second time in the game, the shot hit the rim, bounced up, touched the shot clock, which means it's out of bounds for Tulane, and then it came back through the basket, and the head coach of Tulane, his response was to fall to the ground.
Good for him. What a hero. It's all about you, dude.
So should we add like 2 times to his name?
No. I think once is enough. And I think we'd even discussed last time, is he belong off the list? I think we were talking about maybe, I was like, does he still need to be on the list? He's irrelevant.
Yeah.
And then this has to happen. Oh, he's staying on the list.
He's right back on the list?
He ain't going anywhere.
Okay.
He belongs there.
Well, let's update people on the list. People who tell him what to do. Bicycle guy on sidewalks or cyclists.
Get off
People
the
who
road.
point. Wave starter guy. Ken Griffey Jr. Zach Brown beard guy. Visor with fake hair guy. Clowns, mimes. Bacon craze guys. People who claim they felt earthquakes in Michigan. Singing hot dog tool. People who use the term autumn. Current Tulane and former Georgia State basketball coach Ron Hunter.
We'll never leave this list.
Mustard only on hot dog guy, Jim Belushi, Apple Genius Bar guy, people who use Apple products, kids, all of them, former
Not
closer
kids.
Brian Wilson, Wrigley Field fans, people who brag about getting things done in the morning, guys who work the aisles on flights, vested facial hair hipsters, striped overall guy, callers who start by saying, let me give you a history lesson, sympathetic Patriots fans, pound the glass guy, all too giddy Negan fans, lack of parking spot etiquette guy, 26.2 sticker
Find
guy.
yourself in the lane.
13.1 sticker guy, M22 sticker guy, stick figure family tools, Cubs fans who think America loves the Cubs, former college football analyst Ed Cunningham, giant canoe who parks in handicap spots, Gators overly aggressive personal training guy.
That was the worst.
Vapors, ESPN college basketball analyst Dan Dockich, Sports Illustrated cover
Not
caption
wrong.
writer, bow tie guy, James Franklin, Roy Williams, Joel Klatt, Jimmy Powers for his onion policy, Greg Perfect Bracket,
It's his
Nigel.
onion policy. It's not Jimmy. It's just
People
the
who
onion
back into parking spot. Oh, I have that there twice. New Orleans attorney Frank D'Amico, family playing golf in front of Gator on August 23rd, 2019.
Just let me play through.
Bloomin' Onion wannabe Jake Sievers, Los Angeles City Council, MLS teams with FC in their name, people who voted for Don
You're a
Muhlbach
soccer team.
Don Muhlbach on October 21st, 2020. Monoliths, Dr. Oz, condiment packets, particularly at golf courses. Get in the hole guy, jet ski riders, Los
Wow.
Angeles Rams coach Sean McVay,
Wow.
and Bears head coach Ben Johnson. That is the updated list.
All right, let me ask you guys a question.
Okay.
First of all, I continue to vehemently protest that I hate kids. That's not true. I do not hate kids. Aside from that one that's on the list, is there another person on that list that you disagree with? That you're like, I can't believe you have this take about this.
I think Joel Klatt's one of the best analysts in sports.
And I love Ken Griffey Jr.
Okay, I can understand the Ken Griffey Jr. stuff. Klatt sucks. But
Klatt knows his stuff.
Griffey Jr. hates the Yankees so much, too. I thought that would that doesn't play a role at all for you. I know because it's something personal for you with Ken Griffey.
It is personal
I
to me. I can recognize him one of the greatest of all time, and he was a phenomenal player. But
his hatred of the Yankees, you got to appreciate that.
I do appreciate that. What I don't appreciate was his hatred for Sparky Anderson. Sparky's a hero to us here in Detroit. I get it. For him, it's personal because his father played for Sparky, and he's got some more personal knowledge there. But, Sparky showed utmost respect to Ken Griffey Jr. by not pitching to him when there were runners on base. We'll just give you the free base. We're going to walk you. And the one time he pitches to him, Griffey goes yard, rounds the bases, and grabs his package towards Sparky Anderson as he's rounding second. Yeah, that's where the hatred came from with him.
There's the updated list of people Gator strongly dislikes, and Ron Hunter solidifying his name on the list by falling down again on the sidelines.
Aside from Joel Klatt, is there somebody else that you...
Let's see here.
Did you have the stick figure family sticker?
We never did. I don't have a problem with people who do. I mean, there's a lot here. I'm someone who uses Apple products.
Oh, yeah. You're on the
So,
list.
yeah,
Well,
I'm
we already made this clear. You're probably on the list somewhere. Everyone listening, me, you.
Yeah.
It's a long list.
If you're not
It's a long
facial, vested facial hair hipster.
That means a hipster that's wearing the vest and has facially, not like, oh, he's vested.
You might be mustard only on hot dog guy. You could be bicycle guy on the sidewalks. I'm that guy over and over and over again, and it's because I don't trust people who drive their cars.
People think Spags should be added to the list. It's up to you, Gator. It's your list.
Oh, Steve Spagnuolo?
Specifically Spags.
Is it him or is it the announcers that have such reverence for Spags? Yeah, put Spags on.
All right, well, add Spags. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Why not? Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking, brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality service and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com today.
West Virginia's governor over the Mountaineers getting snubbed, holding a news conference today, and at the podium referred to the NCAA as the National Corrupt Athletic Association. According to Ross Dellinger, Governor Patrick Morrissey calls West Virginia's snub a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest level.
Mm-hmm.
Governor's getting involved. I don't know if this is real or this has been photoshopped. There is at the podium has a sign on the front that says National Corrupt Athletic Association. They are mad in West Virginia. Mad in West Virginia, and the governor isn't going to have it. Wow.
Yeah, that's I don't know. This is something you if you're upset about it, again, appealing to the NCAA, that's the right thing to do. But don't expect anything to change.
Yeah, I don't know what they could possibly do about it. All right, Gator, it's March Madness, and so I want to bring up a bit of a quiz for you and for Kang. Okay?
Oh, great.
I need you both. Do you both have a pen and a piece of paper? Pen and a piece of paper.
No, but I can pull up a word program.
Okay.
Typical Gator doesn't have a pen.
Here, you can
Not
take
ready.
my pen.
Borrowing a pen.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give you the name of a school that's in March Madness, and I want you to write down what state where that school is from. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm terrible at this, Gator.
I'll start with an easy one. Michigan State is taking on Bryant. Where is Bryant from? Give me a state. Write it down, please. Or type it in as you got on your word program. And are you locked in?
Locked in.
Next up.
Here we go.
Wofford.
I
Write
hate
down
you.
the state that Wofford's in.
I hate this game.
Wofford. You writing down the state?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't possibly be right, but okay.
Oh, I'm 0 for 2.
All right.
Way to listen to the show.
Ready? Next up. Mount St. Mary's. Mount St. Mary's. Write down the state for Mount St. Mary's.
I haven't done my bracket research yet, man. Come on.
I have to admit that when it comes to bracket research, I'm not sure the state that the school is from really is.
But it just happens to show up when you're looking into the team.
No, that's true. Mount St. Mary's, Gator. Gator's struggling with this.
Yeah. I'm going to struggle with all this other than the first one.
Are you locked in?
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Lipscomb. Lipscomb. Write down where is Lipscomb?
I have 4 different states, by the way. Does that? I should just name the same state. That way, maybe you can get one of them.
One
right.
of them,
yeah.
right? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm locked in.
All right.
Just clean up here.
And the final one, High Point. High Point. Where is High Point? So all March Madness teams. Locked in?
No, not yet.
Are these high schools? Are we doing high school like bracketology?
Is our March
All right,
Madness?
I guess I'm locked in.
Okay. All right. We will start with Michigan State's opponent, Bryant. Gator, we actually talked about it on the air. I gave you the freebie here. Kang, you said?
Texas.
Texas.
No?
It's Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Okay.
Yeah.
They're from
By the way,
Smith.
the famous alumni from Bryant.
Yeah.
The only one that I recognized was the late actor, Nicholas Colasanto, who played Coach in Cheers.
Oh, really?
Went to Bryant.
Okay. Smithfield, Rhode Island is where Bryant is from.
Used to be Smithfield College, I believe.
Okay.
And then changed to Bryant.
Gator 1, Kang nothing.
If I give all this other information about Bryant, does that make up for the fact that I know nothing about the rest of the schools?
Nope.
Damn it.
Wofford. Gator, you go first. Wofford. What state are they in?
I said Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
We're on the
Kang?
same wavelength. I said Connecticut.
Okay. Wofford is located in Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay. Go for
Great.
2.
Yeah.
Okay. Third one, Mount St. Mary's. Kang, Mount St. Mary's, you said?
I think this one's California. I feel like California. I just feel like.
Feeling California.
Gator?
I went with North Carolina.
Okay. St. Mary's, not Mount St. Mary's, the St. Mary's
that's-
Gales
Yeah.
are from Moraga, California.
Trick question.
Mount St. Mary's is from Emmitsburg, Maryland. Emmitsburg, Maryland.
I got
So,
fooled.
Via North Carolina.
By way of California.
Yes.
Gator continues to lead this 1-0. Next,
Gimme. Come on, man.
next up, Lipscomb. Lipscomb. Gator, you said
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania for Lipscomb. Kang, Lipscomb,
Same area as well. I went New Jersey.
New Jersey. The correct answer, Tennessee.
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 Lipscomb's in Nashville, Tennessee.
Tennessee.
What?
Is there an E at the end of Lipscomb or is it OMB?
Yeah, that's where you got
I
it
think
wrong.
it's OMB, yeah.
Yeah. The other one, you're right. You were
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
That's the thing. I went
Lipscomb, Lipscomb B.
Yeah, B.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Viscombe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's recap the score here. Gator is
Winning.
1 correct, 3 wrong.
No,
Kang is
I'm 1-0 over
is-
Kang.
Yeah.
is
Regular Charlie Sheen over here.
0 for 4. That brings us to
Winning.
our final one here. High Point. Kang, High Point, you said?
Well, I feel like this is a low point for me, but Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Gator, you said?
I went with the bordering state of Texas.
And the correct answer is North Carolina.
I thought of putting North Carolina for every answer.
Did you?
Yeah.
I thought about putting Texas for every answer.
Yeah.
High Point
I would have been
is-
2-0. Well, yeah, I would have been 2-0.
Well, it's unfortunate, but High Point University is located in High Point, North Carolina. So there you go.
Did you know any of these, Doug, before you asked us?
No.
Valenti
No, I did
knew all
not.
of them.
No, I did not.
Valenti knows the mascots to all these.
Probably.
I had a lot of studying going on.
We'll do mascots tomorrow. Carson Anderson,
Who are the
97
Retrievers?
97 won the ticket. Take 2. Hold on. I got it right here. March Madness.
Yes.
It's getting cranked up on FanDuel, turning up the excitement even higher for the college basketball tournament. Through the first 2 rounds of the tournament, bet on it, one of the lowest winning seeds of the day, and you will win $1 million in bonus bets, okay? So if you bet on, if you think like a 12 is going to win and they're going to be the lowest seed that wins, you get all the 12s, and if one of them is indeed the lowest winning seed, you get your share of $1 million. So there's an upset you can root for, and you can root for 4 different teams, all on that seed line. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines to team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Winning pre-live money line wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot will be split equally amongst all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So interesting stuff as the tournament gets underway tomorrow with the first 4 games played in Dayton. Thursday it cranks up and gets super exciting. One of the first matchups is one of the best games in round 1. Louisville and Creighton will play in an 8-9 game in Lexington, Kentucky. That is a 12:15 start. I believe that is the first game that will be played on Thursday. They stagger all the starts so that you can see the finishes consecutively back to back to back. Louisville is the 8 seed. They're a 2.5-point favorite. The winner will take on most likely Auburn if they get past the 16 seed. Wild that it is being played in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm sure the Auburn contingent is thrilled to potentially be playing Louisville in Kentucky, even though it's at a rival school venue in Rupp Arena. Seems like kind of a bum draw, but this is the bracket the Michigan and Michigan State are in. Gator, you think back to March Madness, like favorite memories? And I'm not talking about cutting down nets, but like, is there a game for Michigan State that historically stands out, or maybe not historic, but like in the last 10, 15 years, that was the most fun game other than, the obvious winning? I guess it was 25 years ago, whenever it was they won it. But,
honestly, they blend together for me.
Yeah.
I forget who hit what shot at the end of it and all that stuff. But I think back to the run they made in the Final Four when it was in Detroit. And it just that whole weekend, how amazing it was for the Final Four games on Saturday. The weather was not a cloud in the sky like today, and it was like 60 degrees outside, so it was warm enough out there, and everybody had such a good time in downtown Detroit, hanging out by the Elwood Bar and waiting to get into the game and all that. And, you were out there and you had a suite at the Motor City Casino and all this, and it was kind of pre-party a little bit. It was just a great time. Everybody packed at Cheli's, the whole bit. It was awesome. And just that run that they went on, beating teams that you just, was this really going to happen? Is this going to happen? Unfortunately, it all gets wiped away with the championship game on Monday against Carolina, and the weather was horrific, how it changed. It's Michigan. Just wait 24 hours, right? And sure enough, it was cold, like in mid-40s. It was rainy and no good, and Michigan State got blown out right away in that one. That was no fun. But that whole run was great.
Yeah, the run, Michigan State's run, they beat Robert Morris, they beat Southern Cal, they beat Kansas, and they beat Louisville to get to the Final Four. Then they beat UConn in the Final Four. And that was a really good UConn team, as many Final Four teams are.
Yeah.
And then lost to North Carolina on Monday night. The cool thing about that is the Final Four is coming back to Detroit. I actually yesterday had a chance to talk to somebody who was on the Indianapolis crew for hosting. And, he was talking about Detroit getting another chance. 2027, just a couple of years from now, Detroit will be hosting the Final Four again. And what a great event. What a great time for our area. I think, for Michigan, maybe the one that stands out is the Jordan Poole game against Houston. They just hadn't played well that entire game and managed to execute a great last-second play to get Jordan Poole an open three. And of the tournament runs, and they made a lot of deep runs with Beeline. And I think that Jordan Poole 3 was one that probably will resonate with Michigan fans in terms of recent NCAA tournament runs. I was in Wichita, for those who are wondering. People who saw that, I wonder how many of our listeners actually went to that. But now they match up against the UC San Diego team. Quite frankly, all of the earmarks of a team that can upset you if you don't come to play. If they get past them, they'll play Texas A&M or Yale. If it's Yale, that is the team that Danny Wolf transferred from. If they also on their side of the bracket is Auburn, the team that Trey Donaldson transferred from. I think it's all coincidence. People think the tournament committee sets this kind of stuff up. But that's the familiarity with the teams that they have on that side of the bracket, and that can be awfully awkward for players when they go up against their old team. Michigan State's side of the same bracket has an Iowa State team that spent a lot of this season being really, really highly thought of. I feel like Michigan State and Marquette are two teams that have played in the tournament a lot. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I seem to have memories of them playing. If they get past Bryant, they will play the winner of Marquette and New Mexico. But I feel like they've matched up with the Golden Eagles in the past and taken care of business. Other things, like, do you get on board with all the Big Ten teams?
Yes.
I do too.
Well, for the most part.
Yeah, well, I know what you're going to say, but I get on board with all the Big Ten teams except for one. But they're not. Let me see if I can find their name in the tournament. No, I don't see it.
Oh.
If you were to pick one of the non-local Big Ten teams you expect to make a run, which one would you pick?
Well, I every time I look at Purdue, they let me down. So I can't say Purdue. I mean, they are notorious for letting me down.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they take it personally, and I'm not sure why. I have nothing but love for Purdue.
Yes. Did you hear that, people? Gator has nothing but love for Purdue.
Well, I feel like it's overwhelmed by your love for Purdue, but that's beyond the point. In Maryland? In Maryland's a team that they're a streaky team, I guess, right? Have they not applied themselves enough this year? They seem like they could be a very good basketball team at times, and then other times, like, what the hell are you doing?
They started 1-3 in the Big Ten. They were the team at the beginning of the year that was on that streak where people were wondering, and I always say this, when you're on a losing streak, you feel like you're never going to win again. In college basketball and the NHL, the two sports where I really feel like fans get that vibe, and of course it's not true, but Maryland, yes, I would agree with you. I think Maryland is the Big Ten team outside of our local teams that I would pick to make a Final Four run. Kang, do you have a favorite out of the Big Ten, or is it Maryland for you too, or anybody else you think can make a Final Four run?
Bryant. No?
No, out of the Big Ten.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, Maryland's there's good reason to like Maryland, you know?
Yep.
I know we're going to do this, and we should do this, breaking down, keys and things like that, to each game and each team.
Mm-hmm.
But the one-and-done formula is chaotic. It's chaos, and we're trying to predict what's going to happen at that exact day, like who's going to show up and who's not. But 9 out of 10 times, that's how we do it, right? What we think could happen most likely happened. Yeah, I like Maryland.
All it takes, too, is you can watch a team play once and just fall in love with them.
Absolutely.
You see them once, and you go, this team's great.
Doug, how about just 3 games where you go, Michigan will never win a game again? And then you watch over the week and go, Michigan will never lose again, right?
They went from one gear to the next.
Yeah, so I think
you're right. They look like a team, and then they went out and won games in Indianapolis in a variety of different ways. Like yesterday was a rock fight, found a way in the end. They hit a buzzer beater. They lit it up from 3. They played good defense. They got good post play. They did like everything. They won a game where they turned it over a whole ton, but they out-rebounded Maryland by 30. They won a game where they couldn't hit shots, but they got stops on the defensive end. All these different ways, and they were going through a stretch where they weren't defending the perimeter. They were giving up 1 million offensive rebounds. They were turning it over, and they weren't shooting. Other than that, they were playing great. Pulled out of it at just the right time. Winning the games was cool and everything, but I think Michigan fans, the real win was just rediscovering what made them good earlier in the year. Michigan State, I mean, look, you win a Big Ten regular season title. That's a huge, huge accomplishment. Losing in the conference tournament is not devastating by any stretch of the imagination. And it's funny you mentioned Izzo's look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Like his pained look as soon as the ball gets batted away. And then he very quickly was like, yeah, whatever. So we're waiting for the brackets to come out. It's fun to go on that run, but you also don't, it's not a necessity.
Had Michigan State won the Big Ten tournament, they wouldn't have been number 1 seed.
They were going to be a 2.
They're going to be a 2 regardless. So, yeah, it's fine. No issue with what happened over the weekend. Just get focused this week and see what's there. I always remember another run that they had was that the 2004-2005 season, they got to the Final Four. Again, it was against a Carolina team in the finals. Or in the Final Four. But that was a team that had, Izzo was on this string of everybody every 4 years you're going to get to the Final Four or whatever. And they had Alan Anderson and Kelvin Torbert and Chris Hill on that team. They were all seniors. And these guys got bounced the year before against Nevada in the first round. And they had lost a couple years prior to that to North Carolina State in the first round. And people were really down on this team. But that team put it together and had a real nice run towards the end of it. And it was just a stacked Michigan State team when you look back at it. Mo Ager was a junior, and Paul Davis was a junior on that team. Shannon Brown was a sophomore. Drew Neitzel was a freshman. And then Drew Neitzel, when he's a senior, he's the one that takes the team on that long run in Detroit.
248-539-9797. Fans, is there a game from the past several years, a moment in time that is your favorite March Madness moment for Michigan or Michigan State? Obviously, cutting down nets and all that is the fun part, but along the way, there's always fun games through a tournament run. What stands out to you? It's Karsch Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I'll tell you about a great experience that I had with Precision Garage Door. Now, I needed new garage doors. They were on the outs, and I called Precision to come on over and hey, let's talk about this. Let's pick out something new. And it's exactly what they did. They came over right away, answered the call right away. And I couldn't have been happier. They talked me through the entire process, gave me a bunch of different options, and now I have beautiful garage doors. In fact, right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door, and that's a $499 value, and the sale ends at the end of the month of March 31st. Call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that free consultation. Ask about the door opener, and if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. That's awesome, but don't wait. Call Precision Garage Door today. They're available weekends at no extra charge. And the best thing about going online and scheduling that appointment is that you can schedule it for a time that works for you and your schedule, and not just beholden to whatever window of opportunity that the company has. Precision is going to work with you. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. March Madness, woo! Gets underway tomorrow with playing games. First 4 down in Dayton. And then Michigan plays Thursday night at 10. Michigan State plays Friday night at 10. Wolverines are in Denver. Spartans are in Cleveland. Let's go to Larry in Commerce here on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Larry.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I wanted to chime in on the best game that I saw because I was down in Louisville watching this kid come out and dump 17 points out of nowhere, and the announcer was going crazy. Spike Albrecht.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy, and that was when Trey Burke got in foul trouble.
Correct.
And that was a national championship. They ended up losing a game, but
yeah, but they had the game. They
had
the ability to win. Yeah,
one kid from Louisville got super hot and did to Albrecht what Albrecht had done to them and hit like 4 3-pointers.
Yeah, but the whole game was the announcers going on. Oh, we tried to have Kate what's
Upton.
Her name?
Kate Upton.
Yeah, go to the prom with them, and it was a whole backstory that was really, really good.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Larry. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Dearborn and next on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Nothing. Of course, we want to talk local stuff like Trey Burke and his shot, and that was very cool. But one of the coolest ones I saw and remember, and I'll watch it over and over, was I think it was 2018. I could be wrong, but when Chris Jenkins for Villanova hit the 3 from just over half court to beat North Carolina at the buzzer, that is cool. That's what March Madness is all about. So I'll watch that.
I don't think it was so much the shot as it was the pass.
Oh, let's see. Here we go.
Hey, Gator.
I mean, the fact that one guy passed up a chance to take a shot to give it to somebody else who had the wide open shot.
All right, pass it to me then, Gator.
First of all, it was like from 2 feet beyond the arc. It wasn't quite that deep. I think one thing that happens in March Madness all the time that Gator dismisses my feelings on is that I think players get hero complex. Where when the clock is ticking down, they get the basketball, and instead of thinking, I need to go make the right play for my team to win, they think, I'm going to go hit the shot. And the player was a guard from Villanova, Archie Diacono, who the clock was ticking down in the national championship game, 5-4, 3-2-1. And he gave up the basketball to a wide open teammate. He made the right basketball play. And I'm always impressed that in that moment, when a player in March Madness doesn't get hero complex and makes the pass, I made a big deal out of it. Gator has mocked me ever since.
What?
No, he was just pointing out to the caller that that's your favorite pass, right?
No, my favorite pass of all time is the round-the-back pass by Ernie DiGregorio in the Final Four in like 73 or 74. If you've never seen it, YouTube search.
That's a phenomenal
Ernie DiGregorio pass. It's literally a 2/3 of the court round-the-back pass to a cutting teammate. Around the back, he threw it to a guy underneath the basket for a dunk. It was incredible. But, yes, Gator likes to mock me over this one.
What? It was a great...
Kang, you know what I'm talking about with hero complex? You see
Sure,
guys
but
put their heads down?
Yeah, but was it hero complex when Trey Burke hit that 3 on Kansas from like 400 feet, like from the elbow?
Kind of a little bit.
Yeah, see? So, I mean, sometimes it pays off too.
Yeah. No, it can. But you see a lot of bad shots taken at the end of games. I mean, and look, the Tyus Edney one that everybody makes a huge deal about when they eliminated him, I think it was Missouri. That was one where he just dribbled down the court and Missouri got out of the way. It was the weirdest thing ever. I think Danny Ainge had one of those where like teams are afraid of fouling and putting somebody on the line.
And they think he's going to pass it. You know what I mean? They kind of get away. You're waiting for the pass.
Yep.
He never passed.
He never gave it up. And next thing you know, we gave up a game-winning layup.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like Trey Donaldson against Wisconsin on Saturday. Or against Maryland on Saturday, I should say. But I think they were. Dusty May said after the game that was supposed to go to Amari Barnett. He was the first option, and instead, they cut him off, and they got it to Trey. Well, they got it into Vlad Golden, and he passed it to Trey, so he wasn't the top option. But you got to, so when they ran a play against Rutgers to win at the buzzer, Burnett was the fourth option on that play, and he hit the game winner. And this one, Burnett was the first option, and they got it to Trey, and it worked out. It's a great time
But
of
that
year.
pass, Diacono to Jenkins.
There we go.
No, in fairness, Diacono was the better shooter from three-point range that year.
See?
39%. Now, he passed it to the guy who takes more three-pointers and made more three-pointers and was at 38.6% in Jenkins. But that's just smart basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Guy's wide open. I got guys all over me, but that guy's wide open. Maybe I should pass the ball.
All right. I've seen enough
Hank
of these
Iva Basketball 101.
where they put their heads down and they just, I'm going to be the hero.
Not Archie Diacono.
No, he gave it up.
Not up in here.
And you make fun of me for it. Is there any chance you would road trip to Cleveland?
Nope.
No. Okay. It's not a bad drive. It's just not in your wheelhouse, huh?
No, not this weekend.
No. Gotcha.
But, it's my birthday on Sunday. I don't feel like driving out to Cleveland.
That's a way to celebrate.
Although it is my birthplace.
Yeah.
There you go.
Could be ironic.
See?
Makes some sense.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yep.
Full circle moment.
That's right. Why not?
Maybe I should reconsider.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Of course, they'd have to play on Sunday. So.
Yep.
Got to get past Bryant.
What's that?
Got to get past Bryant first, Doug.
I know. Rico, we were just asking people about previous March Madness runs that, like, cutting down nets is always the best and qualifying for Final Fours. But along the way, there are very memorable games. Is there one that stands out for you for Michigan State that along the way was a very memorable game?
Very memorable
Like
game.
one of your favorites?
Probably the comeback at the Palace against Iowa State and Marcus Fizer.
Okay.
Where you saw they actually came back off an alley-oop of all plays. It was like, what? And then you found out the story that Cleves just told Izzo, no, screw that. We're going to run this play.
Mm-hmm.
Said, what? Yeah, coach, trust us. This play will work. So he runs the alley-oop. Mo Pete catches it, and the next thing you know, they're headed to the Final Four, cutting down the nets.
There you go. Was that a Sweet? Is that an Elite Eight? Oh, it was an Elite Eight game.
They beat Syracuse the game before.
Yep.
And then
Syracuse,
they beat,
Iowa State.
Marcus Fizer led Iowa State team.
Yep.
Right here.
Who's the guard? Didn't Iowa State have a great guard?
They did. Oh, he may even had a little. I think he went to the league as well.
I remember I felt like they had two really good players.
If somebody was hurt,
Iowa State?
Yeah.
No, they just kind of like this. They just wore them down at the end. Iowa State had I think a 16-point lead at one point.
Was that the year though that dude from Cincinnati got hurt?
Yeah.
Cincinnati's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, Kenyon Martin. Snapped his leg.
Yep.
Yeah,
Which is ironically, to bring this full circle, Iowa State kept their mouth shut about their injured athlete until the brackets came out because they didn't want to lose seeding.
Right, but who? I got to figure out who that other player was for Iowa State. But
The game
anyway,
against Syracuse, though, was on my birthday, March 23rd in 2000. And that was an unseasonably warm day here in Metro Detroit. I think it got up to like 75 degrees that day.
It was.
Beautiful day.
It was.
Did some day drinking.
Jamal Tinsley.
Yeah.
He played quite a long
Yes. So you guys aren't big on Maryland? No?
No, what do you mean?
I heard you guys talking about Maryland.
No, we were saying
No,
that
I
if you
think
were picking
Maryland's
Big
a team
Ten,
in the Big
if-
Ten.
if-
I think if you're not going to look at Michigan State, yeah.
non-local Big Ten school, who do you think's capable of making the deepest run? We all said Maryland, so we are big on Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Who would you go with? Non-local Big Ten school if you had to bet on them making a run?
If I had to bet on them making a run, I would probably go Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, okay.
Is the player?
No, just because of their style. The big men shoot threes. The guards drive to the basket. It's like the upside down world. It's not what you normally see.
Right.
Illinois, but I call Illinois the box of chocolate team. You have no idea what you're going to get.
You know, your point about Wisconsin's valid, and those are hard teams to get used to playing a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
They feel like if they win the first game on a weekend, they got a great chance to win that second game on a
Right, you're like, Coach, I kept the 7-footer out the lane. I know he's hitting us.
Yeah.
He's hitting.
Yes, he's dropping it. He's dropping a triple on you.
And we're going home, so good job.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to be talking some tournament stuff, the Selection Sunday to lead off the show. Then we got Tigers topics. We're going to touch upon the JB Bickerstaff stuff as well. So,
gotcha.
Along with some interesting facts about the tournament.
All right, hey, have a great show. Have a great day, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, welcome in on a Monday. Good to have everybody with us. We got a lot to get to, so let's not waste time, shall we? We'll get into the brackets today. Obviously, Tiger baseball, we got to have a conversation. I have a question Rico really enjoyed in our pre-show document. I'm not sure I can say it the same way.
Oh, yeah, you can.
We will get to J.B. Bickerstaff, apparently defending the honor of the city of Detroit, and I'll explain why it was fun, but I don't think he's totally right. But let's start out. NCAA tournament, dive in. It's very simple. I'm not going to sit here bitching about brackets. If the 7 Michigan fans who actually watch this team, and then all the other ignoramuses who've parachuted in the last weekend, want to cry as if they're the aggrieved, you're not West Virginia. Okay, they got screwed. The Big Ten has never counted what takes place deep into Saturday, much less Sunday. The committee does not count it. Is it right? No, but it's real. Did Michigan get, quote, screwed? Probably should have been a 4, not a 5. They based what they did on the resume. Do you know how I know this? Because MSU has gotten, ready, screwed many a time. Here's how it works. You're going to play someone capable of beating you. Go beat them. Cry to someone else. Not doing that today. Now, we'll talk about the bracket. We'll talk about Michigan winning the Big Ten championship tournament. We'll talk about Michigan State. Yeah. But what I'm not going to do is what I call the Dick Vitale, where you get out there and you do faux outrage about an issue that really no one cares about.
Yeah, because honestly, the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee hedged their bets, probably wrapped it up when Wisconsin was up by, I think, 11 points and said they're going to win this game. Give Wisconsin a 3, Michigan gets the 5, and we put this thing to bed. Oh, wait, the game flip-flopped. Yeah, we're not changing.
And again, if Wisconsin's a 3 and you're a 4, are you still crying? Here's my answer. I don't care. Play the games. Just play. Like, if you're not playing UC San Diego and you're a 4, you're playing someone dangerous too. You're going to run into good teams. Go beat them. It's the same thing for Michigan State. Whether you like the draw, don't like the draw, it's immaterial, Giddy Potts. The tournament is unpredictable. It's volatile. Play your best games. And you got to be able to get through. That's it. Maybe somebody does you a favor at some point. So we can get into it. I would love to hear from both fan bases, but who are we kidding? There's only one fan base. Michigan fans don't exist. There's like 7 of you. And the last I checked, you were busy agreeing with David and Rico that you wouldn't win a game the rest of the year, where Lord Sparty, me, said, you know, guys, I kind of think you're going to beat Purdue tonight.
I remember you said it just like that.
It's what I sounded like. The point is, I don't, look, nobody watches these games. People are going to parachute in on the tournament, and they're going to try to be experts on everything. It's hilarious. It's where you hear all like, I'm taking Stephen A. Smith's opinion on college hoops seriously. Really? He thinks John Wall still plays at Kentucky.
Let me guess. He'll pick St. John.
Clearly. So look, here's the deal. The draw, I mean, MSU, anything short of the Elite Eight is a complete failure. I don't know what else to tell you. If you're half as good as some people think you are, and I do look at some of the matchups, do you have good teams? Sure you do. Is it going to be a picnic to play the winner of Marquette in New Mexico? Absolutely not. But unless you are just not anything like what many, Rico included, I included, think you are, there's no excuses. For Michigan, it's murkier. They have a fatal flaw, 3 of them to be specific. The turnovers don't stop. The free throws are atrocious. And I hate to break it to you, you're not a great rebounding team. So those are things that kind of get you sent home. You're playing a team in the first round in a 5-12. It is dangerous. I mean, I brought up UC San Diego last week.
You did.
This is a team that, again, if you believe Michigan got screwed, you have a right to say, geez, that's a mean draw. That was mean.
It was. I thought about you as soon as I saw that, and I'm chuckling like, there's only one person in the world who knows why this matchup is funny.
The Fighting Forks. But like,
Tritons.
they are considered by a lot of people who the only thing they cover is college basketball, a top 25, top 30 team. They get 30-4. There's 6 nationally enforcing turnovers. And while they don't have 7-footers on an assembly line, all their guards are 6'5", 6'6", defensive player of the year, high-level senior leadership, and they're going to force turnovers. And they're going to shoot 38% from deep, and they're going to play efficient offense. So, yeah, that's not a fun matchup. But if you are what you think you are, if you think you rediscovered something here in Indy, your job is going to beat this team. But guess what? The number came out at 4.5. It's down to 2.5. That ain't Bob the plumber betting that game. Real people who bet real money on these games are taking the fighting forks. So your topic is this. It's not what's your favorite March Madness memory. Your topic is simple. What do you make of the draw your team got? If you want to say you're aggrieved about U of M, you can do it. I'm just not going to listen to you. And we can go. I mean, again, 2019, MSU won the Big Ten tournament. Should have elevated to a 1. Didn't. Got stuck at a 2. It's the same principle
Hold on.
here.
Not only a 2, but a 2
in the hardest region.
In the hardest region with Duke, with the 3 pros, with
Right.
Zion and those guys.
And we beat them.
Right.
Because you're going to play good teams. And if you are good, if you are going to call this radio show and sit on hold to yell at the Sparty duo, newsflash, if your team is who you think they are, you'll win those games. That's it. I hate the idea of crying about brackets. I'm excited both teams are in. I'm excited both teams are relevant. I'm excited they both play at 10 o'clock at night. I get to watch everything, then focus in on our games.
You can be able to stay up that late?
I'll make it work. I'll figure it out. I'll be fine. You act like I'm Estelle Getty.
Well,
gee.
I'm always afraid to call you after 7:30.
You stop it right now. As far as state goes, am I putting here's another one. Spartan fans are always good for one of these. Oh, Mike's being mean. Tell me where I'm wrong. Anything short of an Elite 8.
No,
You got to at least get to that Elite 8, because if you end up losing to Iowa State, who started 18-1 and then basically fell off a cliff. I know Momcilovic got hurt. He's back. The point is, if you're any good, you're going to have to beat someone good.
True.
Now, if you get to the Elite 8 and you lose to an Auburn, what am I going to do? Cry bloody murder? I can't.
Right.
But where are you at?
No, Mike, I'm with you. The fact that Iowa State did you a favor because they didn't let it be known that Keyshawn Gilbert is done for the year until after the committee seeded them, because they didn't want to drop down in seeding. So their second leading scorer is gone. Now, I know I'm putting the cart before the horse, but yes, if you win your first 2 games and now you're playing a Sweet 16 team against Iowa State minus one of their big dogs.
You don't have excuses.
You don't. So now you're going to play Auburn, Michigan, whoever comes out on that other side in Atlanta. So, yeah, you're right. Elite 8 is the floor, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now, for Michigan, I think it's more complicated. I think from a matchup standpoint, look, what the committee does, guys, is performance art. It's not a real seeding of teams. It's how MSU ends up playing Foster Lawyer in the tournament, or it's how Bill Self and John Calipari get seeded right into a first-round matchup.
Oh, and then the winner gets Rick Pitino.
There you go. Same thing. Hey, BYU turns the ball over 18% of their possessions. Let's put them against VCU, who does nothing but force turnovers. It's the same thing for you. They put you in a really tough spot. So, again, matchup-wise, you've got Area 51. How much of that can you rely upon, considering their guards are going to take your guards out? Yeah. And the turnovers don't stop. Okay, what happens now? It's a tough matchup. What did you and I say? This has nothing to do with all of a sudden rolling out of bed and going, look, the Fighting Tritons. No, we said, please don't let Michigan get matched up against a team that specializes in the creation of turnovers.
Right.
What did they get matched up against?
The team that specializes in the creation of turnovers, because, hey, look, we broke it down. Download the 5-Star Zone if you want more. But for Michigan, as I told David, rest assured, cross half court, get the ball into Area 51 and tell those guys layups. Nothing but layups and dunks. Anytime anybody shoots a 3, that's a win for them, because that means long rebound, they push the ball up the court and they score. You got 2 7-footers. Their tallest guy is 6'8". Do the math. You can win this game. You just can't turn the ball over. You turn over 19 times, David, I don't think you win. And Las Vegas doesn't think you win.
By the way, just to throw, here's some quick numbers for you on UC San Diego, because we did part 1 of Cash Ticket Megapod today. Number 1 in turnover margin in America. They force opponents into turnovers on 19.7% of possessions. Call it 1 of every 5 trips down the floor, they force turnover. 37% from deep, and they get about 20 points a game off the turnovers. If Michigan takes care of the ball, they'll win the game. If they don't, I think you're in a lot of trouble.
Yes, I think this kid's last name is Neal, has like 106 steals this year. I got to look can see what the point guard is, but yeah.
Anawanawanatate Jones?
No. Hayden Gray. Hayden Gray, the defensive specialist, has
Defensive
like
player of the year.
Yeah, he's got like 106 steals.
Yeah, and look, they don't have a 7-footer. Noted. Can't argue it. Bottom line is they also don't play anyone who's 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2". Everybody on the floor at all times will be 6'5" or taller. It's a very unique brand of basketball, and they're highly efficient. If you don't believe in them, you think they're ass, cool. Bet your life savings on U of M, and may God have mercy on you. Do your thing. I'm just telling you, no, you got screwed, Nate. You should have been a 4. And even if you're a 5, I think they put you against a 12 that's designed to give you problems. So, hey, if you're good, you'll win. I mean, that's peanut butter and jelly. It just makes sense. 248-539-9797. David, I know you were a victim of the morning show today, so we're going to get your take on Michigan basketball. Kenny, he's still figuring out when the tournament starts, so that'll be an exciting moment for Kenny. But let's talk about it. Both Michigan and Michigan State. And then, look, if you want to be aggrieved, if you want to bitch about anything, bitch about the borderline criminal activity of North Carolina making this tournament where their AD is the committee chair, and by the way, got a 6-figure bonus because they made it.
But he had to recuse himself when they made the vote.
Is that before or after he sent the bags of cash into the room? Is that before or after the hookers entered the equation?
Go.
I mean, who are we kidding?
There we go.
West Virginia's got 6 quad 1 wins. North Carolina has 1. West Virginia plays in a better conference than North Carolina. West Virginia has a better record than North Carolina.
This is one where I would have been happier if they simply said, you know what? Yeah, we're going with the Blue Bloods. We're going to let North Carolina, we're going to let Texas in. Because when they came out and explained, well, set aside the quad 1 wins. Look at what they did for quad 2.
Set aside that you robbed a bank. Johnny's a really nice guy.
So let me get this right. They couldn't be good teams, so your reward is put them in a tournament with good teams.
There you go. Makes total sense.
But the teams like in the NIT that they'd flourish, nah.
248-539-9797. A personal injury of any sort is personal injury attorney. David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and getting you the care to get your life back on track after an accident. If you need an attorney who will make it personal, who will fight for you, and conveniently will answer the phone when you call, David Femininio is your guy. 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, well, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealers. Hey, whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the March Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for $279 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down, drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile a Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right. We're going to get to the ticket text, get to the calls. We got Tiger baseball to talk about today. We've also got to get into J.B. Bickerstaff defending your honor. I agree with about 2/3 of it, but I'll explain. But yes, tournament brackets, Michigan, your draw, State, your draw. The one thing we're not doing is this Bleeding Hearts Club. I understand Michigan should be a 4, not a 5, but it's never changed. What you do in the Big Ten tournament does not correlate to the seeding reward. It's been this way for 20 years. I can't change it. Michigan State fans have a gripe. Michigan fans have a gripe. It's also why I told Michigan State fans last week, you're not playing for a 1 seed. You could win the tournament by 50 a night. You'll be a 2. Why? Because Bubba and company decided it days ago. David, talk to me.
I want to say this. I'm proud of what Michigan did in the tournament because I thought they were dead. I thought they were done. They did not look good.
Old Tecumseh Tom was slapping you around a little bit.
Well, of course, he's going to say something after the fact, but he's not going to come to me and say anything about how Michigan looked in the 2-4 finish.
What did he say?
I don't know. I don't listen to him. He speaks and I turn off the radio. All I'll say is,
David driving down the lane like Donaldson. Okay.
That was impressive. I was impressed with what they look like.
Tom.
All right, come on. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry, everybody.
But they went 2-4 to finish the season. They did not look good. They weren't rebounding. They weren't shooting well. They looked tired. So I'm impressed with what they look like. And I will say this, because I've said it for years. You guys are right. The Big Ten should stop playing their championship on Sunday because nothing helps them. Nothing matters what you do on Sunday because they already have everything set.
They can't. And here's what Mike is going to take.
You're right, they can't.
Mike's about to take a lay. He's about to go full Cohen Carr on me right now.
What, shoot an ill-advised 3?
No.
Sorry.
He's going to go full Cohen Carr. They took the money.
Yeah, you're right.
They took CBS's money and said, we need a lead into the show. Because as I told all my upset Michigan fans, if you don't believe that this thing was already predetermined, how were they ready to go 5 minutes after you won the game? I don't even think Michigan had time to cut down the nets. David, if I remember correctly, here's what happens when you win. You get the ceremony, they have the confetti, they give you the hats, you hold up the trophy, and then they rush you into the back room so you can see where you're going. Then you go back out and cut down the nets. Why? That's scripted for TV.
This whole thing is scripted. No, you're right. And I'm not going to do the whole Cohen Carr thing because you're right. And look, I have come to accept this entire thing is performative. None of it is based on actual data, algorithms. I mean, they loosely do it. But when push comes to shove, if anything's remotely close, it's WWE. How do we get 2 Hall of Fame coaches against each other? Stylistically, how does Missouri and Drake just happen to get put together as one team plays and one mixtape tour, the other team wants to take the air out of the ball and be Jimmy Chitwood and Hoosiers. Like, this is what they do. Oh, Michigan's got a fatal flaw? Hey, spin the wheel of scrub schools. Fighting forks.
I mean, honestly, I was expecting Michigan to have to play Kansas for the whole Hunter Dickinson thing.
Or somewhere in that bracket, it would be a matchup.
I was
Yeah.
expecting Michigan State for a potential matchup with Oklahoma for the Fears brothers in
Or
the
Patino.
backcourt.
The classic Patino-Izzo matchup.
Right.
But no, look, overall, I'm numb to it. Like, I made a joke about it, but I absolutely believe the following to be true. Can I prove it? No. This is an opinion. It does not reflect the views of 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey Broadcasting. I just believe Bubba Cunningham, being the board chair, as the UNCAD, who had a $104,000 bonus if UNC made the tournament, and UNC's a brand, that's how UNC got in, because they don't have a single leg to stand on. Not even like a Lieutenant Dan peg leg. Nothing. What was that? That's right, Forrest. Look, is it criminal? No. Is it honest? No. So I don't get bent out of shape by it anymore. West Virginia had 6 quad 1 wins. North Carolina had 1. It's not even close.
I thought Indiana should have gotten in before North Carolina. As a matter of fact, I thought North Carolina was the worst of all the on-the-bubble teams. Like, well, there's no way. And I like how they just basically snuck it in there. Here's the selection show. And by the way, Auburn's the number 1 seed. Oklahoma, and North Carolina. And then we're going to move on, and Michigan State and Michigan. Wait, did they just say North Carolina is in? What? They didn't even draw it out.
Right.
There was no drama.
But
They
that's
just
my
kinda
point.
but
Michigan fans don't have a leg to stand on because, A, it's been an established, albeit faulty process. It is established and accepted. No, they have to change the. No, they don't. Just because it happened to you, no, they don't. If you're good, I want you to really think about this. And it's why none of you are calling. Because, first of all, there's only 7 of you who watch this team. Second of all, I want you with a straight face to tell me that if you lose to UC San Diego, you had anything to bitch about in the first place. You haven't seen that school. No one has. They play on ESPN++. That means you have to sign into a streaming platform and then go to another streaming platform, and you're watching the game on a player's mom's phone. Yeah. So stop.
But by the way, just so you know,
what?
I'm sure you know this because you know all things comes to betting.
But see time.
The Michigan UC San Diego game is the most bet first round. It's got the most action, most total wagers.
Spread opened up at 4.5. It went down to 2.5 while Jim and I were recording the podcast last night. I mean, it is what it is. Hey, if you like Michigan, take them. Do your thing. My whole point is, State fans. I've done this job for over 20 years. There have been times State fans cry about the bracket. There's times that Michigan fans cry. Play the games.
Here's the beauty of it. For State, and here's how you know it's been going on for a long time. If the tournament really did what it was supposed to do, MSU would have been a 1 seed, and they never would have had that whole Syracuse debacle. But instead, they ended up as a 2, I believe, and that's what happened. So, yeah, by the time Sunday rolls around, that's it. Unless there is a team that can upset the apple cart, like if USC all of a sudden went on this run and now they have a chance of getting the automatic bid, they're going to have to come up with 2 different brackets, one in case they win and one in case USC loses.
Well, listen.
It sounds simple enough, but you know why it doesn't happen. It would take the performative element and autonomy out of the process. Yes, Dave.
No, I was going to tell you this, that Michigan is the greatest school ever. They're going to win the championship this year. No one can beat them. Try that, Tom.
Okay.
All right.
What did Tom say?
Listen, that's between David and Tecumseh. Leave me out of it. 248-539-9797. We're going to get to the people. David, a few ticket texts if you'd be so kind. These phone lines are hot.
They're celebrating.
They're
driving back from Indy.
Sure they are.
They're driving back from Indy.
NCAA is trash. Proof. The NCAA Basketball Selection Committee did this. West Virginia has 6, Ohio State 6, Indiana 4, all quad 1 wins, North Carolina 1. This is all a joke. Seeding really doesn't matter anymore with all the parity in the tournament in recent years. If Michigan is as good as they say, go win a couple games. MSU got a favorable draw. They need to take advantage of a bad Marquette team and injured Ohio State. They have to at least make the Elite 8 round versus Auburn.
Look, if you view it that way, that's fine. But we also have questions that on a profile basis, they look like one of the 8 or 9 teams that might have a shot to do it all. But then look at Saturday. Saturday's a case in point. I mean, first of all, your calling card is defense, and Tanji, who's Rico's godchild, goes off and looks like Julius Erving. But second of all, State had nothing to offer offensively. Nothing. Trey Holloman lost his mind because as much as he thinks he's that guy, he's not that guy.
Yeah, he went full Draymond at that moment.
There's just, and again, Jace does a lot right. The point is, that's not a game you should lose. If you want to view yourself as, hey, we should win it all, you shouldn't lose that game. Wisconsin didn't play that great. John Tanji played that great.
Tanji, yeah, and they said that we did everything we could. We just didn't know he was going to have a career high in that game.
And then he went out against Michigan and looked like he owed the Mafia money. 1 for 14. I go, what is this?
Saturday, LeBron James. Sunday, Bronny James.
Yeah,
that's what he was. Plain and simple.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Yes, Dave.
Alex in Royal Oak says, as one of 7 Michigan fans, it is a tough draw. This isn't the first time winning the Big Ten tournament and no reward for it. It's a super hard draw, but go out and win the games. Make a potential run.
That's what it boils down to. Because think about it. If you're afraid to play UC San Diego, then I don't want to hear from you about how good you are. You're going to face good teams. The days of going into the tournament and the opening round being a freebie are largely over.
Yeah. Unless you're a 1 seed and then
it's largely over.
Yeah.
I love all of the UC San Diego tidbits, but no one person has mentioned their opponents all year are basically Division II schools.
Then why are you a 2.5-point favorite? Sorry.
It's not about, look, I think they played St. John's and played them close, and then St. John's blew their doors off at the end of the game. But that's just it. But it's the style, and the defense in this tournament travels. Defense and rebounding. So that's where you get your upsets in the early round. It's the teams that have senior leadership, great defense, and can rebound.
Yeah, and look, the other thing, you needed a buzzer beater to beat Rutgers. You scored like 4 points against Nebraska, who lost their last 6 games of the year. Like, be careful what you did in 3 days making up for what you did in 3 months. I just be very careful. So if you want to know quality opponents they've played, all right.
Give it to them next.
Oh. Tell them Rico sent you. All right. Hey, it's the beer I can't pronounce the name of. Technische. Whatever it is, it's Old Nation, and it's good, and it's March, it's tournament time. You need some beer. A light, crisp German Pilsner, crafted with just 4 ingredients. Old Nation offers that to you as a part of their full lineup of respectfully brewed, high-quality, award-winning beers brewed right in our backyard, or close, in Williamston. Taste the difference yourself while supporting local and independent, the last large, truly local and independent brewery in the state of Michigan. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, we're going to get to the phone calls, and Rico saved me from going way over time there, but just a quick tidbit. I mean, your angle on UC San Diego and the schedule, not mad at it. You're right. But a couple of things can be true. First of all, you don't go 30-4. I don't care who you're playing, if you don't play anyone or not. You win, and largely dump truck teams, you're doing something right. Now, they played San Diego State to open the season on the road. They lost by 5. That's a tournament team. They came back. They played at Utah State. Tough place to play. Utah State's an attorney. They beat them. That's the beginning, middle, and end of your resume. It's a lot like Drake. It's a lot like Drake. They played Vanderbilt and K-State. There's your sample size. They went 2-0. Kansas State's ass. Vanderbilt less ass. Overall, if you don't respect them, it's fine. Why is it 2.5? Why aren't you favored by 6.5, 7, 8, 10? There are other 5s, 4s, 6s that are favored. So do your thing. But at a certain point, I respect everybody in the tournament. It's called Middle Tennessee State. Just go play. If you're that good, you'll beat them.
Oh, heck. We saw it last year. Oakland, Kentucky.
I don't ever want to see Jack Goldkey again. Let's go to Bobby. He bats leadoff, 97-1. Bobby, what's going on, bud?
How are you guys doing today? Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Same to you, Bobby. What's the word?
So I actually just graduated from Michigan State, his own member and everything like that. But I was going to talk about Michigan State. Want to get to that. But with the tournament and the Big Ten tourney, we all know it doesn't matter. I mean, Michigan fans are saying it matters. It doesn't. I mean, it's 5 minutes before Selection Sunday. They already have their minds made up. But Michigan, I truly think they can be a good team. They just got to stop turning it over. They haven't seemed to figure that one out. It seems like they're one step away from being elite, but they just can't figure it out.
And again, you'll get away with it. You'll get away with it with certain teams. You can survive it. You'll be all right. But, yeah, when you get in the tournament, you're going to turn the ball over 16, 18 times? No, you're asking to get sent home.
Yeah, and so 5 seed, I mean, it's the reason it's the greatest tournament, in sports. And so they know what they're doing. They look at the teams. They say, hey, this is going to match up good against this. This is going to draw viewership. So we know that. But with Michigan State, I was watching Bryant this morning. They're big, athletic. It's definitely not a cakewalk, but I think, we'll go into half, up 7, end up winning by 11 or 12. But they turned the ball over, and their transition defense is just terrible. So,
well, there's your thing. Nobody with a brain is going to run against Michigan State, but that's Bryant's deal. Right. All they do is run. They played a top 10 pace, pins in the wing they got, the 6'6" kid.
Their entire lineup, their top 4 scores are 6'6" to 6'8". But the thing, Bobby, those 4 players average about 34 to 35 minutes a game, which means now you're going to try to be in a track meet with MSU.
They don't. Yeah, and look, Bobby, can they be dangerous? Sure. I mean, if you're running, play sloppy, they go through a cold stretch, kid catches fire, sure. But you could say that about any game. It's a team that's not deep, wants to run. They're taking on a team that goes 10 deep. I'd prefer it be 9 because I don't ever want to look at Xavier Booker again. What?
You know what?
Argue it. Go to your room.
Let's go to you know what? I give him 2 minutes.
No,
what? You get 2 possessions.
Whoa. He messed up in the 2 possessions he had immediately.
It was 4, David. It was the 4 possessions, and that was the call. And they lost by how many points? 3.
Correct.
He makes Frankie Fiddler look like Michael Jordan. No more Xavier Booker. Go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir.
I got a quick take on both teams. I'll start with my Wolverines. Man, this looks like a classic 5-12 upset waiting to happen. I've only seen San Diego on paper, and their strengths play to our weaknesses. I can't let go of what I saw the last 4 games of the season where they couldn't even buy a bucket. However, I am a Michigan fan, so I'm going to go ahead and pencil them in for the win, irrationally and illogically.
I like that
you know what?
I like
Jason,
that he identified the irrational. No, it's Jason.
It's a tournament. People are betting based off of mascots and colors.
Right. That's okay. And if you hold on to the ball, you blow the doors off.
So. Hey, Michigan State, I'm pulling for you guys, man. I think this feels like a classic Tom Izzo tournament machine. You guys look good, and I want to see a good deep run. I'd like to see Tom Izzo get a second championship. You guys have been elite for so long, and I just appreciate good hoops, and I think Tom needs that second one. So let's go Sparty.
Well, it's the only thing that keeps him hanging around, to be honest. And look, I mean, forget about COVID. No one knows if that team would have gone on a run or not. We'll never know. It's been a minute since they've had a real run. 2019 against Zion, the Kenny Goins magical moment. They need to do something. Like, they need to get on a run here. They've been a 500 program in the Big Ten the last 4 years. This year, they reclaimed what they believe to be their rightful spot. Well, go prove it, because I got news for you. Losing the Sweet 16, or heaven help you lose this weekend, whole season was a waste. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I could see it, but I'm not gonna get all excited until they get to the second weekend, do a hard reset, look around, see who you're facing.
Right, you lose this weekend, and it's the equivalent of,
you lose this weekend.
It's like the Lions losing to the Commanders.
Rico.
Like, the entire season meant nothing.
Right, Rico, you lose this weekend, go to the beach. If you're Tom and you lose this weekend, go enjoy your life. You don't need this. Because honestly, at that point, I'll go, what are we doing here? You can't lose to Bryant, and you can't lose to Marquette, New Mexico. Can't happen. Can happen, but can't, if you get what I'm saying.
Richard Pitino.
Rat.
No, yeah, well, it's the son.
Well, then they got the power forward down there, the Juicy Jones or whatever his name is. He's got 3 names, but he's a rebounder, shot blocker, dunker. He's one of the only guys left over from the Mashburn, Eddie House's kid. Mm-hmm. They lost JT Toppin. He transferred out.
Right.
Nice sport you got.
Thank you.
Who's Juicy Jones?
The power forward kid. He's got 3 names. What's his name?
Sounds like an adult movie.
Kenny, I just previewed 16. I previewed 16 games with Jim. That's 32 teams plus the first 4. My head is spinning. I have all my notes for tomorrow.
I expect more out of you.
You know what? Go to hell. Hold on.
Now we gotta look it up.
Now I got it. I'll give it to you. It's 3 names. New Mexico was my team. You know this.
3 names.
He's their power forward.
Oh, what? Nelly Jr. Joseph?
Yeah, Juicy Jones.
Juicy Jones.
I told you it was 2 J's. I told you.
Nelly Jr. Joseph.
Nelly Juicy Jones. He's really good. Dude, tell you right now, I would do a big-time trade. Fiddler, Zapala, Booker, and future NIL considerations. You put him on state, we'd win the national championship.
Okay. Done.
Nelly Juicy Jones.
I need Bill Raftery to say something if he calls that game.
Juicy! Minimum! The problem is they're facing Cam Jones, who is top 5 to 7 pure scorers, maybe pure players in college basketball. The problem for Marquette is
the coach.
Yeah, that might be part of it. Kind of falling apart a little bit. What?
No, I'm just saying, like, there's certain teams where it's like the coach is the weak link. Teams are great, but like, I'm not sold on Auburn.
Here's the tidbit I gave you.
And it's not to say that Michigan State's going to run away with it. Even before the bracket.
No team has ever lost 3 of their last 4 games entering the NCAA tournament and won it. Onions. Thank you. Also, Bill Raftery, good. Dick Vitale, terrible. The age doesn't dictate whether I like you or not. Your skills do. Raftery is still on his game. He's still excellent.
Really?
Yes.
Hasn't lost a step?
Okay. What's your problem? You don't like him?
No, I was just saying.
He's better than Grant Hill? Get rid of Grant Hill. Can you do that for me?
All right, see, flag. That's enough.
It's not a flag. You didn't even like him when he was in Detroit.
I did like him when he was in Detroit. I'm the only one that liked him when he was in Detroit.
Well, the rest of the town didn't, so don't do this with me. Grant Hill adds nothing. Just let Ian Eagle and Bill Raftery call the game. Get Grant Hill out of there. He's not any good. Whole room goes silent like I just said something bad about the Pope who's dying. What are we doing here?
I was waiting for David to say. That's his guy.
Whatever. We'll get more of your phone calls in a moment. We'll get into a blitz.
You know me. I'm a Robbie Hummel guy. So
yeah, you've kissed his ass for a while. I don't get that one either.
I don't either.
He's good.
No, he's average.
He's good.
No, BTN is horrible, so he's the best of the horrible.
He does Peacock. He does all the other networks as well.
Oh, there's a step up.
You know what?
FanDuel. Exciting times. It's college basketball. And right now, you like betting the low seeds? The lowest winning seed of the day. If you bet it, you get your share of $1 million in bonus bets if it wins. FanDuel, best place to bet the tourney. More betting markets than anyone. Yes, Jim Costa is betting SIU Edwardsville team total under 49.5 with a straight face. FanDuel offers it. He needs help.
I blame you for this.
It's not on me. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
On you.
FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to a blitz as we continue a long day after Selection Sunday. David, go ahead, buddy. What do you got?
The best time of the year. So we're going to go through some numbers, some
Is it?
facts. Some facts here for the NCAA tournament. I'll start with the first four, and then I'll jump around to different things here. So the first four, at least one first four participant has advanced to the second round in 12 of the last 13 tournaments. 5 have reached the Sweet 16, including the Final Four, which was UCLA in 21 and VCU in 2011.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you're a betting person, like, because nobody pays attention to the play-in game, well, you should, because in that play-in game is a winner. You're right. Not only will that team be hot, they're going to go into that next game, they're going to knock off that first-round opponent and make it to the second round. So, yes, if you're a betting person, pay attention to the
I'll give it a team
games.
that could do it. Now, I look, clearly I like him in the opening game, but it's Xavier. Look, Texas is and one mixtape tour. Yeah, I know Trey Johnson, an amazing player. All they are is individuals. They don't create good shots. They don't take good shots. They don't make good shots. Xavier with Cromwell, who lit up for 38 in the conference tourney, elite guard. You get Freemantle, who's been there for 15 years. He looks like Jackie Moon. Inside-out combo, good coach in Sean Miller, team concept, efficient. Xavier could be that team.
The team that I would say is the most controversial team that everybody's talking about.
North Carolina's going to latte Larry all of us?
North Carolina.
Oh, God.
North Carolina wins the first game, and then they beat Ole Miss.
The team we complained about the most makes us look stupid and validates the scumbag committee.
R.J. Davis rallies the troops, and
gross.
Go Carolina.
Just gross.
That is gross.
I hope San Diego State beats them. I can't. I hate them. I hate them.
I'm just saying, like, that's going to be a team because you want to talk about us versus the world? The world hates you. The world is saying you don't deserve to be here. So if Hubert Davis can't use this,
but what if the world's
then
right?
Just fire him right now.
David.
If you are looking for a team to win, let's just say your first game. I have two teams here that could possibly do it. One is coming from the first four, because the stat says at-large teams that finished at least 4 games under 500 in conference play are 5-1 in their first round tournament game.
Georgia, they went 6-12 in SEC play.
Texas and Oklahoma are also on that list.
Okay.
Texas and Oklahoma, we know they went 6-12 as well in SEC play.
I'm going to go Oklahoma on that.
Okay.
Yes.
That's Fears' little brother at point guard.
Yeah, that's Fears. Yeah, Jeremiah Fears.
The good Fears.
The
Fears
that didn't get shot.
Fair.
Wow.
By the way, a power stat on Georgia. Do you know the last time they won a tournament game at the University of Georgia? I mean, I'll give you one hint. I'll just give you one hint just so you can categorize. They haven't made the tournament since 2015. You want the answer?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, so I can't answer.
23 years. 2002, Jim Herrick was your head coach.
No way.
Yes, way. Go ahead.
Well, since you're on that note, I'll give you something on
They didn't make it with
another.
Edwards? Anthony Edwards that
No.
year?
No.
I'll give you another stat for another SEC team, and that is Florida. Florida hasn't advanced to the second weekend since 2017, which is also the last time they were in the top 4 of seeding.
Listen, this team is loaded for bear. I mean,
True.
First of all, they got guards on an assembly line. I mean, they got 4 legit high-end guards. Condon, the 7-footer. Look, the other thing, last year they were 90th in total defense. This year they've become a top 10 defensive team. They play with pace. They can space the floor, shoot it, athletes everywhere. We focused, I'm guilty of it. 2-3 weeks ago, it was all about Auburn and Duke. Cooper Flagg gets hurt. Auburn poops its pants. Florida might be the best team in America.
You're right.
They are the Nick Bolton of college basketball. They just kill people.
Right. You are right about that. And a lot of people believe, we've talked about it, a lot of people believe that Auburn is the weakest 1 seed. Well, you may be right about this based on this stat. You may be right to worry. The Tigers have lost in the first or second round all 3 times as a top 4 seed under Bruce Pearl. 18, 22, and 24.
Rico's been all over this. I'm going to let him live in this world.
David, it's like Wesley Snipes said, always bet on the opposite team. Whenever they're playing somebody, they just find a way to lose games early on that they have no business losing. And then the next thing you know, everybody's watching the monitor like, is Auburn about to lose this game? As sure as Bruce Pearl will sweat through his shirts, yes.
Fun power stat. Auburn starting 5, average age, older than your Detroit Pistons.
Yes, very much, yes.
Nice sport, Rico.
Right there with OKC.
Correct.
Nice.
Correct.
23.4 years.
That's great sport.
So, question
Really
for
doing
you
a bang-up
guys.
job.
Hey, you know what? I saw Hunter Dickinson in a commercial. That NIL is paying off.
Oh, God.
Based on this next stat, I have a question for you guys. At least one number 13 seed has won a first-round game in 28 of 39 tournaments. So I ask you, Yale, Grand Canyon, Akron, High Point. I think I know which one I want to answer. Who wins?
I'll let
13
Rico go
seed.
first. I have a strong opinion, though.
You said
Yale, Grand Canyon, Akron, and High Point. Yale has Texas A&M. Grand Canyon has Maryland. Akron has Arizona. High Point, Purdue.
See, that's not fair because I like Maryland, but I would say Grand Canyon.
Why do you like Maryland?
Because I do. I like turtles. Grand Canyon. I like their style that they play. So, and they won me a lot of money last year.
Okay, I've got something a little more nuanced than pay-for-play colleges. High Point.
Hey, that's not a pay-for-play college.
That's a made-up school at GCU.
It's a real campus.
It's a church with 3 books and a basketball court. Listen, stick with me.
Earl Roberts.
3 words, 4 words. Matt Painter's bloated head. Give me High Point, and I'll tell you why. Just some tidbits if you want more, cash the ticket. High Point is not your normal scumbag little rat-ass school. No. Rico, Kamani Hamilton, Mississippi State transfer. DeMaurian Williams, Texas Tech transfer. And their 6th man, Bobby Pettiford, Kansas transfer. They've got some dudes. They also shoot a ridiculous, this is incredible to me. You ready? 60% of their twos, they shoot almost 40% from deep. They go 10 deep. And also, the biggest factor in all of analytics, Amish point guards don't cover spreads. Give me High Point. High Point.
He's not an Amish point guard, but you know what, David? He's not right. He's not right because you know what's missing from Purdue is Fletcher Lawyer has disappeared. Like, he was all that when Zach Edey was there.
Maybe Fletcher's turned to Foster.
No. Well,
High Point, the other thing, as a team, they shoot 59% from the field. And they're
he's on a roll, people.
They're a top 30 team offensively. Listen, High Point.
The Fighting Pointers.
Matt Painter, bloated head.
And one more here.
Let's go.
The ACC, bad year. Horrible year.
Yes.
But they have had at least one team reach the Elite 8 in 35 of 39 tournaments. They got 4 chances this year, 4 bids this year, which is their fewest since 2013. I think they're going to miss it this year.
No, they're still going to get it.
Whoa.
Duke.
It depends on what I...
It depends on nothing.
Okay.
Duke is going.
Yeah.
If you're Duke, the smartest thing that you do is you sit Cooper Flag this entire weekend. And only unless we need you in that second game, if you can't win your first game without him, you don't deserve to be there. If you're Duke, Cooper Flag plays in the Sweet 16. So, yes, I think Duke will make it.
Well, according to their stats, they've the number 1 seed, of course. In their previous 6 instances, they have won 2 titles, but then also lost in the Sweet 16 3 times in the Elite 8 once.
Just don't sleep on Clemson. I know the McNeese State matchup is dicey, but they play D. They've got elite guard play. They beat Duke. They put up a really nice year, and I know we only think of Clemson in football. If they can survive that McNeese game, because Will Wade, that crew is...
Well, heck, North Carolina should have beat Duke, but the guy jumped into the free throw lane. So
What was that?
Like, somewhere, where you got to go? You got to be somewhere? Is your
Come on.
girlfriend calling you?
Be still.
Listen.
It's like in church. Like, boys, sit still.
Here's what I want to do. I want to trade Frankie Fiddler, Zapala, and 2 future firsts for Ian Shefflin from Clemson. Can I do that?
So let me guess. You're not a big fan of Frankie Fiddler.
Fiddler, Booker, the intellectual property to Melting Moments, and a profit share of Izzo's contract for Ian Shefflin. Can I do that?
No. Melting Moments is off the table.
Okay.
Sorry.
All I know is if I taped everything I just traded together, they wouldn't equal Clemson's Ian Shefflin. Chase Hunter's fun, but Shefflin, that's 13 and 10 a night, like clockwork.
Well, here's the sad reality, and I think, David, it's not one of your numbers, but it should be. But I think for the last 9 or 10 games, every MSU opening possession ended in a turnover. Challenge me on that. Go look it up.
I think you're right about that.
They turn the ball over. Every first possession, turnover.
Miniman.
That is your college basketball wraparound NCAA tournament edition.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We're in our bracket feelings right now. We will get to JB Bickerstaff. I'm hoping I have time to get to a little bit of Tiger stuff because a couple of really interesting things today as we start to look towards opening day. But we want to go a little bit more with the tournament. And with that, the senator from Delaware, Rico, you have an angle for the people. We'll get to your phone calls in a second, please.
Well, Mike, when it comes down to the tournament, we kind of touched upon it in the first hour. If you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. But we said that the floor, the minimum that Michigan State should get is the Elite Eight. That's the expectation that I had, the expectation that you have. For Michigan, my expectation for them is you should win that first game. You should make it to the round of 16. So I asked the people out there, what is the minimum expectation? At what point do you say, you know what? This team has to make it to this point in the tournament in order for this season to be a success. 248-539-9797. Because for me, I say the Elite Eight for MSU. Looking at this bracket and everything that's going on in there, you should be able to beat Bryant and the winner of the New Mexico Marquette game, a undermanned Iowa State, and now you prepare for whoever is on that other side. For Michigan, look, if you're that team that we saw this weekend, you shouldn't be worried about UC San Diego. You should be able to go out there with your 2 7-footers, get this thing done, and advance to I think you would have A&M in the following game.
A&M or Yale, yeah.
A&M or Yale, and then you should be able to be playing Auburn in that game in the Sweet 16. 248-539-9797.
David, should I make my day easy or do the honest thing and make it difficult?
Be honest, man.
If I wanted to make it easy, I'd just be like, yeah, it's a great point, Rico. It sounds good. Here's where I'm at. I don't care. I'll just be the pinata today. For State, it's a Final Four, period. We're about banners. For Michigan, I have no expectations. Your season was already a success. No, I don't expect you to win your opening game. No, I don't think that all of a sudden you're a reborn Christian this weekend, have been baptized in basketball waters. I don't. Your problems are your problems. You are who you are. And I know what I watched over the last however many weeks. So I have no expectation of you. Anything you do in this tournament is a bonus. The fact that you rallied up and won the Big Ten Conference tournament is wonderful. It's a banner, one that you legally get to put up and keep up. I know you're not used to that in Ann Arbor. But honestly, I can't sit here and act like I have any expectations for them. They could. Rico, their flaws are so well documented, and they're not doing anything to change them.
They are.
Oh, but they hit all these buzzer beaters. Okay, that's not sustainable. I think Dusty May walking in and winning the Big Ten Conference Championship and even having you as a factor throughout most of the year, incredible job by Dusty May. I have no expectations of you. And for State, no. You know why? Because I did soul searching. Okay? I took David's hand during the break. David prayed with me. And you know what? You know what I came to the conclusion of? No, I won't be happy with an Elite Eight and a loss and feel like the year's good. It's not. Final Four or nothing.
I didn't say you feel good about the loss, but I at least want to see you in the regional finals of the South region.
Minimum is win it all. There. Talk again, and I ask to win by 20. I've had enough.
248-539-9797. David, what about you? Because I do think this weekend means something for Michigan because you saw the ball going in the basket. You experienced winning again. That is contagious. It's just like losing is contagious, and maybe you carry this thing over.
Well, tell me it wasn't a fluke and make it to the Sweet 16. That's what I need. You make it to the Sweet 16, then I know, okay, it wasn't a fluke. They didn't just, beat up on a Big Ten team. They actually were better. They actually figured something out.
If you lose, you still hung a banner in year one of Dusty May.
Correct.
The season is a success.
After last year, yes. Based off what we did last year.
That's all I'm trying to say.
And based off what we did to end the season, not having a chance to win the regular season title, yeah. It is a success, but I need to make sure it's not a fluke.
And for Michigan State, I understand why I'm vilified by Spartan fans. I have a pro sports mentality. Tom Izzo's been there forever. You think making the Final Four and losing by 30 to Florida is somehow a success? What the hell is any of it for if it's not about winning the whole thing? Why do you think Tom is still there at the age of 70? I mean, Tom Izzo is operating in misery. Right. You think Tom Izzo likes NIL? You think Tom's happy coddling kids? Like, he's here to win a natty. It's the only thing that drives the guy. So why would my bar be lower than his bar?
No, and Mike, you're fine with your bar. I look at it as in 2019 when you were in Duke's region. You know what? Play that game against Duke and let me see what you can do. But you need to be in that game with Duke. So you know what? I need to see them playing Auburn in that Elite Eight game.
You know Auburn won't even be there. You've been all over it.
I know.
You predicted their demise. You've been ahead of it since day one.
So if there's no Auburn, then I'm with you. That's Final Four.
Even when they get to the Final Four, you got to win the thing.
I'm with you, but I
don't think
need
they
to
can.
see you there.
I'm changing my opinion. I don't know that they can. All right, listen. 248-539-9797. Do we have 10 basketball fans in this town? Or I can go right to Bickerstaff, where all the alleged Piston fans helicopter in because Bickerstaff supported the city. We'll have some fun with
Us first, Detroit versus everybody.
Oh, yeah, you know it. You know it. David, what do you got on? I'll get to the ticket text momentarily. I want to go straight to the people who care enough to call and talk hoops. Fair?
Fair.
We go to E, 97.1. E, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
I got to be honest with my bracket, man. I got the Spartans beating New Mexico, right? And I got the Spartans beating Iowa State. But then in the Elite Eight, I got them losing to that Big Blue. And the reason why, because I think Michigan can run through I don't think Auburn that tough, right? And I think that Saturday night, Tom Izzo knew what was ahead of him on Sunday. It was round 3, revenge tour. We was coming to get you guys. And he didn't want that game. Y'all didn't want that smoke.
Huh? We beat you by a combined 30.
They've beaten us twice, man. What are you talking
Don't worry about it. You absolutely right. The second game y'all did, and East Lansing y'all did.
We ran you off your own court.
They beat them by 13 or 15 in Chrysler.
Wait. At the Chrysler Arena, if you rewind that tape, at the Chrysler Arena, we was up at halftime. Second half, them zebras, we called the referees to go over that game.
No. Wait. You were up by either 4 or 2 points at halftime.
Hold on. You know what I saw in that game? I'll tell you what I vividly remember, watching that game. I remember your players quitting. It got so bad late, you quit. Go look. Your fans quit, your team quit. Look, if you want to say Michigan can beat Michigan State, that's fine. Your angle is that's crackheaded stuff. Oh, Tom tanked Saturday. He didn't want any of that smoke. Cutscene. We beat the team by a combined 32 points.
He lost me there. Now, the other thing, okay, fine. If you want to tell me it's hard to beat a team 3 times.
Noted.
I can live with that. But the whole, he didn't want the smoke.
What smoke?
Hey, there was no smoke.
We are your nightmare.
Those games weren't even close.
I tried. I mean, he seemed like such a nice guy.
Bro, if they guarded the logo the way if they did Richardson like they did the logo, maybe they could have kept him under 10 points.
We'll get to more of the people, hopefully more sensible than that. 248-539-9797. Northville Lumber, talked about them for a long time. The largest Trex decking outlet in the country. They stock it all the time at the best prices in the industry. It's Northville Lumber. They've got what you need to build your deck. Plan it, build it, enjoy it. Go where the pros go. Call Northville Lumber today. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples, and then let's get to work. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Deck Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
who's cutting down the nets this March. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, if you're looking to take Michigan State to win their region, at that plus 500. If you're looking at Michigan to win the region, that's at plus 2,200. Bet $20 on the team you think will win it all, and if they do, you'll win a share of the $2 million in bonus bets. Plus, receive $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started. Odds and lines subject to change. You got to be 21 or older. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, quick check-in. By the way, the Tiger news just gets better and better and better. And by that, I mean worse and worse and worse. Straight up Little League stuff happening at their game today. I'll explain later. But why you are attempting to teach a guy how to play the outfield like a week plus out from the season. Oh, wait, I know, because you didn't sign any bats. Little League blooper reel from what Rico just read to me. We'll talk about it. David, ticket text. We're talking about the tournament minimums. For State, I'm sorry. I just, there's nothing left. Izzo's done it all. He's been to the mountaintop. The only thing that will do is to get there and do it. Now, I'll try to be fair and say Final Four. But the reality is, nothing's going to make me happy until they win their second, and then he gets to retire the way he should. Otherwise, what was it all for? For Michigan, it's totally different. I don't have any expectation. It's already a success. May I remind you, you won like 2 games last year. Your coach left in disgrace. Dusty May rides in and hung a banner Sunday. Rousing success. I know it was uneven. I understand earlier in the year you thought you were more, but they rallied up. The lone Sparty, I believed in him Friday night. The bottom line, you might get dumped in the first round, and I don't think it makes you're a failure. I don't. You hung a banner, one that you can legally put up, and I know you're not used to that.
No, I think if you get dumped in the first round, that would hurt. After winning the Big Ten
Would
tournament.
the season be a success for Dusty? Yes or no? You know the answer.
Yeah, it'll be a success.
It's not unequivocal, but
Right.
it's a success.
Right.
The fighting forks are tough. Right. All right, David, ticket text. Go ahead.
Just like the Lions, anything less than the championship game for MSU is a failure. Why should it be any different?
Well, look, part of it is, do you think they're good enough to do it? I mean, technically, yes. But there's still, like, Saturday is a case in point of why they scare me as far as not being able to get it done.
Right. I think they're a team that can win, but I think they're a team that can win that needs help. There are certain teams need no help.
I don't want to play Florida.
They just line up and they beat you. You know what? Ironically enough, one of the teams I did not want to see MSU play, and they won't play them until the title game, if they make it, was Alabama. I thought that was a horrible matchup for them.
Thought Michigan State played very well, but fell short to a good Wisconsin squad. They are good enough. Final Four is the floor for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when the opponent's best player pops off for 40 and has his personal NBA highlight reel against you, you didn't play well. Trey Holloman lost his mind, 5-point swing. Trey Holloman late, pump fake, ever? Guy goes flying by, practice jumper. Nah, I'm going to shoot over an 8-footer. Then late in the game, fears, hoping for the call versus actually just putting the shot up. They didn't play well.
Yeah, why did you shoot the ball with 3 seconds to go? From half court.
That's on you.
Is anything good ever on me?
The Blood Moon.
The Blood Moon.
Yeah,
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar developed. And you nailed the Kenneth Walker thing. You told me in the summer you're going to like this kid from Wake Forest.
Well, I'm telling you now,
Barry Sanders.
Xavier Booker.
Get him.
Winning shot.
Get him out.
To the Final Four.
Get him out.
His winning three wins a national
Xavier Booker
title.
should be wearing an M.Dot vest working on 696 right now. Get him out.
When they hit the last note of One Shining Moment, and it's that final shot, it's Booker's 3 as it goes down.
Yeah, after he transfers to Butler. David?
39 years as head coach and 1 natty. Final Four doesn't mean squat to me. That is Joe. He said he's a Spartan fan.
If you have to tell us you're a Spartan fan, you're not.
Well, he said Spartyville. I wasn't going to say Spartyville.
Stop lying.
Okay,
it's okay.
Yeah, at that point, no Spartan fan has ever called it Spartyville.
That's why I'm like, what?
The guy's been a head coach for 30 years. He's been to how many Final Fours? How many Big Ten titles? Like, there has to be more than just a national title. Does he need a second to get the validation. He does.
Yeah, he gets behind the velvet rope. Now you get into the executive board. You're one of those coaches who have multiple.
I love that coming from a Wolverine fan. You're busy cracking your nuts on a coach's grave who never won one.
Like hitting people with garbage cans.
We're just keeping it on Main Street. That's it. Facts are mean.
Matt and Metamora says, Mike is giving U of M the proper respect. Anything we do in the tournament is bonus, but the Izzo didn't want the smoke guy does not speak for the average Michigan fan.
And see, you know what? I was buying what he said, and if he would have came out and said, you know what, it's hard just to beat a team 3 times, you're right. But, they were winning at halftime in Chrysler. They were winning by 4.
Yeah, cutscene, 50-28. I mean, what are we doing here?
Right, the game doesn't end in the first half.
Right, but even if you were winning by 20, maybe, but you're winning by 4.
What was the final result of both games? Blowouts.
Yeah.
End. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy? Kevin. Kev's asleep. We'll go to Chad on the cell. Chad, what's up, bud?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Mikey. You're going to talk some college hoops for a change, Rico. Top 10 Rico.
Top 10 Rico, not in the house today.
Oh, man, why not?
He's not dressed up for the occasion. I thought he'd roll in a little top hat or something exciting for the tourney, but nope. It's athleisure wear, Rico.
We got to pace ourselves, okay?
All right, Chad, what do you got, bud?
Well, look, I knew with the way things ended, I knew the Big Ten tournament doesn't matter. I remember from 15 when MSU won it, I thought they were going to get the last 1 seed. And the committee said, we don't care about the Big Ten tournament. Not only are we not going to give you the last 1 seed, we're going to give you the worst 2 seeds. And, Mike, I know you don't like complaining about the bracket, but I remember picking up the paper that year and reading about Middle Tennessee and going, how the hell is this their first-round opponent? You look and saw what they did with the football. I knew Michigan wasn't going to get a favorable seed. I knew that. When Purdue came in above us, I went, yep, they don't care about the Big Ten tournament. Wisconsin, yep, they don't care about the Big Ten tournament. They only value the regular season. But then I saw Auburn still get the number 1 overall seed, and I'm going, what are we doing here? It just, everything they do seems to be so uneven. I think they do a good job of getting the right teams in, but after that, they just don't know how to match it up correctly. And are you at least a bit surprised we got a second-round matchup with Yale? I thought for sure that Vandy would be in your bracket, a little Hogard matchup in the second round.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing.
No, Chad, I'm with you. I saw that as well. Like, yeah, it's got to be Vandy. They're going to do the Hogard playing his old team, just like I thought Michigan was going to get Kansas at some point.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I should have been waiting for that one. Luckily, Kansas was bad enough, or we would have gotten it.
Yeah, and look, Chad, once you accept this is not honest, it's just performance art. It is a made-for-TV WWE product. It becomes easier. The only thing I will accept as just open griping or shrills is North Carolina being in. It's crooked. It doesn't feel legitimate. It doesn't feel real. It feels crooked. And look, that's even before we get to Texas, who should not be in. When you go 6-12 in your conference, you do not make the NCAA tournament. They went 19-15 overall.
But they're going to say, hey, we play in the toughest conference.
Yeah, good for you. They have Trey Johnson, and they have a brand, but they're not good. It's the same thing. North Carolina had 1 quad 1 win. West Virginia had 6 and a better record in a better conference. It just, that's the only thing. I'm not going to sit here. Should Michigan have been a 4? Yes. But 4 versus 5 seed. What's the real complaint there? If you're good, win.
You don't play in the 5-12 game because every 5 seed in the back of your mind is always thinking, dear God, please don't let it be us.
But the new 5-12 is the 6-11.
I know.
The 11s win more.
I know. But still, it's just that it's in your mind. You don't want to be that.
Fine.
That
so ask yourself this point. Do you believe Michigan's one of the top 16 teams in America? All in resume, not 3 days, 3 months. Are they one of the top 16 teams in America? No. Then you're not a 4 seed. So on one hand, I can say what you did this weekend with recency bias, you should be a 4. I can also make an equal case to the other side. You're right where you belong.
But see, here's the problem they have a legitimate gripe. Neither should Purdue. Purdue should not be on the 4 line.
Amish point guard. Can't do it. Can't do it. That's all it comes down to.
I want him to change the name on the back of his jersey just for the tournament. Amish point guard.
APG.
It took me a couple of shows before I finally realized, like, who is the Amish point guard? I know Purdue's roster. Like, and then I realized, oh, okay, he's talking about the Big Ten Player of the Year, Braden Smith.
He's not the player of the year. First of all, if you're a point guard and you turn it over 6 times a game, you're not the player.
He got the trophy.
Well, that doesn't make it valid.
No, he doesn't. You know what? He won Player of the Year because nobody.
Amish.
You know what?
Heirloom furniture.
No, he does kind of look Amish. I just looked him
Kind
up.
of.
A little bit.
Kind of.
A little bit.
Yeah. Horse and buggy, orange triangle on the back. I mean, come on.
He's not Amish.
You don't know that.
He's not Amish. He just grew the beard out this year. He didn't have it last year.
Hometown, Lancaster, PA.
Did he major in making furniture?
Might. Miter saw specialist.
Veterinarian to take care of the horses.
I'm making a point here. I can't buy into that team. Now, Purdue's been very good over the last few years, but he is.
No. Zach Edey has been good over the last couple of years.
All right, but I'm telling you.
You take away Zach Edey and Purdue is just a regular team.
Look, player of the year should have been Tanji. Agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Queen from well, never mind. But he won Freshman of the Year.
What about Jacoby Gillespie? All right, let's get it moving. Gator's a huge Terp guy.
Wrong one. I'm sorry.
Reed.
You know what?
Yep, Reed.
With all the games that are coming up, I'm going to be watching them out on my deck that was designed and built by Koi Construction. As a matter of fact, Mike First Time was out there making smash burgers over the weekend on the deck made by Koi Construction. They can design and build one for you as well. Hey, trust me. They are a Trex Pro Platinum dealer with over 40 years of experience serving Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Give Koi Construction a call. They specialize in creating high-quality decks that are known for their top-notch craftsmanship and attention to detail. The weather is warming up. Get on Koi Construction's call list. Let them design and build the perfect deck for you so that you can be watching games during the summertime out on your deck. Call Koi Construction right now and get your project started today.
We are going to get to a little Tiger baseball. We'll also get to JB Bickerstaff. Look, at a minimum, it's great audio and it's fun. But I think it's worth a conversation. Saturday night, very few people probably paid attention, but Bickerstaff went off. We'll get to that in the 4 o'clock hour. Doing a little tournament now. Michigan a 5 seed. Should they have been a 4? Probably. It's not surprising because the committee doesn't respect what goes on in the Big Ten tournament, and the bracket's done Friday night over cocktails. You'll never convince me otherwise. For Michigan State, the seeding never matters. It's about, are they going to turn the trick and do this? That's it. It's not an insult for me to say Michigan doesn't need to win a game. It's actually my highest compliment. Dusty May blew the lid off your barometer of success, even if you knew Michigan had a basketball team, the minute he, 15, 16, 17 more wins than last year. Then he wins the Big Ten Conference tournament. The season's a success. The man doesn't even have his program here. So if you lose to the Fighting Forks, that it doesn't impact what I would view Michigan's season as. A success. For State, the barometer's different. Izzo's been there 30 years. He's got one reason to exist. Win a second title. So why would I sit here and be like, oh, golly gee, if they make the Elite Eight? I can't do it. But I'm a rat bastard. That's why. Me, rat bastard. I just win it all because I don't care.
I look at this team and I see the team, they're good, but they have shortcomings. They're not in that elite category. So that's why I said, show me a game where you're facing up against Auburn, just like in 2019 when you had to play Duke and all those NBA players. That's what I'm looking for.
The problem is, okay, great. Are they going to choke away another one? Lose to a Texas Tech? Like, the whole bottom line is if you got to the Final Four and then Florida goes Action Jackson on you with a flamethrower, how are you going to feel? You know how you'll feel. You'll be eating sad pizza.
No, you're right. Unfortunately, of that Final Four, they played the one team. If they would have played Virginia, they would have won the whole thing.
Ifs and buts, candy and nuts.
I know.
Let's go to the people. We'll go to Connor, 97.1. Connor, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, man?
Good.
So I am terrified of this matchup, to be honest with you. I'm a Michigan fan. And the way our bigs just lack the ability to space the floor and our turnovers, I just think the UC San Diego is a hungry team that's going to want to come out and, throw a trash can at us.
Well, I've got some stuff for you if you want it, and obviously, shameless plug, cash the ticket. We broke the whole damn thing down, but here's what I got for you, okay? This is a game. It is designed. They have put a team in front of you that is designed to beat you. They are number 6 in America in turnovers. They turn over their opponent at 20% of the time. 1 of every 5 possessions, UC San Diego turns you over. 2, they don't have a 7-footer. Noted. But everybody on the court will be at least 6'5". They got a trio of senior guards, including 2 of them who are all defensive candidates. One of them had 105 steals. Look, they're a pain in the ass. They shoot the 3 at 38%. They're a top 30 offensive efficiency team. Now, have we watched a lot of them? No. Where do you watch UC San Diego? The Ocho after log rolling. But Connor, you also don't go 30-4 by accident and tripping over your ding-ding in the morning. So I think you're right. Now, here's the biggest thing, Connor. If you've listened to this show for any amount of time, you know what I value. Who's the most bet on team by the public as of right now? Michigan. The spread went from 4.5 to 2.5. Yeah, you should be nervous. But if you're good and you hold on to the basketball, you'll beat these guys. But if you turn it over 17 times, no, you're going home.
I just need our bigs to be physical, and watching that Wisconsin game, I saw them miss after miss after miss, and then Trey not scoring till the second half off free throws only. That makes me really, really nervous.
Well, listen, I mean...
Yeah, but Trey actually ended up hitting another big 3 in the Wisconsin game. So, I mean, he's hitting big shots late. I mean, the drive... Maryland playing no defense and just allowed him to go right down the court. He's stepping up in the big moments. So I've often said, everybody talks about the Area 51 of Wolf and Vlad, but Michigan goes as Trey goes. When Trey is good, Trey Donaldson is good, you're winning games. Those are the games that you sneak out, but you win. When Trey Donaldson is horrible, those are the games you get blown out. So you need Trey Donaldson. He is the key to this Wolverine team.
Great hair. Let's go over to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon, sir. What's on your mind?
Good afternoon. All right. As far as the region goes from a Michigan State perspective, I feel like we got the best 1 to 6 that are very beatable for us out of any. I'm not jealous of any other 2 seed. I feel like this region is totally gettable. I'm more scared of the 7 to 16 range than anyone in the 1 to 6. Obviously, Auburn and Iowa State are good teams, but Auburn has never been less hot the entire year, and Iowa State just lost their second best player. And those are 2 teams that are top 20 rated in adjusted offensive and defensive efficiency.
Kevin,
I love
that's
I love
why
matchups.
that's why I just don't feel. Look, I never get too high on a draw, and I never get too low. If you're good, you got no excuses but to get to that regional final, and maybe Auburn's not even there. And if they are, what do they look like? You got to beat good teams. You want to make a run. I'm with you, Kevin. There's no one in there that I feel like is impossible until they get to Auburn. And now Auburn has hit the skids, lost 3 of 4. No team that's lost 3 of 4 going into the tourney's ever won the tourney. But look, it just start out, take care of business Friday, and there's just no excuses. I'm not going to make excuses for my team. This is Izzo's best shot he's had since 2019. Yes, I think the 19 team was better than the 20 team. That's a personal opinion. I won't be able to validate it because the world ended.
Yeah.
You can't
as
blow
far as-
opportunities like this in today's day and age.
Absolutely. I mean, like, I agree with Rico before. It's like Elite 8 is like the absolute floor. Like, we've been given a gift. Like, we have to take advantage. This year. This isn't my favorite Michigan State team, but like, this is the best draw I've ever seen as far as like since I went to college there. So it's just like this. Like, it's got to be now.
Yes, you're totally right. They are 1 player short. They just, if they had a 6'8", 6'9" guy, not even a 7-footer, just a guy that could moonlight between the 3 and the 4, shooter, defender, functional player.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Jackson Kohler.
No, he's their center. I'm talking about from an athletic standpoint. Okay. Kind of like what they shelled out all that money for Frankie Fiddler.
Okay, once again, why are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at that.
The RBF, I'm not loving right now.
I did go full Brad Underwood on you right there. Sorry about that. I'd like to apologize for my face. All right, spring savings, unbeatable deals. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer. You need a truck? They got you covered. 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT crew cab. You can lease it. $299 a month, $19.99 down. Priced right. Or go green this spring. Lease the all-electric 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, $14.95 down. Both 24 months. Everyone gets employee pricing on both the Silverado and Blazer EV. No gimmicks, just the deals. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, before we get back to everything, we will continue tournament talk. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. We've done almost 2 hours on it. I got to get this Tigers thing out of the way, and then we're going to do one segment of football, and then I get the Bickerstaff, and then back to Tourney. But I gotta help you. Can you just? I want you to read what you wrote, and I want to say this very clearly for everybody. What I am about to say has nothing to do with who wrote this. I'm just going to deal with what was written. So when it sounds a little spicy, don't conflate the two. This is simple for me. Torkelson is in right today. Who asked for that? No one of this earth. So Baez the third, Tork's playing right. One problem. Not an outfielder. Take a guess what happened next. Rico.
Mike, what happened next? Oh, you want me to read it?
That's the part where you read what you read to me.
This is from Chris McCaskey. Torkelson, playing right field for the first time, will learn to split the runners that are on single to right. He tried to throw out the runner going to first to third and gave the batter running to second base free. Then Colt Keats botched the grounder at first, growing pains.
Okay, here's my view of that. This is my view. Little League. That's Little League. So here's my issue with this baseball team. And this is where I get frustrated because on one end, I can give Scott Harris full credit for burning the minor league system to the ground, making smart hires, drafting, developing, and now the Tigers have a real farm product. Now that's an A. What I don't understand with Scott Harris is how we're here. You made the playoffs last year. And now I got Walter Matthau managing a team. This is bad news bears. I'm teaching Javi to play third. I'm teaching Keith to play first. Hey, Torque, it's like 10 minutes before the season. Want to play right? And it's all because of the following. You did not sign a single high-level right-handed bat. And the one you did sign refuses to play third base. Remember, Glaber would be a Yankee if he would have moved to third. He refused. The Yankees told him to GTFO. Then the Nationals offered him more money than you. He said no. Why? They wanted him at third. So now you got a guy landlocked at second who can't play the position. You got Colt Keith going to first because he's a lousy second baseman and has shown nothing so far at first that he's high level. Torque is going to learn the outfield, ? And Javi Baez, who nobody wants here, is now possibly going to play third. My issue is, what the F did we even do this offseason if this is where we are? Now, mind you, if you're the Chicago White Sox and you have dutifully wrapped your lips around the tailpipe of the league and are ingesting gas fumes, that's the White Sox. Yes. Maybe I'll live with, hey, Rico, want to learn how to do Christian rock radio? And we just throw Rico on the air? Hey, Kenny, you're hosting Political Talk. Great show. If you're that, I'll accept it. You made the playoffs. The playoffs. And here's the best part. We're going to spend a little money. Okay, let's do the offseason check mark again. Didn't get Skubal signed, and by all accounts, it was an offensive offer. Okay, that's a fail. Did we add a right-handed bat at third, at short, or in the outfield? No. All right. Did we sign a right-handed bat? Yes. One problem. He's landlocked at second for a team that wants flexibility. Now it's who's on first, who's playing third, who's our shortstop? Trey Sweeney? Maybe. Javi? Maybe. Parker Meadows can't feel his arm.
Well, I guess this means that Sweeney will make the team and he won't get
My
sent down.
point is, while Tiger fans were busy touching their jollies, making fun of deals to players like and Santander, he can play first and the outfield. Yeah. We didn't do anything.
No, it's almost like they said, well, we have these pieces. Maybe we're just putting them in the wrong spots.
No, then you sign green Jell-O with pears floating in it, a.k.a. Alex Cobb.
What if we put this person here and this person here and this person here?
But my point is, Rico, for a playoff team and one that has a win total in line with the entire division, there it is. Unacceptable. Why are we teaching people to do new things on the fly? It suggests that if you had a plan, it went bleeps up. And if you don't have a plan, we arrive back at
unacceptable.
Thank you.
Because do you think that the air quote pitching chaos led to this? Well, it worked for the pitching staff. Maybe it'll work for hitting.
There's an element of, the principle of having a versatile, optimized lineup can work. I'll say it for the people in the back, but you have to be tactical about how you do it. Now, you're doing it partially for plate matchups, but you're doing it where defense is sacrosanct to everything else. Well, here's your problem. Torque's a construction barrel. Colt Keith is not a high-level defensive player. He wasn't at second and won't be at first, and he can't play third because his arm would fall out. Javi sucks. Glaber sucks. The only guy that's awesome as a defensive player, awesome as Parker Meadows, can't feel parts of his arm. So the point I'm making is, if you're going to do it, do it. But that requires you having players that actually have multi-position eligibility on a high level. And in what world do you believe Spencer Torkelson will be an average replacement-level outfielder? He just made a snafu today that cost you a game.
Little League, yeah.
You do that in the regular season, it'll cost you a game. How are we here after making the playoffs? You spent $17 million on Alex Cobb. What did you do at any point? And mind you, I never did anything stupid. I never threw out unrealistic stuff. I never did dumb things. You didn't do anything. So now look at what you got.
No, you're right. Did you oversell the kids that you were waiting for?
Oh, no,
thinking that one of them would rise up?
Time out. Hold on. There is one more deal, and it's not from Moran Buick GMC, okay? The other deal is Chase Young got sent down today.
Leads so many questions, like how bad is he at third that you had to send him down? The difference between him and Javi at third. Let's stick with Javi.
This is the beginning. This is the beginning of a rap song. Here's what they think about you.
It really is.
This is how bad you are. Now, let me tell you how bad you are. We're sending you down. How? You don't have a third baseman. Really? Javi. That's how bad you are.
Javier bias?
We're going to teach Javi to play third again. Hashtag McKinstry.
And that's why, on principle, I love the idea of Bregman. I didn't really like Bregman, but I like the principle and the idea of it because you had a third baseman, someone you can put in your lineup, put it in pen in the lineup card every day. That's why I like the idea. Now we're stuck with this. Oh, don't block the young guys. That young guy's been sent to Toledo.
Because he's not good. That's a problem. I mean, he's hitting 100 in spring training. Now, do I value spring training? I don't. They clearly are saying this kid's not ready. The whole premise is one injury in your outfield has now upset the apple cart to a point you have no other solutions. And Spencer Torkelson's getting a legitimate look in right. You had one injury at third to face the franchise Matt Vierling. I'm looking at Javi Baez and Friends. A comedy album nobody asked for.
Wow.
So there's your spring training report.
And it's not like you start the year off playing some bottom feeder teams. So.
And it's not, and again, they have time. But the point I make to you is it's already bad when you have a couple injuries to start the year. Not Yankee injuries. We're like, holy hell, one of our three best hitters and our Cy Young Award-winning ace are both dead for the year.
Right.
I'm talking face of franchise Matt Vierling, and Parker Meadows is a big injury because defensively he is fabulous. But, Rico, you know what I'm saying.
Right, because plan B is literally spin the wheel.
You talk about roster construction. This was from A.J. Hinch earlier today on Jace Young. His timing was off entirely from the first day. This is not good enough.
Wait, say it again?
His timing was off almost entirely, even the first day. This was your plan. This was the plan from the offseason onward.
No, it wasn't.
This was the whole idea.
Because I think if they knew Jace Young was any good, you don't pursue Alex Bregman. This was my whole point while I was being slandered by people at this place and by callers of why waiting for the kids is nothing more than a penis pump fantasy. You sign good players and go. And if the kids are any good, you trade them for something that's sweet or you teach them to play somewhere else. Last year at this time, I was told Jace Young was Brooks Effin Robinson.
So then my question is, if this is what they saw on day one, then why do we wait till last week to put Javi at third? or try him at third.
Look,
David, if you knew this was it couldn't have been a surprise from day one. They had to know ahead of time, which means maybe we really need to do something and make a move.
Right, and depending who you talk to, yes, they pivoted to Nolan Arenado. One problem: Arenado wouldn't put Detroit on the list of places I'm willing to live. I'm not going to blame the organization for that, but trades are a real thing. So's free agency. I mean, how's that $17 million on Alex Cobb look? Wouldn't rather have handed 20 to Santander, as flawed of a player as he is? At least he plays first and outfield. Got a shot at 30 homers, never 40 again, but 30. Now we got Torkelson thinking that he's Bo Jackson trying to gun runners down at third base, giving up an extra, and then Keith can't even field that. It's just contradictory to what I believe they want to be. That's what doesn't add up to me.
No, I think that this is what they want to be, but they made the playoffs in spite of it, where they weren't planning on the playoffs. They're not going to apologize for making the playoffs, but
they want to tell you how smart they are, but then they don't want to do smart things.
I think the playoffs took them by surprise because now it's like, wait, do we add to this team or do we just go the route that we went before and hope that we get lucky again?
I want to make a
now
statement.
It feels like they got lucky between their hot streak and the Twins tanking. How they made it.
You can just say it's not kind of, sort of, feels like, sounds like it. No, it is like. Second of all, I want to state for the record, and then we're going to a break. If there is any game, this is like when Stoney used to have, if Bruce Springsteen was anywhere in 500 miles, he got the day off. Any game that Javi Baez is at third and Torkelson right, I'm not coming in. You're on your own.
No.
Any day game.
We need you in.
No. Any day. I'm out.
We need you in.
Out.
Jimmy just texted me. You're in.
Out. We're going to do one segment of football next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The latest AP college basketball poll had Michigan State drop a spot to number 8. Michigan shot up 8 spots after last week to number 14. In other college basketball news, the state of West Virginia is not happy that the university was left off the March Madness bracket following a season that saw them go 19-13. Governor Patrick Morrisey has launched a formal investigation of the NCAA selection committee, according to Front Office Sports, and referred to it as, quote, "This was a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest levels."
Why don't you make sure your people have teeth before you worry about your basketball team?
Wow. The Tigers sent down
the
infield.
catchy song that everybody sings.
The Tigers I don't know what that is. The Tigers sent down infielder Chase Young today. Young was expected to heavily contest for at least part of the third base job out of spring training. A.J. Hinch commented before the game today, quote, "Obviously his timing was off almost entirely. Even the first day, he ambushed a couple of balls to the pole side, but he just didn't make the adjustment timing-wise to make this team," end quote. Zach McKinstry and Andy Ibanez are expected to get the bulk of time there, with Baez mixing in as well. Reese Olson started for the Tigers today through 4 1/3, allowing 7 hits and 6 runs with only 3 being earned. Andrew Chafin, who was a bit of a rocky spring numbers-wise so far, pitched a scoreless inning in relief with 2 strikeouts. Several reporters at the game commented how his stuff looked better today. Final score, Detroit 9, Pittsburgh 6. The Pistons face the Pelicans on the road tonight at 8. New Orleans and Utah are the only 2 teams that have been mathematically eliminated from playoff contention in the NBA. Detroit currently sits in the 6th spot in the East. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 7:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we got to check in on the world of football briefly. We'll get back to business. David, music, please. Let's go. Thank you, Tecumseh Tom. All right, let's go to business here, David. What do you got?
Get to business here, and let's start in Cincinnati. I think everyone knows what happened there. Chase Young and Higgins got a deal. Chase Young agreed to a 4-year, $161.
If they signed Chase Young to a 4-year, $160
I'm sorry,
million
Jamar
deal,
Chase, my bad.
There'd be an investigation. Jamar Chase,
4 years, $161 million deal. $40.25 million will be the average there, highest annual average for a non-quarterback. And then T. Higgins gets a 4-year, $115 million deal, keeping the weapons for Joe Burrow.
And it keeps my dream alive of a draft night trade where Trey Hendrickson comes to the Detroit Lions.
But it looks like they're still trying to negotiate something with him. I mean,
Here's the problem.
It's a little too late. Like, this would have been – I've yet to understand why owners and GMs and all – guys, the price is only going to keep going up on players. So if you just sign them before it turns into a problem, you won't get raked across the coals. They did this last year. They probably could have saved themselves a lot of money.
They're a dumb organization. That's really all it is. And as far as Hendrickson goes, look, it's simple. He has to get the organization what they want in a trade. They're being unreasonable. I still believe you offer a second-round pick and you pay him his contract draft night, I think you can get him. And I'm going to hold out hope because hope is all we have. David?
Holding out hope there. Okay. All right. We'll see. Texans signed Derek Stingley Jr. today. They agreed to a 3-year, $90 million extension with basically all of it is guaranteed. $89 million of it is guaranteed, making him the highest paid corner in NFL history.
I have nothing. $30 million a year for a corner. And look, he made one all-pro team. All right, a little bit up and down early. He's a very good player, though. $30 million a year a corner, you're on your own. Yeah. If this was 2002, before they altered the rules where you could actually, like, check people, like actually put your hands on people, maybe. I can't do it. I that's insane to me.
No, this one made 0 sense, but yeah, you know what? Not my money. If you want to overpay, because you clearly did. I mean, that's a lot for a corner. I mean, when I saw the news this morning, I was like, wait, are you serious? I mean, good for you. You tricked somebody into paying you, but it wouldn't.
No, I mean, now hold on. He has made an all-pro.
No. But that for that amount of money,
right? You're acting like he's Vildor.
No, he's not Vildor.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
But I'm just saying, for $30 million,
is he Artie Burns? For some reason, he's still in the league. He's
a hell of a lot better than that. David is a very good player, but I'm with Rico. On an AAV basis, If you're going to allocate that type of money to corner, meanwhile you don't have an offensive line, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So let's talk about investment in the cornerback position because there's news on the Patriots. The Patriots, while they believe in the improvement of Christian Gonzalez and they have also signed Carlton Davis, they also have a first-round grade for Travis Hunter for both cornerback and wide receiver, and a report is saying don't be shocked if they draft him. They have the number 4 overall selection.
I don't think he'll get to number 4, but I wouldn't be surprised at all. Plus, the Patriots are the lords of the gadget player. They always have been. Does he fit? Yeah. I mean, if they have that type of scouting grade, it's fine. A lot of other teams don't, especially at the wide receiver spot. But would it be a fit? Yes. Would it actually be the first thing they've done this offseason that truly would help Drake May at a skill spot? Yes. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, but the 4th pick to take somebody who, well, I mean, I guess if they feel like
they value him the best corner and the best wide receiver. So
okay. If they truly feel that way, then yeah, you're going to play him on both sides of the ball. Hopefully you watch the pitch count for him. But look, we saw it work at Colorado. So yes, can it work in the league? It can. I think he's very talented. I think he's very athletic. Good luck.
Small update here on Aaron Rodgers. Well, it's really more on the Vikings. Jeremy Fowler reported that, yes, Rodgers has standing offers for the Steelers and the Giants, but on the Viking side, yes, they've looked into him, but the feeling is that they don't want to go in on Aaron Rodgers. They want to develop JJ. Is that a mistake?
I think short-term, yes. Long-term, no. So it just depends on how you want to play it. Look, if JJ didn't blow his knee out last year and he got reps for a year and he was engaged and he was showing something at practice like Michael Penix was, I would never suggest signing Aaron Rodgers. But the fact is he did nothing. He had a lot of time to meditate under a goalpost. He did nothing. I think to spend the money they spent and then to throw that kid out there now versus 1 year of Aaron Rodgers, give this kid the year he was supposed to have last year and still get 3 years of his rookie salary, that's the win to me.
Same here. I think that it sounds like maybe some promises were made and, okay, we're going to get rid of Sam Darnold. You're going to be our guy. And now if you're the Vikings, do you want to go back on your word? David, that's the only reason why you would make this anything, because it seems so simple. Go get Aaron Rodgers. You got all the weapons. It'll work. But I do think that I feel as if promises were made to JJ. That's why Darnold wasn't kept around. And now you're going to throw him in the mix. Now, the problem is if he's not good or if he's just okay.
You've wasted everything.
Or he plays like a rookie because he technically is still a rookie. Then, yeah, go ahead, take a seat to the back of the NFC North because you won't be competitive. And that means that you're probably going to – your boy Jefferson won't be happy. He'll be chirping saying, maybe I don't know if I want to be here. So a lot could go wrong if this goes wrong, if this goes south.
So my question to you here on the next one, Sam Darnold, yes, everyone's excited. He got a 3-year, $105 million deal.
Who the hell's excited?
Until you look at the details. It is truly just a 1-year deal at $37.5 million. So my question for you, Seattle, at number 18, could this be the spot for Jalen Milroe?
Milroe, Jackson Dart, sure. Absolutely. I still believe this league is quarterback desperate. Does your team have one? No. Does my team have one? No. Browns? No. Tennessee? No. Half the teams in the league? No. The idea that only 2 are going to go, I think, is faulty. So, sure, David.
See, I think this is the Kenny Pickett draft where if there is somebody that you want, Mike, we take a chance. You know, I think he'll be around in the second round. We can get somebody at pick 18.
If you're wrong, how do you explain it to your owner?
We got a quarterback. We signed him, and we'll just extend him if we have to.
Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
No, I'm saying if that's the worst thing that happens because you missed out on a quarterback class that's not really that great.
The point I'm making is this draft blows unless you're taking a D lineman. So at 18, you're sitting there, take the quarterback and tell your owner you got an answer for the position.
Or I take the D lineman and I take a quarterback in the second round. Because you could probably get one of those 2 will be available in the second round.
All right, put it on the board. Tell me that neither will be available.
In the second round?
Not past the 18th pick in the second round. No way. You know this. These guys have to draft QBs or they're going to get aced. You end up like Joe Shane. Go ahead.
I'll close it out with this since you brought up Joe Shane. Yes, the Giants have met with Rodgers, Wilson, Flacco, and you can add another quarterback to the list. As of tomorrow, it will be Jameis Winston, set to meet with the Giants on Tuesday.
W's in New York.
I mean, it's a big whatever to me.
You just got to find somebody to just meet with anybody,
Yeah,
right?
they need a quarterback.
Yes.
What am I going to say? I'm not going to freak out. They're going to
Have they
stink with
beaten
him.
you down to this level?
Yes, they're going to stink with him and stink without him. There's nothing I can do, buddy.
This is a setup for next year.
Man, this is
the draft. What I mean,
David,
they're going to lose.
Passion's just leaving this man.
They're going to lose. Why have passion?
There's nothing I can do, pal. They're terrible.
I mean, he used to be angry. He doesn't even get angry anymore.
I
don't think I can say a name that'll really tick him off anymore.
It won't matter.
Hey, Mike, they're going to get Y.A. Tittle.
And on that note, that is in football today.
All right, pricing totally out of control. That includes the cost of keeping your home comfortable. And if your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, you need to get it done right by the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered. Mastercraft has Generac and Honeywell generators in stock, ready to go this month. Buy a generator, you get half off the installation of a furnace or AC. Plus, extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com.
Specs at LTU, guys. You've heard me talk about it. You want a career in radio, TV, or graphic design artist? Let Specs at LTU get you started on your new career path. You simply have to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU, right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Classes are filling up soon, so make sure you are on the register. Head on over to the website. Be curious. ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Okay. Tournament talk, Odyssey.com rewind. Get back to it in about 30 minutes. But I want to play this audio for you because I know on a Saturday night, you guys have a lot better things to do than be hunkered down for Pistons Thunder. Now, the Pistons inexplicably lost to the Wizards Thursday. Saturday night was a big game. Place was hype. Crowd was really into it. Was the officiating good? Nah, not really. But that's every night in the NBA. The league is a major problem, and it's officiating, which is part of the reason I'm not going to build a statue of Bickerstaff yet. Part two, you can't have Cade Cunningham get tossed out of the game. Can't happen. But three, you could have still won that game. The problem is SGA embarrassed you on 3 straight possessions to close the game out. I'm talking the only thing missing was Three Stooges sound effects underneath it. The refs didn't have nothing to do with that. Now, after the game, which you lost, and by the way, the Thunder were down multiple starters. I digress. But Bickerstaff had had enough. Now, I just want to say this. The game prior, didn't your best player shoot 20 free throws? But again, you're facing the Thunder with league MVP SGA, and Bickerstaff had had enough. Take a listen to this, and then we're going to get into it. Okay. So, look, the easy button is, yeah, you for Detroit. Look, I like the fire. Lord knows. Last year, you had a sock puppet up there. I mean, Monty couldn't even be brought to try. I think Bickerstaff's done a hell of a job. The frustration on a night-in, night-out basis, I can't imagine it. But here's the problem. First of all, you admitted it. You play a style of ball nobody's interested in, meaning you're physical, you want to be a disruptor, you want to be an outsider. Detroit has always taken pride in being the outsider. Well, then don't cry about it when you get treated like one. Second of all, I'm sorry. That is far from the most egregious game I've watched this year. Now, if you're telling me he's going to stand up for his players, you're telling me, hey, he decided this was the moment, cool, I'm good with it. But I'm sorry. Respect is earned. You coach for a franchise that hasn't won a playoff game in 15 seasons. You're never getting calls when the league MVP on a team that's on course to win 65 games and 120 games over a 2-year span is in your barn. Sorry.
I don't think that Detroit has accepted. They love being outside. I think they've just accepted it and learned how to live with it, because it's like, okay, you're not going to get the calls. You're not going to get the breaks because of everything you just said. You're not making the playoffs. You don't have the league MVP. But it's like, come on, really? Are you going to treat us this way? You're acting like we're not even, like we can't hear you. So I think that's why Bickerstaff got upset, because he felt like you can at least act as if the game is fair. And like,
but it's not. It never has been. And you know it. You're an old head just like me.
Yeah.
Now, Bickerstaff has a right to do it. I'm not mad at Bickerstaff. I'm amused by it because, long story short, no one does respect the Pistons. Shaquille O'Neal's on national TV talking about, I don't even watch him. So here's the deal. You just got to be better than it. You got to rise above it. You could have won that game, even with Cade getting thrown out. You got cooked on the last 3-4 possessions of that game. Absolutely destroyed. I'm fine with Bickerstaff doing it, but I'm not going to build a statue. You're not going to get respect until you do something. And let's face it, the two greatest generations of the Piston teams have been the teams that Earth hated unless you were in Detroit. Now, this team is not that. They actually are entertaining. But are they a modern version of going to work? Are they more physical? Do they scrap? Do you have kind of a, whatever Isaiah Stewart is, and, he thinks he's, the Mr. T in the league?
A little bit of a bully ball.
The point is, no one's gonna curry favor with you. You're never going to be handed anything.
No, because you're right. Both of those two teams just took the respect and said, you can respect us or not. We're going to win games. And
that's it.
Commissioner, come hand us the trophy.
Now, if you go make a bold trade this summer, you add a superstar to Cade Cunningham, watch how it's different. The league has always been, is now, and will forever be about stars. You in Detroit have decided that's not for you. You don't want to do it. You want to do it a different way. Well, that's why you've only been relevant twice in 50 years. Now, this team is exciting. They have the ability to be more. They've got to make a big move this summer. I'm fine with what Bickerstaff did, but I'm sorry. I also don't believe, Phil Jackson in the playoff. First of all, you're not Phil Jackson. Second of all, you don't have Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. None of that applies. That is a straw man comparison. I've heard that on this station today. You got to stop. Okay. David, you got to let it go. I'm just saying, I'm not mad at Bickerstaff, but it was amusing. It was amusing to me. And the way he crumpled the paper and bounced it off the microphone, chef's kiss. But the reality, hey, by the way, too, you want respect? Don't lose to the 13-win Wizards 2 nights prior. You want to say Cade shouldn't have been tossed out? Your prerogative. Not mad at you. The NBA's biggest problem is officiating, and every coach in the league feels that way. So my point to JB would be, who are you, not as a man or a coach, you're a good coach, but who are you in the pecking order of the league to be demanding respect from anyone?
See, I think it's more of a rallying cry for his team to say, hey, guys, I'm going to be here to step up and protect you.
Bang.
Because basically,
yes.
Look at what happened last year. You didn't have a coach
Which means
who did that.
You agree with me. It's performative.
It is.
Okay, as long as we're good there. It's performative.
I think he was frustrated, and I think everything just came out. But in the end, that was a shot to the locker room saying, you're my guys.
I have your back.
And I'll take the fine to make sure that nobody goes out there and messes with you.
I take it a step further. I think it was a shot at Cade. Cade can't get thrown out there. Now, I get it. The refs may have been a little too soft on, tech here. But Cade, as your star, he can't get himself kicked out there.
Where are his teammates to protect him from that,
That's true, too.
Just saying.
You're right. But I think it was more, to me, I think it's a message to him, like, I get it. I'm going to protect you here, but you got to stay in these type of games, man.
But you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do understand what you're
I'm
saying.
not disrespecting Bickerstaff or the Pistons. I just don't think you have a right to demand anything when you haven't won a playoff game in 15 years. I got bad news for you. You think you're going to get calls in a 7-game series against the Cavs?
No, you're not.
Celtics?
At all. No.
Knicks?
No.
Bucks?
No.
No. Earn it. And you want to earn it because that's the way you want to play. You're not playing. Look, you lead the league in dunks. You also lead the league in ball breaking. You can't play the way the Going to Work or Bad Boy Pistons played, but you're choosing That's going to be your identity because this town has somehow got it in its head it's the only way we can win, which is just not true. But you want to embody that, you're doing that. While being entertaining, though, I may add. You're not beating teams 70-67. You're scoring 115 a night. Cade is blossoming into a superstar. It's all the reason why I want to make a bold move for Devin Booker or Lauri Markkanen this summer. Once you do that, watch how it changes.
Right. And for those who say you can't sell your future, yes, you can, because it'll help you win right now. What are you saving those 4 first-round picks for? Trade them. If that's what it takes, I'd trade them. I don't know if it's going to take 4, but if the rumors are if Devin Booker costs you 4 first-rounders, goodbye.
248-539-9797. Your phone calls, ticket texts are welcome as well. Next, 97.1. Okay, weather is warming up. You got to think about improvement projects. 2 of the most important yet overlooked spring home improvement projects, roof and window inspections. Why? We live in a state, freeze and thaw, freeze and thaw. Hey, 70 degrees. Next day, 30. Look, it wreaks havoc on your roof and the seals on your windows. Let Victor's Home Solutions come by, do a 21-point inspection, make sure Mother Nature hasn't created a real problem for you, including water where you can't see it. Disaster. They'll do a 21-point inspection. They'll make sure nothing's getting in. And if there's a problem, you catch it early, and they'll fix it with an inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Call them today. Get on the schedule, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. That's victors.com. All right, we'll get to a few of the calls, knock out some ticket checks, get to a college basketball blitz, and then right back to brackets, top of the hour with Michigan and Michigan State. You missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind, including Torque and Wright, Bad News Bears edition. You can rewind to that. Let's get to Dre Southfield. He's back with us. Dre, good to talk to you again, buddy. What's going on?
What's up, man? You know, the NBA talking guy, let's jump in.
It's like the bat signal for you. I know. It goes up in the sky, and you're on the line. What's going on?
Yeah, Mike, I don't agree with you and completely with how you're looking at this. I think Bickerstaff was well within his right to respond the way he responded, because I think his frustration was really amplified by the one moment where everything went downhill. You got to understand, and I'm sure you watched the game, but Brian Forte, I think it's the ref's name.
Yeah.
He gave them like 3 to 4 technicals, all in like a 2-minute span. Like, absolutely absurd, right? And look, you watch enough NBA basketball, not just now, but for decades. Look, refs take a lot of heat. You know, it's a thankless job being an umpire and ref. We get it. But you can't be sensitive if you're going to do that job. And he allowed, and I think that it started with the Isaiah Stewart review. Now, this is part of Isaiah Stewart's doing. I will admit that. But he's now getting the Draymond treatment, which is that because he has a reputation of being kind of a cheap shot artist, any kind of awkward collision that a guy falls to the ground or whatever, they're going to review it. And I think that Bickerstaff sees through that. It started there. Everybody knew it was a BS review to begin with, what they were trying to do. They were trying to have a gotcha moment on Stewart. And then you had the fallout of the first tech on Cade because he said, line these guys the F up. And then Schroeder gets a tech. And then Cade gets a tech out of nowhere. All this happened in the span of 5 minutes.
Yep.
So I think it was such an absurd moment. It was like, hold on a second, man. Like, come on now. You wouldn't do that to X team. Like, don't do that to us.
No,
you
but
that's a tech, fine.
But that's the point. Look, nothing you're saying is wrong, but that's my point. The league has always been that way. It is now and forever will be until you are one of those teams. And when you haven't won a playoff game in fifth, hold on, Dre. All I'm saying is he is within his rights. It was performative. He was sticking up for his locker room. All I'm saying is it ain't gonna change nothing. The league has a problem all around the league. The officiating is at an all-time low.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't argue with you there. But I'm going to give you – that's a different sport, but I'm going to give you an example of where you begged a coach to speak up. Do you remember – I've listened to you for a long time.
Sure.
2015 Monday Night Football, Lions at Seahawks. And the whole Calvin Johnson
goal line.
Goal line. Chandler knocked out of bounds. You were heated that following Tuesday, because Caldwell was just like, oh, well, you know, those are the rules. You're like, damn it, speak up for yourself for once.
Right, just say, just go out and say, yeah, we got screwed, disagree with the call. Yeah. He couldn't bring himself to do that. Now, what I don't need was 10 minutes of, a gladiator.
So you needed him to split the difference, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and again, Bickerstaff, I'm with Dre in this regard. Bickerstaff stood up for the locker room. I agree with you. I agree with Dre. All I'm saying is I can't build a statue with a guy because Bickerstaff himself knows. He well knows the league he's operating in. And the Pistons, Dre, this is my one thing. The Pistons don't have to lean into cliche. They don't have to play that way. They choose to.
They don't. But I think that, unfortunately, the people view the way Detroit is wrong. But, how we view it as Detroiters is we will never, especially the Pistons, especially basketball, for whatever reason. You brought it up last week. The Pistons, even when they become good, no matter what era or generation, for the only way they could become relevant, and when they do become relevant, they'll always be seen as crashing the party. I remember John Sally said that during the 30 for 30. That we're always seen as we're crashing the party. 04, hey, you got the end of the run with the Lakers and Shaq and Kobe crashing the party. The bad boys. It's always going to be that way. I wish it wasn't.
Well, it won't be. It won't be when you get Devin Booker. Put Cade Cunningham and Devin Booker out there, and guess what happens? You're not crashing any party. You are the party.
I'm with you there, baby.
That's the whole deal, brother. And it's just, it sucks. It's not right, but it's real. And that's the only point I make with the Bickerstaff stuff. Yeah. It isn't right, but it's real. So you can choose to deny reality or not.
No, I think he did that. I think he That was for the fans. That was for his team.
Great audio, great radio.
Right. That was the
Do
whole,
it again tonight.
You know what? Detroit versus everybody now. Hey, this is our guy.
Yeah.
That may have been his version of Dan Campbell and grit.
But you understand why I think it's so important they do add another star.
Oh,
because this is how you get the
choir.
Yeah, that's how you get the respect. You may not like it, but that's how it happens.
I mean, I've had discussions with people who work in this building, and there's people who have shows who believe that the Pistons should just keep building and building. I'm like,
well, they're not smart.
No.
David, how about ticket text? I don't even know who you're talking about, and it's a blanket statement.
So it's not time.
It's not time.
Can you just please
read
the ticket text?
It's an on-air host, a weekend on-air.
So definitely not time.
No, it's not a smart opinion, and that's it. We're done. I don't want to hear it. It's like saying pizza's bad. It's not a good opinion.
Don't ever say league MVP and SGA in the same sentence again. He's a phantom foul merchant. Cade only got tossed because of the poor officiating.
Okay, he's an MVP candidate. You don't have to like the way he plays. You know who else was a foul merchant? James Harden.
Sure was, MVP.
What do you want me to say?
5 technical fouls in 1 quarter is absurd. That's ridiculous. However, the last 3 possessions, you're right, Mike, they were atrocious. We cannot win games that way.
I mean, that's the only thing I tell you. No, it was hard. Of course it was more difficult. Cade got tossed. Yes, as Cade continues to blossom, he'll be shown more deference. But the game was in the balance, and your calling card of guarding people and being physical in defense went right out the window. 4 straight possessions, 1 that resulted in a wide-open 3. The other 3 were straight-up NBA jam. SGA put on the brakes and sent 3 people into the 15th row. Twice. Hits a wide-open jumper. Again, guys, the game is still happening. So while the refs play a role and Bickerstaff can be upset, you didn't do your job.
The fact that getting calls determines wins and losses in a professional sport is exactly why the NBA is largely unwatchable.
Agreed.
Let the players play.
But don't we say this for every sport, though?
Yeah, but the NBA, here's the one thing. It's NBA and college. First of all, they should get rid of fouling out. You should never be fouling out of a game. You should be given your 5 or 6 fouls depending on the level. And then once you commit more fouls, it's just a technical every time. You're giving up the free throws and the ball. But no one pays to see Brian Forte officiate. They pay to see Cade Cunningham versus SGA. So that is where the league needs, forget about the technicals. I'm tired of guys getting kicked out of games. I'm tired of this nonsense with foul trouble.
Right, but we just went through a whole time where it was like the refs loved Kansas City, and they were going to do anything they could to protect Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
And everything. It's like that in every sport. Where it's just.
Would you agree at least the NBA is the worst of them?
I think the NBA just embraces it. So yes, you're right.
Okay.
They know, yeah, it's bad, but it's just a part of the culture. What are you going to do?
Get Devin Booker to become a part of the culture.
I'm with you.
Then I have 2 all-NBA quality players, and they can't do this mess to me.
Right. They can't do this mess to me. I
Right,
love
because
it.
you know what? No,
I love it.
Here's the thing. Once you crack once you crack the Christmas Day lineup, you're a half.
Correct. And if you acquire Devin Booker, true or false, the Detroit Pistons will be in the rotation on national TV on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm. Even if they're playing the Phoenix Suns that day, just so he can go back and play his old team.
The Pistons' biggest problem is they give up 30 a night to the other team's best player. They have to play better defense like that. Heavy D in St. Clair.
Heavy D?
Heavy D. That's
Isn't
what
Heavy D dead?
That Heavy D, yes.
He is dead, right?
This Heavy D is in St. Clair.
Okay, he died a few years ago.
Okay.
More than a few, but I hear what you're saying, yes.
Is Sinbad dead?
No.
Okay, alive.
He's alive.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening
I
here.
don't know how we got from Heavy D to Sinbad.
I was just thinking, because they're both from the era. And I was like, now that we're reminiscing on his dead or alive, I don't know, Sinbad just came to mind. Sorry.
He's bald, but yes,
we don't all look alike. I don't think he.
Wait,
see, David, I was trying to see where he was going.
Where I
with
was
this.
going is the era, and
I'm
I
joking,
thought
man,
about
I'm
Heavy D, and I don't know why. I thought about Sinbad Bad sitcom.
And see, that's why I was like, how did we go from Heavy D
The Sinbad show.
to Sinbad?
Just the era.
Well, they were both on a different world, so.
Geez, I'm sorry. I'll tell you one thing. What Tom has done to him is now vilifying. This is now turning into a trend.
Tom, who's he?
Kenny's just quiet. He's like, I ain't taking no strays today.
Nope, Kenny's living peacefully right now.
I don't know who Tom is.
Wings won 3-0.
No, we're not happy about. No. Just go away at this point.
Just die already, says
You lost
Mike.
to Carolina. You couldn't just do us a kindness, lose to Vegas so I can stop caring?
You know, the Red Wings won again.
The roller coaster must continue.
All right, FanDuel turning the excitement up for college hoops. March, you know the drill, $1 million in bonus bets. When you bet the lowest seed to win a game that day on the money line, if you hit it, you share in $1 million in a bonus pool with everybody else who played. FanDuel.com/ticket to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are now withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions offensive lineman Dan Skipper has re-signed with the team, along with linebacker Mitchell Agude. The AP released their latest edition of college basketball rankings. Michigan shot up 8 spots to number 14, right behind Wisconsin at 13, despite beating them in the Big Ten title game yesterday. Here are Dusty May's thoughts on Inside Michigan Basketball at 7 over on WWJ News Radio 950. MSU sits at number 8. That's 1 spot down. The Tigers have sent down infielder Jace Young, ruling him out for the job at third base, at least on opening day. As for who will be there now, A.J. Hinch said, quote, it's going to be a timeshare, and I still believe that. You'll see Z-Mac there. You'll see Andy there. Javi will get some time there. And then we'll see if anybody else factors in, end quote. Young hit just 121 and 33 at-bats this spring. The Tigers had their spring breakout game yesterday against the Braves, where both teams' top prospects played against each other. Number 4 overall farmhand Bryce Rayner received a second-team all-spring breakout nod across all of baseball. The Pistons face the Pelicans on the road tonight, tip at 8, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings defenseman Jeff Petrie has not played since January 2nd after undergoing surgery to remedy an undisclosed injury. He was back on the practice ice for the first time today. New Michigan offensive coordinator Chip Lindsey met with the media today and was asked about top recruit and quarterback Bryce Underwood. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, nice to have you with us. Get back into March Madness if you are looking for some Tigers updates. Oh, boy, Tigers. Oh, boy. Bad News Bears stuff today. You can go back and get that. We just got done talking about Bickerstaff, the Pistons, but let's jump in. Michigan State a 2 seed, Michigan a 5. Rico and I set one rule. I'm just not going to listen to crying about it. Yes, should Michigan be a 4 and not a 5? Yes. But if you're bitching about it and going crazy about it, you're saying you know nothing about it. This is what has always happened. They make the bracket before the Big Ten tournament is over. MSU got screwed in 15 and 19. It's established. Is it right? No, it's real. Here's my problem when you go down this road, and it's, well, we should be a 4 and we're a 5. If you're good, you'll win your game. If you're not, you won't. Now, Rico, you asked the better question than I did. It was simple and it was effective. What is the minimum for you to view your season as a success, whether you're a Spartan fan or a Wolverine fan? For Michigan, I've already met the minimum. Dusty May won 17 more games than last year. Dusty May hung a banner, winning the conference tournament championship. Michigan could lose to the Fighting Forks of UC San Diego. It won't matter. Season is still a success, a rousing success. Dusty doesn't even have his players here yet. I just view it that he already did it. Obviously, you want to win. You'll feel better about winning. I'm saying
so you don't feel like it would nullify the title if they went out and lost
because
the
it's a
first
rarity
round
in Michigan hoops history. They can legally hang up a banner they don't have to take down.
I feel like I need, you know what, we may have to review that one. Is that a flag?
It's not.
You know what, Kenny? I agree. It's not a flag.
It's a compliment,
Honesty
and
is
it's
not a
rooted in
flag.
fact.
Honesty is not a flag, David. Sorry.
Thank you. I think their season's already a success. For Michigan State, it's different. Of course it's different. There's one goal. They got to win a national title. Now, obviously, I can stop short of that and say the season's a success. If you get to the Final Four and you're playing Final Four Saturday night, yeah, but that's the minimum. And it's not because I think State is some domineering force, but no, will I be accepting or tolerant or happy with what? A Sweet 16? Who cares? The tournament doesn't even start until the Sweet 16. The Sweet 16 means you're not Rick Barnes. That's not the barometer for where the program's at. And I do believe a couple of years from now, that's where you'll be at as a Michigan fan with Dusty May. You know, you will set this beeline standard. You've played for national championships. So why would it be different for me with Izzo? It's not. But it's up to you guys. State's a 2, Michigan's a 5. Rico, what do you want to do?
No, Mike, you said everything that I was going to say. I said get to the Elite 8, be able to stare Auburn in the face and play that game and see what happens. Because I think that they can win that game, but anything outside of the Elite 8, and to me, the season has been a disaster because you've been playing such good basketball. And you started the year off unranked, and you just kept winning games. People kept saying, well, you haven't played anybody. And then you went on a gauntlet at the end of the season and played everybody and beat them. You lose to Wisconsin, and now you reset, and let's see how far you go. But, yeah, the NCAA tournament gods have kind of grant you some favor, whereas you should make it past the Sweet 16. You should make it out of the first weekend. Let's just say that's the first hurdle. And unfortunately, we look at it as a hurdle now because you haven't made it out the first weekend in many, many times. But, yes, play in that game against Auburn. And if Auburn is not there, then I'm with you. Then it's Final Four, or this season just wasn't what you thought it was going to be. For Michigan, I got higher standards for Michigan. I do think that Dusty May's turned it around. You are Michigan, and you should make it into the second weekend. And that's where you may end up playing Auburn in that first game. If you make it to the Sweet 16 and you play Auburn, I think you had a successful season.
I do agree with Mike. I think the season, based on what we did last year, is successful already. But I don't
want... You can just get hammered and no big deal.
No, it's...
Lose by 30 and great year.
What a misrepresentation of what I said. Bravo. That was tremendous.
No, you cannot lose by 30, and it's okay. You have to still look good. But I want Sweet 16. And I know people saying, oh, they won the Big Ten, you're calling them a fluke. I'm not calling them a fluke. What I'm saying is I don't want it to become a fluke, that they just got hot for 3 days. I want them to make the Sweet 16 so we can say, okay, then Dusty May does know how to make things better. He can fix things. That's what I want.
Hold on, just time out. But see, here's the problem I have with that approach. Him making things better, what did we identify last week? He was whining about mid-court gate on his car wash tour of all media outlets. I said it. It's the look over here move. My team stinks, but look over here. And they rallied up, and I had a feeling they would win Friday night. He made it right. They won the Big Ten tournament. He's already made it right. David, I understand, look, I know we're in an NIL era, but it's not St. John's. You don't have Mike Rapoli spending $5 million on your roster. Dusty May walked into a terrible situation. Juwan was in dereliction of his duty the last 2 years there. It's a success. You hung a banner legally, which I know you're not used to doing at that place. I really just no, Rico. You can't get beaten to death with a Triton by 50, because I know what you're about to do. 30. Jesus. But yes, I believe their season's a success. And again, for the people saying, well, look, how could you think they're going to lose to who's UC San Diego? Well, we talked about them last week, having no idea you'd be matched against them. It's just the idea, the 5-12, it's more than a cliche. And if you're so sweet, why are you a 2.5-point favorite? Oh, well, UC San Diego doesn't play a whole lot of people. I don't care if you're playing neighborhood kids. You don't go 30-4. Top 30 offensive efficiency. They shoot the three at 38%, and they are number 6 in America in forcing turnovers. You have a little bit of a turnover problem from what I've heard. It's a bad matchup. Do they have a 7-footer? No, they do not. They also don't play anybody shorter than 6'5". So you just start to look at it and you go, look, their guards are 6'5", 6'6", 6'6". So I just look, guys.
For Michigan, here's how I see it. Very simple game for them. David, I told you, if you're Michigan, down low, Wolf, Golden should score 60 to 65 points. Don't shoot threes. Every time you shoot a three, that's a win for them. Because if you're not making them and they're getting the rebound, that's one less possession. You dump it down low to them, they can't stop you. They don't have anybody that tall. That's where you could run the pick and roll with the 2 7-footers, and it will work. But you got to cross half court, and they're going to put pressure on you. And that's that, they're going to probably press you and do whatever, and you guys have been very turnover prone.
You'll be forced to shooting threes. They're going to blitz the bigs. They're never going to allow Vlad Golden to take 7 dribbles one-on-one. They'll collapse down, force the kick, make you shoot the 3. And you're right. Look, Donaldson's hit a couple of big shots. Am I ready for Donaldson to take 7 threes? No. So look, hold on to the basketball, win game.
Right. Because I don't know if Kayson's going to go out there and hit 2 in a row like he did against Wisconsin either. So
it also helped. Tanji had the worst game I've ever seen him have. 1 for 14. I can't even believe what I watched. A day prior, he looked like SGA. Yeah. So, look, of course it's a tough matchup. I mean, you drew a really hard 12, and you have every right to say we should be a 4. But what? That's a free ride? Go look at these teams.
No, yeah, but here's the thing. If you were a 4, if you swapped out with Purdue.
And played High Point, you think I'd feel any different?
You wouldn't?
No. High Point's incredibly dangerous. In fact, I'm picking them.
Okay.
But
at least you'd be in the Midwest, so if you made it to the Sweet 16, your fans would be in
My
Indy.
point, cry to the Go Blue Hour. Don't cry to me. If you're good, you win your games. And if you're not, you go home. The bracket doesn't really dictate that. You want to complain? Be a West Virginia fan. You want to complain? Talk about the crooked committee whose head of it is the AD of North Carolina, who apparently you're saying is going to be State's AD, old Bubba Boy, and the guy's got UNC in the tournament with 1 quad 1 win. I'll get upset. Oh, Bubba. So, yeah, the whole point is I'm upset about UNC being in. That's borderline criminal. I can't get upset about, oh, my God, we should be a 4 and we're a 5. Hey, right here. Go win your games. Jesus.
The Big Ten tournament, I heard everybody saying, it's got to be moved to Saturday. We've been saying that for years, folks. It's not going to move. It's not going anywhere.
Big Ten took the money and decided to be CBS's pleasure pillow leading into the selection show.
It's why, if you can make it to Saturday, everything is already set in stone.
But Rico, how's it possible? I mean, they go to overtime in some games in the bracket. It's still, they don't change.
They don't. David, case in point, I think Wisconsin, MSU went to overtime.
Yes.
They literally went to overtime.
Yes.
And you can see CBS looking at their watch like, guys, speed this up. No double overtime. Refs, do your thing. Make sure this happens. Quickest overtime I've ever seen in my life. But it was over. Show went on as planned. And, yeah, it's what happens. They already know. They're not going to go and redo the brackets.
Also, on a programming level, they made a major mistake. They should have done hologram Gumbel last night. That was a disgrace with Brent Stuver, and then they had that stiff Adam Zucker. Hello, welcome. If Prince can have a hologram, why can't Gumbel? He is March Madness.
They gave him the open.
Give him the show. AI, just have AI Gumbel. Posthumous Gumbel.
It might be too fresh.
He is March Madness, man. When he would talk about their corporate champions, I'm sorry. I can't understand Stuver or Stover and Adam Zucker's terrible. Come on.
I got to think that would probably violate a lot of union rules and threaten a lot of jobs if you could just put AI person out there.
He loved Rolling Stone. What are we doing here?
I just making
it was a tribute. I get it. Fine.
The tribute was not.
I have no problem with the tribute. I'm making a point. I just wish they would have had, I don't know, do a voiceover. Anything.
Because it took me man.
Yeah, he's not there, and it doesn't feel the same. Especially because they got stiffs behind them. I don't know who did worse planning. It was CBS or the Tigers. One guy gets hurt at third. I got Javi Baez. Gumbel passes away. I'm looking at Brent Stover.
I'm going to go with the Tigers.
I'm going with CBS.
How can you be a mega corporation? You got nobody behind Gumbel. How? It's the selection show.
I mean, he got his shot. He just didn't do a great job at it. And they'll probably upgrade it next year.
I can't wait. All right, good talk. College basketball is piping hot. Hey, pizza. That's hot too. Hungry Howie's. They got you covered. The You Choose deal for Thursday night, Michigan, 10 o'clock start. Friday night, State, 10 o'clock, whatever it is. You can choose your favorite meal when you're watching your favorite team, and Hungry Howie's makes it easy. 8 flavored crusts, real mozzarella cheese, real dough made in-house, and $8.99 on any large oven-baked sub, any one of 3 regular salads, or, of course, any large one-topping pizza. It's the You Choose deal, $8.99 each, limited time only, online, carry-out only, only at Hungry Howie's. All right, David, give us a few ticket texts. I just don't have many complaints. I mean, does Michigan have a, quote, tough draw? Well, yeah. Welcome to being a 4 or a 5. It's supposed to be difficult. For State, I don't know what else to say. I mean, you just box yourself in when you have a Hall of Fame coach. There's really only one thing that matters. Mm-hmm. And Izzo's due for a run because, look, otherwise, if they tank out and don't go on a meaningful run in this tournament, you're talking about the better part of a decade since they had a run. And I'm sorry COVID happened. But no, I can't guarantee that would have been a Final Four team. I thought the 19 team was superior.
Yeah.
20, Cassius Winston covered a lot of warts.
I thought the Denzel-led team, I thought that was his best team in a long time, and they didn't make it. So, no, this is their highest seed since 2019. They were 2 seed. They got high expectations. For the last couple of years, I think they were a 9, a 7, and a play-in.
They were terrible.
Right. So now this year, you seem to have talent. This year, you've gone out there and you've beaten teams. You've beaten teams on the road in consecutive games. yeah, expectations is a lot higher for them, for Michigan. I say the Sweet 16. I'm not.
I know you're not ready to say it's a
but-
success.
No. Because if you go out and lose to this team, man, you even though you're only a 2.5-point favorite, you're still favored. So go out and win the game. And I'm sure Michigan fans don't care if they win another game by 1. Just don't lose and keep going. So I would have a hard time if I look up and come in here on a Friday morning and they've already exited the tournament.
David, take a text. What do people have to say?
Final Four is the floor. This is, in my opinion, the best and most Izzo team Izzo has ever had. My expectation is loss to Duke in the final, but he has to make the Final Four. It's not MSU championship or bust. That is not fair. MSU has not been a top 5 team all year, so to say that is ridiculous. I have
Why?
a feeling the Big Ten struggles and won't get in.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Here's why you can't say that. Because even though you haven't been a top 5 team, guess what? You only have to play one top team to get to the Final Four. That's it. You don't have to play the gauntlet where it's like, oh, they're all in one region. That's not you. Go
What's
ahead,
Tom
Mike.
Izzo paid to do?
To win championships.
Have a nice day. I'm sorry. Like I get so frustrated when we arrive at a space that we like somebody and therefore they don't have to be accountable to what they're paid.
And here's the thing. Some of his best teams, I mean, probably the best run was the one that they had here where they ended up getting shellacked by North Carolina, but they basically became the Big East champs in knocking off Louisville, knocking off UConn, and knocking off, forgot the other team.
UConn.
They beat like 3 Big East schools in that run, and then they made it all the way to the championship game.
Where Carolina had 5 first-round picks.
Right. And at that point, it was just like, yeah, it would have been nice to win it in Detroit, but I wasn't mad at it because, man,
We went into the game knowing we had no chance.
Dude, when they did the jump ball with Travis Walton versus some NBA player, I was just like, yeah, right here. This is it right here.
But I just get so annoyed because it's like, okay, so what? We just go in a continuum where State doesn't win again? The national championship was 25 years ago. What else are you here to do?
Michigan wants to complain. Don't lose 3 games at home when it matters, and then you won't complain about your seeding. Period.
No, don't lose 3 games the way they lost those games. That's what hurt you. Because, yeah, you probably would have been a 3 seed if you just barely lost them by 1 or 2. But, man, like Illinois just walked in there and just destroyed you. Like, yeah, that was not a good look.
The Big Ten needs to step up, and that includes Michigan. I can see a path where no Big Ten teams are even in the Elite 8.
You know, that's going to be in the receipt segment.
That's
later
fine.
This week.
We can do it. I'm not a huge believer in the Big Ten. I admit that.
So 26 and counting, or 25 and counting.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win a championship this year.
No, because your best team is MSU.
If an Iowa State versus Michigan State game happens, what does that look like? I'm not familiar with Iowa State.
Well, they just lost their second best scorer. They had a very uneven year. They were 18-1 until Momcilovic got hurt. Then they skidded. Now they're down their second leading scorer. Name escapes me because my brain is fried because I did 16 games with Costa this morning. Look, it looks like a really tough game, and like TJ Otzelberger is one of the best coaches in America. Does a really nice job at ISU.
Keyshawn Gilbert.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Look, I'm the wrong person to ask, David. I don't give my team outs. I don't give my team excuses. Like I
think they're wondering like what type of style of game would you see?
Yes.
Not can they beat them or not? Is it going to be up and down?
I mean,
Iowa
State can play in the 80s. So again, our defense is our weapon. Our ability to create turnovers is our weapon. The problem, again, I think when you run into some of these Big 12 SEC teams, it is a different caliber of athlete. I think there is an absolute athletic difference on a player-by-player basis. You look at some of these SEC teams, like when you watch Florida, that's closer to the NBA than college.
True.
You know, when Auburn was right, not that they're off right now. I know that. 3 of their last 4. But when you watch Auburn and they're humming, you go, okay, this is 2 different things. Then turn on Michigan, Wisconsin yesterday. I mean, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, I guess I just wanted to say I saw 2 teams that were tired. Wisconsin had played 4 games in a row. Tanji just
He was dead yesterday.
It wasn't a good look for
I
him.
wish we got that Tanji on Saturday. We got the, hi, I'm Michael Jordan Tanji. He killed us.
Right. Michigan got the, hi, I'm Jeffrey Jordan. I bombed out at every school I played.
Or Marcus, depending on where you want to go with that. All right. Sorry. David?
Honest question. Why do state fans settle on just a Final Four appearance? What point are we looking at natties? That is Scott in Tecumseh.
Scott, I said it. I'm with you on that. The Final Four is this weird gray space in college basketball where we have somehow told ourselves making it there is this unbelievable accomplishment, and therefore winning it isn't necessary. Now, here's the problem. Nobody ever makes 8 Final Fours. And MSU, here's the issue. They get there in years they probably shouldn't. Now, when they were in their heyday, they made, 3 in a row?
3 in a row.
Okay. The Arizona game, it was a game at half. And then Jason Terry and Gilbert Arenas turned into Velociraptors and murdered.
Jefferson, yeah.
You know, the first Final Four, like you make the Final Four in 2009, no one thought State could win that. None. So it's difficult. I think they absolutely blew a championship the year they lost to Butler. And I don't want to hear about the Draymond call. Game was 50-49 when that call was not made. Play better. I'm not telling you it was a good no call. It was a bad call. But you have 40 minutes to sort it out. Do I feel like they blew that year? I do. Now, 19, they lose to Texas Tech.
19, you saw what happened. Cassius carried the team. Langford was out. He got hurt in the middle of the season. He was out for the rest of the year. So it was Cassius and everybody else, and teams just said, yeah, you know what? McQuaid, you hit threes. It won't be Cassius. And was it Texas Tech? They shut the water off.
They did.
Because the thing was, had they won that one, you know what? I know ifs and buts. They would have won the title. They would have beat Virginia.
I know.
Virginia did not want to see MSU. That is their kryptonite.
I'm just trying to think.
Bennett can't beat them.
But the 05 Final Four, I mean, that was a miracle. They got blasted out by a far superior team in North Carolina? I don't know, man. It's tough because I've arrived at that space where if they don't win it all, it is a failure. And then there's the other side of it where I'm like, well, some of these are not even supposed to be there because they're not that good.
But see, the thing is, it's set up. It's literally called the road to the Final Four. It's not the road to the championship.
Right.
It's
There's
the
nothing
road to
else
the
like
Final
it, though.
Four, where they allow 4 teams to cut down nets and celebrate and hang banners. That's just what it is. I've had this argument before. It's like,
but you can't go 1 for 9.
No, it looks bad.
That's the problem. So I don't know. I'm in a very weird space, but here's the problem. Okay, let's say it's MSU Florida in the Final Four. Florida's probably laying 7.5.
Right.
Like we're not close to that team.
Right. If they had better athletes, then I would say yes. And David, the unfortunate part is when State has had those athletes were the years they didn't make it. The year when they lost to Syracuse. That team had only lost 4 games all year long.
That's on you.
How is that one on me?
Ben Carter, and you defend it. I'm going to my grave with it.
Jaren Jackson.
I don't
Make
care.
a shot.
I would have.
Make a shot.
Hey, you could have
Jaren,
played Bernie Lomax over Ben Carter.
Jaren, come off the end of the bench and quit sulking and go sit next to Tom and say, Tom, put me back in the game.
Well, you know what? It's your job to figure it out. You're the coach. You make millions. Okay. Figure it out. I can't. I'm sorry. I'll never forgive that.
It's an NBA talent. You got to put him on the court.
Look,
David,
he wasn't good.
David.
He wasn't good. I know he wasn't good.
David.
But it's up to Tom to go there, slap him in the face, and go,
get
you
him
can
good.
act like a man, and put him in the game.
I'll give him credit. He's acknowledged to the fact, yeah, you know what? Wasn't my best day. Probably should have acted better. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. So, yeah, I don't know. It's all fugazi. I got nothing.
Sound when they do things, and here's the beauty of it. You get your own specialist. It's not some random person that comes out every time to treat your lawn. It's one person, and with that one person, you guys can sit and figure out exactly how you want your lawn to look and how you can get it there. Custom-made, tailored solutions for your specific lawn. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Stay green, get green, stay green.
Well, hello there. So listen, very simple. There's no better way to celebrate St. Paddy's Day than Deals Moran Chevrolet is offering. Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck? Great, they have them. 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT crew cab. My God, why are the names of these vehicles so long? $299. Also, $19.99 down. Built tough, price right. You can go green as well with the all-electric 25 Blazer EV. $199 a month, $14.95 down. They got the deals. Both are 24 months. And everyone gets employee pricing on both vehicles. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by today on Gresham, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? Yes, we were a little tournament heavy today, but we did cover Torkelson and Wright. That sounded like a total disaster. Also, Jace Young sent down. I'll give you that's all available on the rewind. And yes, we talked Bickerstaff. Did he stand up for his locker room? Did he stand up for the city? Of course he did. And that's the low-hanging fruit. The reality is he well knows how the NBA is structured, and he doesn't have to like it, but he's going to have to deal with it. It is every reason why Rico and I are on the Devin Booker 2K25 plan. Because you know how you get respect in this league? Stars. Or you're going to deal with it. And if you want to try to run through the brick wall, that's your business. But you haven't won a playoff series you haven't won a playoff game in 15 years. You lost to the Wizards, 48 hours before you played that game Saturday night. I wouldn't be screaming about respect. Were the refs bad? Sure they were. Signed any day that ends in Y. The NBA has an officiating problem league-wide. What makes the Pistons special? It doesn't. Nothing does. It's a great turnaround. I respect the hell out of it. It was good for his room, but what I'm not going to do is, other people on this station are ready to build a Balboa statue. Enough.
Us versus the world.
Yeah, please play into that cliche.
Yeah, they're changing the new bridge to the Bickerstaff Bridge.
That's right. Gordie Howe out, the Bickerstaff Bridge. David, take a text, and then we'll get to, is this the one day a month Wojo works?
Yeah.
Yes. Check the ages of the Auburn player. I thought the average is something like 23 or 24. They're basically a G League team. I haven't seen that in a while.
I think it's 23.4 or maybe 23.5. Now it's a month later. But
They're older than the Pistons.
Yes, they are.
They're older than OKC for sure, especially OKC was missing a few starters. It's all kids.
That Wisconsin-Michigan game made me want to gouge my eyes out. It's MSU or bust for the Big Ten. No one else is good enough.
I mean, it was bad. I think the halftime score was 25-21.
It was awful. I mean, look, Maryland has a starting five that's capable. The problem is they have no depth. I mean, Queen and Gillespie as a duo are awesome, but they literally play six people.
Right.
Can't do it. Amish point guard can't do it with Purdue. Wisconsin, it's as Tanji goes, they go. Well, you saw both ends of that coin, right? No, that's where, to me, if an SEC team doesn't win it, I'd be really surprised.
Someone says, good to see that the Tigers are running and operating like a beer league softball team. Who wants to play where? Anybody can play anywhere.
Well, I covered it earlier, and I don't want to take Wojo's time up. The idea that we're even here mere days before opening day, and we got Baez at third. Now we're trying Torque in the outfield. You signed a second baseman who can't play or won't play anywhere else. It's disheartening because, again, you had one mission this offseason, sign a bat. Oh, and by the way, Jace Young's getting sent down. Now, I know he was lousy in spring training, but this is why the whole wait for the kids thing is a folly. When you wait for them, oftentimes you end up disappointed.
This is how baseball works. It's like Little League. Everyone gets a shot. Everybody run out to the position you want to play. Put your glove there, and we'll see who's best.
You know what I'm saying, Robert.
Yes, I do. Yes. The Jace Young thing, they weren't 100% counting on that, but they were kind of counting on that.
Yeah, but the whole point is, then why were you all in with Bregman?
Because they weren't all in with Jace Young.
Okay, so here's the other problem. Why sign Gleyber Torres when he refuses? If he would play third base, he'd still be a Yankee.
Yeah.
And he would make more money in Washington. He refuses.
The only way they could sign him was to promise he wouldn't have to play third base, I guess.
There's my point. Don't sign a guy I got to make promises to when you're not an all-star.
I mean, I guess that would be it, right?
That's like promising playing time to the eighth guy on the bench in basketball. I'm not signing. I'm not making you a promise then. Right.
Yeah, that's a good. Now, I'm sure it's Woj Aloni coming up because Rieger's little pickle has a little play, which is very adorable. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very nice.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure you guys spent your whole show defending Michigan, right, for getting screwed by the NCAA committee.
I would say
I spent the whole show saying I got to see Wojo all day all evening.
He did.
What we said was,
yes, he did.
Did they get screwed? Should they be a 4? Yes. Is it something that should be surprising if you actually watch the sport? No, because the crooked committee sets that thing Saturday over breakfast mimosas. It happened to State in 15 and 19. It happened to you yesterday. Is it right? No. Is it real? Yes.
It is. As a matter of fact.
And you took the money. So.
Yeah. They said that the Big Ten tournament did affect Michigan's seeding. They moved from a 6 to a 5.
Then they thought very little of it. Then they were now look, the thing too is, did you draw the toughest 12? If you believe in metrics, yes.
Yeah.
The problem is the only place you see San Diego's on is the Ocho after log rolling.
See, Wojo, I think that was just a way to make them say, no, we were paying attention. We moved you up from a 6.
Yeah.
Right.
You were always a 5.
But you know what? I don't think people should have a big bent out of shape about it because that's the Big Ten. The Big Ten has not a good reputation this year and only got 8 in versus 14 for the SEC, which I think is fair. I don't think the Big Ten was that strong. No. And number 2, they also used on Michigan and some other teams the eye test. Their metrics and their record is pretty, but the eye test, even beating Wisconsin, the eye test. a nice victory and everything, but they had a lot of very ugly games. Big time, blowout
that Nebraska
losses.
game set back
Right,
basketball
right.
5 years.
And I honestly think they won't say it, but when we watch, you won, but you look terrible.
But here's the other
That's
thing.
sort of what they mean. That's the eye test.
And I agree with you because here's the bottom line. It's all WWE at this point. It's not real. Look at North Carolina.
Oh, the North Carolina thing. Why would they even put themselves in that position?
Because they don't care.
To have cast aspersions
Because
upon them.
Bubba needed his $100,000 bonus.
Bubba Cunningham, is that his name?
Yeah, he'll be he'll be the next AD at Michigan State. The whole point is that's the thing to be upset about. I'm just a big believer. If you're any good, you win. Like if you're calling and crying, you have to play the Fighting Forks of UC San Diego.
The Tritons.
It's a fork. It literally looks like a plastic fork.
Now, I know you're good at this, Michael, but what is Robert Morris's nickname? I'm springing one on him.
I don't know. I know
Colonials?
It's something like that.
Rico, ding, 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 ding,
He's got the stupid hat on.
Yeah. I thought you
have a
always
stupid
got
hat
these.
on.
I do a pretty good job with it.
I don't have a hat on.
No, you don't.
You, Robert Morris. What's next on the show?
If you were dressed up, you would.
Tritons.
Yeah, the Tritons.
What's coming up next?
I am going to talk a little bit about the brackets, but I don't think people want to break it down that much. But
let me help you.
Yeah, no, I
They
know,
don't.
I know. I am going to explain J.B. Bickerstaff to a certain degree, and I like what he did, but it's on deaf ears right now.
Yes.
It is. And I think you said this, or maybe you both said it earlier, but the Pistons haven't earned enough yet to get, not that they should get favorable, but the way the NBA is, they haven't even earned enough to get like even calls against.
I can't believe this.
Against SGA.
On Monday, March 17th.
Yeah.
Of the year of our Lord 2025.
I agree with you.
St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Wojo and I have an agreement on something in sports.
Okay, let's agree on this too.
Okay.
The Big Ten tournament title is better than the regular season title.
Talk to everybody tomorrow at 2.
And the national championship was legit.
Happy St. Patrick's Day!
Woo! Planet Fitness, home of